The story begins with a doctor asking our protagonist, Taesung, how he was feeling today, while the boy thinks that every day it's the same question. Depressed, the young man replies that his legs hurt, affirming in his mind that it's always the same answer every single day. The doctor says he understands and begins talking to the nurse, while our protagonist, immersed in his thoughts, mentions that he no longer tries to figure out when things started to go wrong. The nurse starts to lead him to his room, and the boy says that when he woke up, everything was already over. After waking up from the accident, the only things left for him were pitiful glances and the monthly insurance expenses, but the worst was the cruel reality of being paraplegic and in a wheelchair. The boy's expression is completely devastated. He explains that it was an accident caused by a drunk driver who was driving recklessly. It was a painfully ordinary day. Taesung had gone to the convenience store. The young man went to buy beers and some things to eat, but there was something different about that day. We see our protagonist distractedly using his phone while a truck begins to rush towards him. The thing that was especially different that day is that he was a bit unlucky, and it cost him his freedom. Realizing the situation, the young man panics, but before he could react, the items in his hand fly into the sky and he is struck. He states that it was a tragic day that simply ruined his life, and at that moment, the nurse was helping the boy lie down on the stretcher. Taesung comments that he felt an immense pain in his legs as if they were always being torn from his body. Looking at his hand with some medicine, the boy thinks that he has no choice but to rely on the medication every night to reduce his suffering. Finally, the boy mentions that people say God only gives trials you can bear, but he would have preferred to die than to go through this. After some time already at night in the hospital, the boy was sedated by the medication but still couldn't sleep. With the phone in his hand, the boy states that there weren't many things he could do being paraplegic, and the most he could manage was to read novels. The boy also thinks that he started reading a new one last week while staring at his phone with a notification that he received 50 free chapters. Taesung thinks that whenever he read novels with happy endings, he also felt happy, and it was comforting to read on days like that when sadness completely overwhelmed him. After staying up all night with a completely empty look on his face, the boy thinks that he had almost finished reading that novel and would finish it that night. Recapping the ending of the story he had read, Taesung explains that the wizard Aiden destroyed everything in his path and in the end claimed victory and chose to create a new world. He ended the old world and created a new one according to his own liking, and everyone lost their memories and lived a happy life. Even those who experienced traumatic deaths and those who Aiden cherished were there, and in the new world, everyone lived happily even without remembering that the war existed. However, with that ending, our protagonist was extremely irritated, wondering what the hell that was. He thinks that the protagonist did everything to protect the world, but Aiden ended up undoing everything and destroying the world that he tried to save just to create a new one for himself. Trembling, our protagonist, Taesung, wonders why the novel he randomly chose to read also had to have a bad ending. Placing his hands over his head, the boy begins to cry incessantly, questioning why he couldn't be happy no matter what he tried. Consoling himself, he thinks that he certainly didn't care about the novel's ending, and that even if he woke up tomorrow, he would never be able to experience something like a happy ending, so the only thing he could do was fall asleep and face his reality. However, before the IV in his vein, a blue light begins to emerge and illuminate the entire hospital. A holographic window appears informing that the mission, the wizard who dominates the world, has begun, and someone with clear eyes can be seen waking up. Taesung, who was completely different upon waking, is utterly confused about what was happening. He thinks it was as if he had seen a message in front of him and wonders what that was. Looking at his legs, the boy thinks that perhaps this is a hallucination due to the pain. However, when he looks to the side, the boy starts to notice that he was in a completely different house and not in the hospital where he used to stay. Analyzing the rustic appearance of the residence, Taesung begins to wonder where he was and what that was. The boy states that he had fallen asleep in a hospital, and trying to understand more of what was happening, Ta questions if he was dreaming while he starts to search for his phone. During the search for his smartphone, the boy notices that beside him there was a pot of water, and as he looks into it, he begins to see his reflection. Sweating nervously, Taesung realizes that his face and appearance were completely different and he looked like a new person. Our protagonist starts shaking the water bucket, wanting to know what had happened to his face since this was someone else's appearance. Something even more surprising happens, and as he realizes what he's doing, the boy notices that just now his legs had moved. Several holographic particles start to appear in front of him, leaving the young man confused, and then a system screen appears with some messages. Staring at that technology he had never seen before, Taesung begins to question what it was. The system said that this was the world of the wizard who dominates the world, and from now on, our protagonist must live as the character Mord Vernars. Seeing this, the boy realizes that it was the title of the novel he was reading the night before. Moreover, Mord is a supporting character in it, and while the boy tries to understand the situation, the system states that if Mord dies, Taesung will die too. Our protagonist begins trying to assimilate everything that is happening and says that if this is true, looking at his legs, the boy remains incredulous, not knowing whether to believe it. Taesung keeps moving his legs, saying that before he couldn't even feel his limbs, but now he could even move them. And now the boy could even stand up, and at that moment, we see that in his new body, The young man had an extremely athletic physique. He can't stop sweating, thinking that he could even clearly feel the ground beneath his feet and all the sensations around him. The system reappears, materializing in front of Taesung, informing him that it is loading some information. Our protagonist is startled, and various pieces of information begin to enter his mind, along with the memories of the character Mord and all the events of the novel. He can feel all the memories of that body entering his head, and putting his hands over his hair, the boy begins to feel desperate about it all. Taesung says he could even see the kind of life Mord led and how it ended in the novel. Mord Verners, a son of the peculiar Vernars family and a warrior who in the future will become extremely powerful. He is an illegitimate son of the patriarch of the family, someone so powerful that even if the protagonist Aiden and his group fought together against Mord, it wouldn't be guaranteed that they would win. However, in the midst of a ritual to gain full control over his mind, Mord was ambushed by the protagonist and his group. And in short, he is a supporting character who only plays a supporting role. And after all this, Taesung questions why he became Mord. The screen appears again in front of him and finally informs him that Taesung must change the world's destructive fate. And with that, our protagonist's wish will be granted. Reading that and seeing the word wish, he becomes extremely interested, knowing that he could do many things with it. Our protagonist is hesitant, wondering if his deepest desire will really be fulfilled or if it's just a deception. With the system talking about destructive fate, he assumes that the hologram was probably referring to the novel's ending. So that system wants Taesung to protect the world instead of Aiden, who will destroy that land later, and with all that, the protagonist mentions that he needs to think a bit. The young man also says that he might be dreaming because he was tired of his previous life. Tae remembers moments from his last life where he hated repeating every day as a paraplegic. So if this were a dream, he didn't want to wake up and didn't care if it was a prank or something like that. And already thinking about his wish, the boy states that he wanted his body to return to how it was before the accident. In fact, he wouldn't be satisfied with just that. Once again, the young man remembers the request the system made while he begins to ponder something. The boy thinks that he had all the information about the novel The Wizard Who Dominates the World. In addition to all of Mord's power and talent, changing the destructive fate was extremely worth trying as long as his wish would be granted. And finally, our protagonist declares that he wouldn't just try, no matter what, he would succeed. The explanation about Mord Verners continues as he is a part of the bloodline of Artuk Verners and is a bastard son. Without knowing who his mother was, the boy had a difficult life because a few days after his birth, his mother passed away. The young man began to be called the cursed one who killed his own mother and lived his life as a weakling, unable to withstand the pressure and insults from others. We then see Mord in the past with his head down being insulted by several nobles. It wasn't because he was weak or didn't know how to fight back, it was simply because the guilt of being the cursed one who killed his own mother consumed him from the inside out. But there were many things that would become turning points in the poor boy's life. Those who are of the Verners bloodline awaken their powers when they turn 15 years old. They call this awakening the awakening of divine blood, and those who go through this awakening must endure pain comparable to setting their body on fire. But after all this suffering, the person will be blessed with tremendous powers. However, for someone who was not entirely part of the Archuk's family, the chances of surviving the blood awakening were less than 1/5. Mord was different. The boy survived the awakening of new blood and gained great powers that made him extremely powerful. Taesung remembers the letter he received that said if he survived his 15th birthday, he should go to the Vernars family's main house. Our protagonist explains that Mord read the last letter his mother had left for him and went to where the Archuk's family lived. He agreed to undergo a test to be recognized by his father, whom he had never seen before. All of this explanation is Taesung's memories now in Mord's body. The boy thinks that according to all this, he must have arrived the day before at the Vernars' house to take the test. The boy considers that Mord is a supporting character in the novel, but Artuk Vernars is the antagonist of the story, and so the young man says he knows a lot about that family. This family already has several direct descendants, so it would be difficult for Mord, a bastard son, to be accepted by them as they would despise him. But growing up without parents made the supporting character full of a desire to be recognized as a son of the Archuk. However, his father only wanted to use him. Having managed to survive the awakening of new blood made the boy so strong that even the protagonist would struggle in a fight against him. Since the supporting character didn't show all his power in the novel, Taesung sees this test as an opportunity to see the true potential of his new body. However, diverting his attention, a bearded man enters the room, calling our protagonist and asking if the boy had forgotten what day it was. Taesung thinks that this guy, according to Mord's memories, is an instructor named Todd, and he is the one who will personally oversee his test. Todd is a muscular man with short hair and a beard, and has various battle scars. In an imposing manner, the man asks what the boy was doing standing still. In his mind, the boy notes that this guy was quite ripped, as an instructor should be, and then he goes up to the man, asking if he was Todd. For some reason, the man finds the whole situation strange, thinking to himself that the boy seemed a bit different from yesterday, as if his personality had changed. And staring at our protagonist, Todd notes that even the boy's gaze was different from the day before, but he thinks that it was just his imagination. Todd asks Mord if the young man had forgotten the explanation about the test he was going to take, and Werner's retorts, asking what kind of test he was supposed to do, as he didn't remember. The soldier explains that it would be a test to see the boy's full potential, and analyzing the young man's body, he assumes that since he is strong, he must know how to fight. Sweating at the situation, Taesung realizes that he has barely gotten used to his new body and already has to fight, thinking that he would have to fight for his life. But for some reason, the protagonist is extremely excited about it, seeing it as an opportunity. Nervous about what was about to happen, Taesung states that he wanted to test his powers, and this would be his first chance to do so. After a short period, we see the boy walking behind Todd through a forest. The instructor asks if the protagonist had also forgotten what he explained yesterday. But Mord is confused, and Todd explains that he had already mentioned that the boy should not claim to be Archduke's son. Our protagonist then confirms that he understands. Mord thinks that Todd was talking about the unwritten rules for bastards, but it didn't make sense to follow them since rumors were already spreading everywhere. And there are rumors that even the Archduke had already met Mord before, and soon everyone will discover who the bastard is that will become an official warrior. Several muscular students are also standing nearby, and Todd begins to approach them, saying that he had already arrived and noticed that everyone was already there. Werner stays silent, observing the situation, and one of the other students questions if that's the newcomer who will be tested that day. Meanwhile, Mord thinks that the other students seem too young to be ordinary trainees and are probably unofficial warriors. Todd says that he was already assuming that our protagonist knew how to fight, commenting that the way Werner's fights is different from common warriors. The young man begins to explain with a serious expression that if Werner's uses weapons when they are not properly trained and prepared. But once they are trained, it will no longer depend on common weapons, as they will obtain something extraordinary. And with that family style, they will fight using only their own bodies and hands with their powers. Todd confirms this, noting that of course, those who are not of Werner's blood use weapons, but others learn combat skills. Mord thinks that he already knew about this because the Werner's family is the best warrior organization on the continent, and they achieved this solely through hand-to-hand combat. Our protagonist begins to think that it seemed almost impossible, but there is no weapon in this world that surpasses the physique of the Werners, regardless of the blacksmith who forges it. Tada begins to explain that this test will determine which affiliation the warriors should follow and how they should train, and he asks one of the students, named Vince, if he is ready. Vince nods, then says he is fully prepared as he begins to walk to the center of the training area. Todd orders Mord to fight against Vince, stating that the result of this fight will determine the boy's future, so he should give his all and prove that he possesses Werner blood. The two boys stare at each other for a moment, staying silent as they observe one another, and Vince begins to analyze his opponent. Vince questions Mord if the young man is sure he is 15 years old, as his face does indeed look like that of a 15-year-old. However, something seemed off considering how large the boy is. Vince wonders who the boy's father could be, mocking him afterward and calling him to fight. Taesung thinks to himself that he knew there were other bastards there besides Mord, and it seems that his father wasn't the only Archduke who strayed, asserting that he needed to focus on the fight, because only with power and brute strength could he achieve freedom, and power is very important in that world. And although it's appealing to think about living a calm and simple life far from there, he believes he had no choice in the matter, as he knows what will happen in the future of that world. Bernars gets into a fighting stance, commenting that he would have to prove his abilities right there in front of everyone. Quickly surprising the blonde boy, our protagonist charges at him, ready to throw a punch. With a surprise hook, Vince manages to dodge just in time, feeling a bit shocked and surprised by that sudden move. The boy starts sweating, thinking that he didn't know Mord knew how to fight, but apparently the boy had some idea of how to. Taesung begins to spin, affirming in his mind that he was more agile than expected, and he thought that the boxing he learned when he was younger was paying off. He learned this fighting style just to pass the time, but it was better than nothing. So with his spin, the boy takes the opportunity to land a kick against his opponent Vince. The blonde manages to defend with his guard, however, he is thrown far away and barely manages to stop himself. Irritated, the boy admits that Mord was extremely good at fighting, and stands up again. The young man tells our protagonist that he was lying when he said he didn't know how to fight and was probably trying to take advantage of that. However, Taesung seems not to understand and says there's no reason to lie. Still, Vince insists that Mord was lying, judging by his stance. Mord, surprising everyone, replies that he just needed to copy what others do, and hearing this, the blonde boy becomes extremely irritated for some reason. Silently, he charges at his opponent with some greenish energy in his hand, leaving our protagonist startled. One of the other bastard sons questions why Vince is using mana, asking him to stop, but the instructor interrupts, ordering the two to continue fighting. Even so, the student remains extremely concerned about the situation, fearing for our protagonist's life, but the instructor insists once more, telling them to let the two fight. Mord is impressed that his opponent is using mana against him. However, despite this, the young man takes a fighting stance without hesitation. Vince, extremely irritated, questions how that bastard dared to insult him. The young man says that from that moment on, he wouldn't hold back anymore, so our protagonist should be happy with the lesson he was about to learn. However, even with Vince's mana-infused punch, Mort easily sidesteps and dodges the attack. Vince is extremely shocked and worried, questioning how that boy managed to dodge the attack and how a novice like him had such skill. Our protagonist was about to say something, but Vince continues questioning how that bastard could so easily predict mana combat techniques, and Mort turns, looking at Vince. The boy finishes his sentence, asking if now it was his turn while starting to conjure various mana particles around his hand. Then he suddenly disappears. Vince thinks it's impossible, raising his guard and noting that he spent years training his mana combat techniques, yet he was struggling against a novice. At that moment, Werners lands a solid punch to his opponent's stomach, causing Vince to groan in pain from the blow. Vince faints and is thrown far away with extreme ease. All the other bastards and even the instructor are shocked by the scene, unable to believe what they were seeing. Todd thinks that he had imagined that this kid was just a novice, but he sent a warrior like Vince flying. Staring at Mord's back, the instructor states that the boy was extremely incredible and impressive. After practically defeating his opponent without giving him a chance to retaliate, our protagonist begins walking toward the boy who was lying on the ground. Mord stops in front of Vince and stares at him without saying a word for some time. The boy thinks that it would have been much worse if he hadn't dodged Vince's last attack, also stating that he now understood how to use that power. However, the blonde, who is sitting on the ground, starts making some movements with his hand clenching his fists. Mort takes a combat stance, questioning the blonde if he could still stand after taking a blow like that, highlighting that warriors are different. Taesung notices that even though Vince is nearly unconscious, his opponent is about to do something, and the boy is surprised by Vince's determination. One of the students questions his instructor about how Vince was defeated by a novice with just one blow, and everyone wonders where that boy came from. Mort turns to his instructor and says that he didn't know how to control his strength, so he was afraid of killing his opponent if he continued the fight. Todd gets lost in thought, stating that Mord was just a student while he was an instructor. The man thinks that the purpose of an instructor is to measure the potential and power of those being tested, pushing them to their limit, and a test taker should not be able to defeat an instructor. However, he didn't know what would happen if that fight between the two took place. So to avoid further confusion, Todd orders the fight to end, and then one of the other students walks over to Vince, helping him up. Irritated, the instructor approaches our protagonist, questioning why the boy had lied. However, hearing this, Mort is confused. Todd says that the boy claimed he had never learned to fight, but from what he had just seen, that proved otherwise. Mort explains that he truly never learned to fight in his life and hadn't lied at any point. But the instructor asserts that he won't believe it since it's impossible for someone who has never learned mana combat techniques to suddenly use them in a fight. Werners, in an attempt to cover for himself, says that he didn't know that was mana, as he could only use it after becoming completely enraged, and he didn't even know what it was. Todd doesn't believe that explanation and asks the boy if he thought he could really convince an instructor with decades of experience with just an excuse. Still trying to keep his true nature hidden, the boy begins to talk to Todd about his blood awakening experience and what happened. It's explained to us that Mord could use mana before his awakening, which is why he is so talented. The god of combat Werners and the goddess of the heavens Arita. The blood of these two gods runs through Mord's veins. This created an incredible synergy, making the boy a miraculous being. In other words, Mord had a blessed genetic heritage. The boy hadn't received even a minimally decent training until he was 15 years old. Yet, in just 7 years, he would become stronger than Archuk Werners and the strongest successor to the god of combat, and that's how the story evolved. After coming up with an appropriate excuse that was also a half-truth, Todd began to believe it, saying that if it were true, the boy was a monster of talent. The instructor then asked the boy if he had any idea who Vince was, and the boy explained that since he met the blonde for the first time, he didn't know who he was. Vince was a Werners warrior who had been trained from an early age and had gone through an extremely complicated test. And even with all that, a novice like Mord had defeated him just like that. Putting that aside, Todd explained that our protagonist earned 200 points and passed a test that has a maximum score of 100 points, questioning what he would do now. But the boy was confused because he didn't know what to do since the instructor hadn't explained anything. Mord then stated that he still didn't know what this test was for, and his instructor began to explain that the test was to define the level he was at. The Archuk Werners family has 3 basic levels for warriors. If you meet the requirements of each level, you move on to the next, and if you pass the test of the final level, you could be classified as an official warrior. The catch was that these tests were extremely difficult, and many saw it as an impossible mountain to climb, and Mord understood what he was saying. The boy asked his instructor Todd if he could place him at the first level, and the man was extremely confused. Mord said he needed to learn about mana combat techniques from the basics and wondered if they taught that at the second level as well. Todd replied that they didn't, and our protagonist asked if he could move up a level whenever he met the requirements for each one, and Todd confirmed, still puzzled by that decision. Despite all the options available to him, Taesung still preferred to start at the first level, saying this with confidence. Todd just stared at the boy, thinking that he was really serious, and since he was just a bastard, he thought this was the best option for him. The man turned around, agreeing, and said that it's not like he could give special treatment to the boy just because he had defeated a warrior. Then before leaving, the instructor said that the classes for the day were over and that he would send someone to explain the first level to our protagonist the next day. Already lying in one of the rooms in that place, the boy began to think that the test had been extremely easy. Taesung wondered if Mord went through this whole process that he was now experiencing, since the novel didn't go into much detail about how Mord became Archduke Vernar's trump card. But that made sense as the boy was just a supporting character in the story, and there was no reason to delve deeper into his background. The boy only remembered that the Archduke of Vernars tried to maximize Mord's potential and dominate his mind to use him as a human weapon. The boy recalled that Mord was always beaten as a child and never fought back, assuming that in his past life, the supporting character must have been beaten and stayed at the first level. With all these memories and thoughts flooding his mind, the boy stated that he understood why he had possessed Mord's body. In his past life as Taesung, he wasn't someone significant to the world, but he always fought when he felt wronged. In contrast, in the novel, Mord lived a completely different lifestyle, being the complete opposite of him. The boy got up and began to walk towards something in the room while thinking that he was going to save the world from destruction, and to do so, he had to stop the protagonist of the novel. The one who gathers the world fragments, which are like puzzle pieces containing the essence of this world, can be called the supreme god or the wizard who dominated the world. Just like in the title, the great wizard Aiden manages to gather the fragments and become a being who dominated the entire world. However, at some point, this corrupted him, and with it, he brought destruction to the world. Aiden not only killed his enemies, but also killed his own allies, and the novel depicts the struggle between Aiden and his enemies to become the world's destroyer. The next day, watching the sunrise, the boy thought that he would stop Aiden, no matter what it took. Because this might be the last chance for him, Taesung, and now he will live as Mord instead of his former self. The Vernars family governs the Archduchy of Vernars and is renowned worldwide in that world. The castle of Vernars, the heart of the nation, is as luxurious as other royal castles. But what sets it apart is the warrior training center, located outside the castle in the 3rd region, which is extremely massive. In a carriage speeding toward a certain location, someone informs the protagonist that from that day forward, he will stay in the 1st level dormitory. Mort thinks that the training center seems much larger than the campus of most universities in his world. However, that was the least to be expected. A loud noise of warriors dueling can be heard nearby, and immediately, our boy becomes alert. A person beside him explains that this is probably the 3rd level training center, and Mort asks if that noise indeed came from a group of trainees. After receiving a yes, the boy thinks that even though these people came from 2nd level trainees, they clearly managed to surpass human limits. Moreover, Vernar's warriors are known for their ability to merge various powers into one. The same man who had previously explained things to Mord says that they will soon arrive at the 3rd region and that the boy's instructor is waiting for him. After stepping down from the carriage, he thanks the person who brought him, and looking to the side, the boy notices that another large man is the 1st level instructor. A large and muscular man with black hair introduces himself as the 1st level instructor, Hayes, and he asks the novice to call him Instructor Hayes. Mord does as instructed, calling him as requested, and immediately after, the instructor questions if the boy's name is Mord and assumes he must have done very poorly on the test to be there. Surprising the instructor and leaving him shocked, the bastard replies that he defeated Vince in the 1st test, and Hayes questions if he had really beaten a warrior. After receiving confirmation, the man is incredulous, not believing what happened and wondering why the young man is there. Mord thinks there's no reason to lie about it since everyone will soon know, and explains that he never learned combat techniques, which is why he came here to learn the basics. Still shocked by everything he heard, the instructor confirms, asking the boy to follow him, while thinking that the novice defeated a warrior without any basic training. The two begin to walk toward the battle center, and Hayes explains that there are some people training, so our protagonist shouldn't distract them. The boy thinks that this might be the 1st level, but the instructor must be strong since he's training people who will become Vernar's warriors. Upon arriving, they see various muscular children, and the instructor introduces the new trainee, Mord. The man says that Mord is a novice, and at that moment, our protagonist is sweating, not believing that this level is meant for children. Mord starts to assume that he should have gone straight to the 3rd level, and if he had the option to change, he would have done so. Hayes questions if the boy had never learned mana combat techniques, and Verners explains that he hadn't, but for some reason, he could use mana. The instructor states that just by having gone through the awakening of divine blood, he's already blessed, and since he has no mana, what he's going to teach now will be very easy. Hayes begins to explain some steps that the boy probably already knows, so the final step is learning to control the basics of mana and sense amplification. Our protagonist asks if he doesn't need to learn anything about the basics of combat skills. The instructor then questions if the boy wants to stay there for a long time, because if he does, he will make that happen, but he supposes that the boy wouldn't want that. Vernars becomes extremely nervous and says to forget about it, and the instructor remarks that he understands what happened. The man states that he will try to teach the boy a few things, and after that, he'll have to learn everything on his own because at the second level, the instructor will only help with the things he's terrible at. Mord thinks that he needs to learn everything from the basics, and he cannot underestimate himself just because it's the first level. He needs to start from the beginning to master his power. The children are shocked, questioning if it even makes sense since the novice has only been training for 10 minutes. One of the children comments that they think the novice's mana is stronger than that of the instructors, and it's possible to see the boy surrounded by a blue aura. Imposingly, he asks if that's all or if there's more he needs to learn, and Mord continues to emit a crushing aura. Immediately, and somewhat frightened by all of this, the instructor responds that he has already surpassed the first level, and the boy wonders if that's really it. Now at the second level, the boy begins to think that the physical reinforcement lessons at the second level are divided into two sublevels. The first is to strengthen your body, which helps prevent injury even if you get run over. And the second level is to amplify your abilities, allowing you to transcend the limits you reach when you train your muscles, as he demonstrates by striking a wall. The only thing visible after the blow is the hole the boy left, while he also remarks that physical reinforcement is a very difficult skill to learn. Turning and looking at his new second-level instructor, he says that all that's left is the practical test, but the new instructor thinks that the boy has already passed the second level. The man asserts that the boy doesn't need to do anything further and that just with what he's done, he will start the third level the next day. The instructor explains that the second level is easy, but the third will be much harder because as people who are part of the Vernar's bloodline. With a serious expression, he states that the boy will face other powerful students without having learned any combat skills, relying only on his instincts. The young man realizes that he hasn't learned anything yet, and Hayes only sent him to the second level thinking he was hiding his power. Then the instructor puts his hand on Mord's shoulder, affirming that up to the second level, brute force is enough, but becoming a warrior at the third level won't be easy. Mord thinks that he already knew the third level would be difficult and in fact was excited to meet the people with the power of the Divine Blood Awakening. The next day at dawn, we can see the quarters where the third level warriors stay. Some people are talking about the rumors related to Mord as he managed to pass through 2 levels in just 2 days and has Vernar's blood. Fayan, a red-haired young man who is also part of the bloodline, remarks that people like our protagonist only want to attract the Archduke's attention. With a serious expression of someone asking for trouble, he declares that he will show this rat that there are rankings within the Vernar's bloodline. People inform the red-haired boy that the novice has arrived, and shortly after, Mord reaches the place thinking he should have come here from the start. Fayan, eager to make his point, approaches the brown-haired boy, questioning if he's the novice, and Mord responds by asking who he is. The boy introduces himself as the captain of the second class. Fayan, our protagonist, thinks that this boy is also part of the Vernar's bloodline, just like him. Mord also says that he is part of that bloodline and is in the third level, then introduces himself. With arrogance, Vernar says that he doesn't know how long he will stay there. Hearing this as an insult, Fayan gets irritated, letting his aura leak out, questioning if our protagonist thinks this is a joke. Dismissively, Mord tells him not to take it that way since he wouldn't have come here if he thought it was all a joke, which only enrages Fayan further. Vernar states that he's not in the mood for a fight right now, so he asks Fayan to calm down, but the boy retorts that it's expected of someone from that bloodline. Because Mord was enduring his aura, and Mord says he won't be intimidated just by feeling the aura of a weakling, which further ignites his opponent's fury. The boy begins to conjure a reddish aura in his hand while questioning Mord if he thinks the world will bow to him just because he went through the awakening. With his aura leaking and his eyes completely red, Fayan is blinded by rage, only thinking about defeating and finishing off that novice. Other students begin to laugh at the novice, saying that no one could stop Fayan and that it would be difficult for the boy to stay alive if no instructor stepped in to stop the fight. Fayan declares to Mord that he won't hold back since our protagonist is also of the Vernar's bloodline. Then quickly, the red-haired boy rushes to attack the novice, trying to grab the young man's head with his hands and end the fight immediately. Blinded by rage, he says he'll make Mord pay for defaming that place and teach him a lesson about how the real world works. However, before he realizes it, a massive crash is heard, and a huge cloud of dust rises into the air, obscuring everyone's vision. The friend who was with Fayan earlier comments that the power was monstrous, and that the novice was very unlucky to run into Fayan, the leader there, but he hoped Mord would survive. As the smoke begins to clear, it becomes visible that one person is standing while another is kneeling as if they had taken a powerful attack and fallen to the ground. For some reason, all the other students are stunned by the scene, watching someone tremble after being struck by a powerful blow. The one standing is Mord, not understanding what is happening since he thought Fayan was stronger and would at least withstand one of his attacks. However, looking at Fayan lying on the ground with blood dripping from his nose and mouth, he remarks that Fayan was nothing more than a bully who barked a lot but had no dignity. Defeated and with his ego shattered, Fayan wipes the blood from his mouth. The young man stands up, still trembling from the blow, and curses our protagonist, claiming that he only got lucky. However, the boy imposingly states that it wasn't luck, it was because his opponent was too weak. Once again, Fian lets all of his aura and mana flow out and charges at his opponent to end the battle for good and prove his strength. Taking advantage of the opening, Fian left by being enraged and blinded by anger, Mord easily sidesteps the blow with extreme ease. He uses this opportunity to spin his entire body and quickly position himself behind Fian, ready to land a kick just as he did with his first opponent, Vince. Then, coating his foot with mana, the boy kicks Fian, sending him flying again several meters away, causing the poor boy to crash into the ground multiple times. After rolling from the impact, Fian stops when he hits a wall, and at that moment, a curtain of dust rises with the impact. Watching his opponent lying unconscious, Mord thinks he overdid it and hadn't expected Fian to be so weak, since the boy was the leader of the third-level Vernar's warriors. Looking at his own hands, the young man judges that his strike was so strong because of the basic mana combat techniques he learned at the first and second levels. Worried, Fian's friend rushes to him, waking the boy to check if he's okay and trying to help him up. However, the warrior doesn't give up, and angry with all the humiliation, he pushes his own friend away, declaring that the battle isn't over yet. Mord, with extreme disdain and pity for his opponent, remarks that the boy had fainted and was unconscious for about 10 seconds. Despite everything, Fian doesn't let go of his pride and insists that it's a lie because Mord only struck him when he was off guard, which is why he was hit. Mocking his opponent, our protagonist says that leaving his guard down while fighting someone who will become a warrior is pathetic. Unleashing all of his rage and inner power, Fian declares that just because his opponent could talk didn't mean he could say everything that came to his mind. Thus, a red aura begins to envelop the young man, and the students, feeling that immense power, panic, realizing that Fian had awakened his powers. They shout at the novice to flee, otherwise he will die, but Mord remains unshaken and stands firm, thinking that Fian must have invoked the divine blood awakening. But he was controlling the divine blood in a completely wrong way, which makes sense since the boy was also a bastard child and didn't possess pure blood. Amidst all the chaos, someone begins to walk toward the two young men, questioning what the commotion was and trying to understand the situation. That person was an elder, and one of the students called him the third-level instructor, explaining that a fight between Fian and the novice had started. Observing the situation, the elder remained silent, and when his student asked if they should stop the two, the old man replied that they should do nothing and just wait for now. The elder thought that Fian was strong enough to compare to a regular warrior and hadn't had many opportunities to test the boy's true power, but now there was an opportunity. Looking at Mord, he assumed that this boy must be the Vernar's child who had reached the third level that day, so it wouldn't be too problematic if a child died. Red electricity began to course through Fian's body, and with a malevolent and extremely irritated smile, he declared that Mord would pay with his life. Mord, realizing what kind of power was in his opponent's hands, couldn't believe that his enemy could use such a technique. Fian clasped his hands together and quickly leaped towards Mord, attempting to strike from below with several powerful bolts of lightning emanating from his body. Seeing the attack coming his way, Vernar's thought that this was an advanced technique that uses the body or a weapon as a vessel to create a powerful magical form. The name of this power was Body Impulse, and finally, Fian landed on the ground, almost hitting Mord, who barely managed to dodge the attack, avoiding being struck. The powerful blow hit the ground, causing the entire area to emit a massive rumble and begin to crack. Seeing the sheer force behind his opponent's strike, Tae-sun thought it would be bad if he were hit squarely by that attack. But using his new power, Fian quickly approached our protagonist, telling him not to dare run away. And once again, he conjured several bolts of lightning in his hand, charging at the boy to end his life for all the disrespect he had shown. Before Fian could even react, he was quickly struck by a blow to his face, leaving him surprised. With blood once again flowing from his nose, Fian was incredulous at having been hit so suddenly, but he remained determined. A flurry of attacks followed, aimed at Mord, but the young man managed to dodge and counter every one of them. Even with his new power that allowed him to endure more hits, Mord was able to evade all of Fian's strikes without even using his divine blood. The students noticed that the novice wasn't taking any hits, but also commented that Mord's attacks didn't seem to affect Fian, as he appeared to be holding up well. However, the elder instructor pointed out that something was off, as the red-haired boy was indeed suffering and gradually wearing himself out in the fight. The red-haired boy became extremely exhausted, and the old man noted that Fian's impulse was weakening. Mord remarked that it was time to get a bit more serious, and changing his strategy, it was now Vernar's who charged and his enemy to land a blow. With a quick punch, the boy struck Fian's stomach, catching him off guard and preventing him from reacting to the extremely fast attack. When he was hit, Fian groaned in pain, with more tomato juice spilling from his mouth. The boy was once again thrown far away, and Mord remained in his fighting stance, apologizing because he tried to hold back, but seemed to have used too much force. Recovering from the punch, Fian angrily told Mord to shut up, claiming that all he had done so far was run away like a coward, trying to set a trap for him. However, Tae-sun became extremely irritated by this, merely listening to Fian's threats and using them as fuel. Imposingly, he declared that he would stop dodging and that he had been going easy, but since Fian was getting on his nerves, he would end this. Fian thought he had successfully manipulated our protagonist, assuming the boy had fallen into his trap. He then charged once again at his enemy, telling Mord not to regret it after being defeated. For some reason, the boy simply stared at the powerful punch coming his way, doing nothing to dodge, just as he had said. With the impact of the blow, numerous mana particles were scattered throughout the area, creating a brilliant light. When the students could see again, they realized that Mord was holding Fian's arm. The boy explained to his opponent that impulse doesn't work when your enemy is stronger, so Fian's attacks were nothing because Mord was stronger. Also invoking a power in his hand, but now with a bluish aura, Mord concluded by saying that this was a great lesson. Fian, filled with desperation, realizes that a user of impulse is supposed to always win against someone who doesn't have that power. It's common sense. But this guy Mord had changed everything. The last thing the red-haired boy sees is a punch coming straight at his stomach, and Fian thinks he never had a chance of winning. Once again, he's thrown back, groaning in pain, and soon after, the boy rolls across the ground, already defeated. Finally, he crashes into a wall, raising his hand as if to say something, but before he can utter a word, he collapses unconscious, unable to withstand the impact of the blows. The instructor, shocked, wonders where a monster like Mord came from, as a bastard child had defeated Fian without even using impulse. Watching the scene, he mutters that he has trained many Verners, but he has never seen a bastard child so talented. Mord had managed to close the gap between himself and someone of direct lineage. Mord turns, asking if anyone else wants to fight him, and finally the instructor comments that the boy is only 15 years old and already this strong, which means he's a monster. Daisley begins to leave the area, instructing his students to hurry and take Fian to the medical center, and one of them acknowledges the order. He thinks that if he doesn't do something about this, the chain of command here will crumble. And no matter how talented Mord is, it doesn't change the fact that he's just a bastard child. Imagining Mord as a small puppet, the old man concludes that he needs to find a way to control that boy at all costs. Our protagonist begins to explain that Fian was seriously injured in the fight yesterday and that he has to stay in the medical center now. Because of the blows he received, the boy fell into a coma and hasn't woken up until this very moment. As a result, Mord was placed in solitary confinement for 4 days, during which he spent time reading some combat tactics in a book. Closing the book he was reading, the boy remarks that this theoretical combat test was quite easy. Considering that he did postgraduate studies in his past life, the theoretical test shouldn't be a problem for him, and he would be able to handle it. The boy begins to stretch, stating that staying in the dormitory all day was boring, so he would go practice his mana combat technique. A mysterious figure arrives, telling Mord that he heard he had already caused trouble in the 3rd level training area. When our protagonist looks up, he notices that the person is Todd, and he asks his instructor what he's doing there. The man explains that the Archduke wants to see him. Our protagonist is confused, questioning why such an important figure would want to see him, and the man explains that he'll find out when he gets to the designated location. Todd also mentions that the boy doesn't need to change his clothes since the Archduke doesn't expect him to know noble etiquette, so he's fine as he is. Our protagonist simply agrees, thinking that Archduke Verners didn't care much for noble etiquette even in the novel, and with that, they set off. Todd explains that rumors about the boy have spread everywhere, how he completed the 1st and 2nd levels, and he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He also mentions that he thought the boy was very smart, and that he's sure others think the same. Mord doesn't understand what his instructor means and asks what he's talking about, to which the man replies that it was all a plan to attract the Archduke's attention. However, surprising him, Mord denies it, saying that he wouldn't risk his morals just to gain the Archduke's attention, since if he wanted attention, he could just become a powerful warrior. Todd thinks the boy isn't wrong and that this is better than the things he has done so far. He then explains to his student that the Archduke received a report about what happened and became interested. Taesung remarks that defeating a Vernars would indeed attract the Duke's attention, so he wasn't surprised by this. As they approach the Archduke's training area, Todd advises the boy not to do anything wrong. After stepping down from the carriage, the two observe a battle taking place nearby. Our protagonist's father is surrounded by a pink mana shield while several warriors attempt to attack him. He looks at the man with long hair and a beard, identifying him as Archduke Verners, and notes that the aura is powerful and the man even resembles a muscular giant. The warriors surrounding Verners quickly move in to break the barrier that protects him. Everyone strikes the shield immediately. However, despite the cracks forming, no one manages to break it. Seeing that his guest has finally arrived, the Archduke says that it's enough and begins to do something. A spiraling sphere starts to form in his hand, absorbing the surrounding mana particles, turning a deep red. Suddenly, what was a small marble-sized orb transforms into a large soccer ball in Werner's hand. The enormous sphere rapidly evolves into a powerful and gigantic magic orb that begins to draw everything around it toward itself. For some reason, upon seeing this, Ward seems to recognize the ability, and then Werner's prepares to conclude his attack. The boy explains that this is a powerful ability that absorbs both physical and magical attacks and converts them into a shockwave that throws enemies away. The massive magic sphere that was once gigantic concentrates in the palm of Vernar's hand, and the man launches it at his opponents like a burst of energy. The blast creates a massive crater in the wall, and a curtain of smoke rises as all the other adversaries are flung back. Seeing this, the boy thinks that the God of Combat's Reflector is the name of this ability, and he believes it's still being developed by his father Vernar's. After launching the attack, the man considers that it's still not enough, and our protagonist concludes that even in its incomplete state, the ability is already incredibly powerful. Turning to face the instructor and his son, the Archduke apologizes for making them wait, and the two quickly kneel, bowing before the Lord. The man walks over and Mord, saying that since he called the boy there, he doesn't need to follow etiquette and can stand. In front of his son, the man appeared as a giant towering over him. He then says he heard that the boy did some interesting things at the training facilities. Grabbing his son's chin, he asks who the boy's mother was, and the boy explains that her name was Reina. The man states that he remembers her and notes that our protagonist seems to take after his mother more than his father, then asks if the young man has already gone through the Blood Awakening. Vernars also mentions that he heard Mord defeated an impulse user using only body reinforcement and wanted to see just how strong his son was. Suddenly, the Archduke shouts for someone named Kessner, and a young man appears behind him, addressing him as Your Majesty. The father of our protagonist states that he wants this Kessner to fight against Mord, and the boy questions whether it's really necessary to fight a young man. Hearing this, the man says that this is his son who recently arrived, and he wants to see how strong the boy is, so his subordinate shouldn't go too hard on him. Looking at his opponent, Mord realizes that he is one of those who were training with the Archduke earlier, and Kessner asks the boy to follow him to the duel arena. He informs the young man that he could use any weapon, and that he would wait for the boy to choose. However, Taesung says he doesn't need one. Getting into a fighting stance, Mord explains that he never learned to wield a weapon, so he'll only use his fists. Kessner lets out a small chuckle, underestimating the boy and asking if he's really serious. Immediately afterward, he charges at Mord to attack him and see what the boy is capable of. He throws a strike at the boy, but the young man easily manages to dodge it. In his mind, Mord thinks that his opponent is fast, which is expected of someone close to the Archduke. Kessner comments that the boy dodged without using mana, getting excited. A barrage of blows begins to come at Mord, who tries to defend himself but quickly realizes that this opponent is on a completely different level compared to Vince and Fian. After this sequence of strikes, the boy is thrown back and barely manages to stay on his feet, still alive in the fight. Kessner begins to emit his aura, which is ablaze, saying that he likes the way our protagonist fights because even when cornered, he wasn't giving his all. Mord starts to sweat from the heat he's feeling, thinking that his opponent is using mana, and judging by the strength, he must be of the Vernar's bloodline. The boy also acknowledges that now that he thinks about it, he has never fought with everything he has while observing his opponent walking towards him. The young man begins to summon his mana as well, stating that since his opponent is someone from the Archduke's entourage, it should be worth it to give his all, so he won't hold back. A powerful and brilliant blue energy begins to emanate from Mord's body. The auras of the two extremely powerful opponents clashed like a battle in the jungle. The Archduke was impressed by what he saw, and Kessner couldn't believe that this was the mana of an apprentice. Taesung thought that Mord probably never maximized his potential since he grew up hearing people call him the cursed one who killed his mother. The boy likely never had the chance to use his full power due to the guilt he carried on his shoulders. Now in battle stance, the current Mord begins to think that this time would be different because he was going to do this for the Mord who never got to unleash his true power. With a serious expression in his fighting stance, Taesung starts to provoke Kessner, asking him to come at him. Kessner laughs, confirming, and quickly, with all the speed and explosiveness, charges at Mord, saying he's going to teach him a lesson. Mord manages to defend himself with his arms, preventing his opponent's attack from reaching his face. Kessner admires his opponent, saying he understands why the Archduke is interested in the boy because the rumors were not false. But all of that was useless, so with one fist still pressing against our protagonist's guard, the man unleashes an unknown attack. Once again, Mord is thrown back, thinking that he was sure he blocked it, and assumes that it must be a technique that doubles the attack's impact. Kessner doesn't give him a chance to breathe, affirming that the boy still has a lot to learn, and quickly charges at him again to end the fight. Before Mord could think about how vast the power gap between them was, he was struck by a powerful blow to his stomach. The boy is slammed into the wall, feeling the impact of the punch and spitting out some saliva. Kessner gives a small smile, stating that he hasn't even started yet, so the boy better not disappoint him. As the dust clears, the Archduke's subordinate knight starts to mockingly ask if that was all our protagonist had. Still hurt from the attack, the young man tries to stand up, acknowledging that there's a huge difference between them, even without the man using impulse. As he struggles to his feet, Mord wonders if he should use the power of divine blood, but he dismisses the idea, realizing that if he did, his opponent would likely do the same. Kessner starts to get irritated, saying that the boy seemed to be overthinking things. Mord remains silent, groaning in pain and wiping the blood from his mouth caused by the blow. When he doesn't hear a response, Kestner becomes even more annoyed, stating that if the boy won't fight with everything he has, he'll force him to do so, charging at him again. Kestner notices that the young man is finally about to fight seriously, and our protagonist raises his hand to strike him. However, the man easily dodges, forcing the boy to punch the ground instead. Pleased and excited by the battle, he says this is what he wanted and immediately goes on the offensive again. Preparing his punch, Mord thinks that he didn't want to show everything he was capable of just yet, but getting beaten up was boring, so he decided to hit back. A sincere exchange of blows between the two begins, with punches almost impossible to see. After trying to land a direct hit on his opponent, Kestner dodges the blow and comments that the boy made too many unnecessary movements. From slightly below, the man remarks that the young man is talented, but his combat skills are still that of a novice as he begins to gather mana in his hand. The man launches the attack at his opponent, but only manages to hit his forearm. Kestner comments that he thought the boy wasn't going to defend anymore. Mord responds, saying that he knew he would do that, and then counterattacks with mana, landing a solid hit on his opponent's vulnerable arm. However, Kestner is surprised to realize that the attack on his arm was the same one he used earlier, double attack. The man notices that his opponent had not only blocked his attack on purpose, but had also copied the movement, replicating it too quickly. Kestner becomes extremely irritated, clenching his fists as he realizes that the boy managed to replicate his double attack way too fast. A golden aura with several lightning bolts begins to emanate from the man's hand, and he says he's becoming more impressed and interested in our protagonist. And because of that, Mord would now have to give it his all. Seeing that his opponent was using impulse, the young man wonders if his enemy is finally going to use his true power. However, the Archduke immediately interrupts the fight, ordering them to separate, surprising Kestner. The elder tells his subordinate that what they had done was enough to test Mord's strength. He begins walking towards his son, remarking that it's incredible to see the young man at this level, especially since he just went through the Blood Awakening. However, cutting short the moment of pride, the Archduke comments that there's something else he wants to see and begins to prepare a burst of energy in his hand. The protagonist realizes that it's an impulse sphere and wonders why his father is suddenly using it. Immediately, the boy puts his hands forward, trying to absorb the attack to avoid his death. In his mind, the boy curses Werners while questioning if his body can withstand this force. Trying to push beyond his limits, the young man declares that he won't use his secret ability and will endure it with just his body. Memories of the battle against Fian come back, and the young man comments that he only managed to block the impulse because he was stronger than his opponent, so that wouldn't work here. However, if he used impulse as well, he could block it, and quickly the boy invokes a white aura in his hand, stopping the attack. His father smiles, and Todd is stunned, stating that it's impossible because our protagonist just went through the Blood Awakening. Seeing all the blue energy flowing from his student, the instructor questions how the boy is already able to use that ability. Looking at his own hand, Mord comments that the talents of his body are better than he imagined because he can see someone using an ability and already replicate it. The Archduke is extremely pleased, saying that this is expected of someone of his blood, and hearing this, Mord becomes irritated, remembering that this man uses people. Werners, brimming with pride, comments that he will reward his son since he passed the test, then asks what the young man desires. The nobleman says the boy could have wealth beyond imagination or a mentor to train him, and he could ask for anything. Our protagonist is momentarily confused, noting that she never expected something like this, but she already knew what to ask for. She just needs to collect the world fragments before Aiden does, as that's what's necessary to prevent the world's destruction. The boy replies that he doesn't want such trivial things, and his father then asks what his wish is. Surprising everyone, Mord says he wants to challenge the tomb of the god of combat. Taesum explains that there are places called dungeons in the novel. They are dangerous and filled with monsters. The dungeons in this world are a bit different because they have signs of erosion from other worlds. In other words, dungeons form where this world and another overlap. Almost all dungeons overlap with the demon realm, but the tomb with the god of combat is said to be where the god of combat Werners was created. This place has an overlap with another world, and it's where one of the world fragments is located. Upon hearing his son's request, the Archduke becomes extremely serious and remains silent for a few seconds. He places his hand on his chin, continuing to ponder it, and our protagonist wonders if he asked for it too soon. His father asks what the boy's reason is for wanting to go to that place, since there doesn't seem to be a clear motive. The boy gives the excuse that he heard there are traces of the god of combat Werners there, and he wants to see with his own eyes the source of the lineage he acquired upon awakening. Kestner, who was the boy's opponent earlier, says that this boy is more immature than he thought. He explains that the tomb of the god of combat is the place where the coming-of-age ceremony is held for those of the direct bloodline. And what he's asking for is basically a challenge to the direct bloodline, and a bastard child shouldn't be allowed to go to that place. Unexpectedly, Werners agrees, and Kestner questions why his master would allow it, but the Archduke says he already knows what his subordinate is thinking. He explains that there have been many instances where someone outside the bloodline went to the dungeon for the sake of an expedition, and this has happened in every generation. Werners asks if his subordinate also wants to go. However, The man says nothing and remains silent. Werner thinks that Kestner has lived a miserable life just for being a bastard child, and he's sure that both Mord and Kestner also want to taste the privileges. However, he tells our protagonist that it's too early for the boy to go, but he'll give him a chance when he becomes an official warrior. Clenching his fists, Mord thinks that becoming an official warrior isn't too difficult, but he needs to be faster than the protagonist of the novel Aiden and obtain the fragment from the tomb of the god of combat. With confidence and hope for a promising future, the boy confirms to his father, stating that he understands. Kestner, who had just fought against our protagonist, watches the boy leaving with his instructor, remaining silent. The blonde man asks his master if the boy's name was Mord. However, ignoring his question and surprising him, Werner asks what he thought of the boy given that he had fought against him. The man explains that it seemed like Mord was hiding a lot because he was certain the boy hadn't given his all in the fight. Werner, hearing this, responds that it seemed like Mord had given his all to hold back the impulse sphere and had also learned that ability the moment he received it. Kestner acknowledges that he knew there were people who could learn things quickly. However, the thing that shocked him most about the young man was the amount of mana he possessed, as even though he didn't yet know how to control it, the boy's mana level was astonishing. The Archu comments that Mord's mana had a resemblance to that of Erna, and he was about to say something more but suddenly stops. Kestner asks what his master was going to say, but the man remains silent, then dismisses it, saying it was nothing. Werner thinks that the boy's gaze lacked any desire and was almost lifeless. The eyes of his bastard children were always full of the desire to be recognized by their father, but his were different. Smiling, the old man remarks that the boy reminds him a lot of his mother, Reina, and that he was an extremely interesting child. Back at the third-level training center, several warriors are seen dueling with each other. Mord arrives and takes the opportunity to observe the fight happening among his teammates. The young man thinks that he nearly died of boredom over the past 4 days, but now will finally learn something useful and worthwhile. He turns his attention to a conversation where a background character mentions hearing that the Werners are going to select 5 of the bastard children to challenge the tomb of the god of combat. A brown-haired boy says that apparently this is an expedition to discover a pattern in the tomb of the god of combat since the pattern changes every time. Hearing all this, Mord thinks that Kestner has also decided to try facing the tomb of the god of combat, and he needs to hurry to become a warrior. Daisley arrives at the scene asking if everyone is present, and a background character responds that everyone is there except Fian. Imposingly, the instructor commands all the students to prepare for training. After saying this, the man walks over to our protagonist, asking if he's the novice, and the boy promptly responds that he is. The elder remarks that Mord cannot participate in this training because it's his first day, and that he should ask his peers for help in learning what has already been taught. Werner becomes irritated, questioning why his instructor doesn't want to teach him since he doesn't want to learn from other students. Daisley, enraged, comments that the young man is giving orders right after beating Captain Fian on his first day, and the boy retorts that he has already been punished for what he did. However, this does not calm the situation, making the instructor even more furious. He orders the boy to stop talking back, questioning if this is how he was taught to behave. Mord maintains a firm expression, saying that Daisley shouldn't misunderstand since he's only speaking the truth, and it's the instructor's duty to listen. The instructor cannot tolerate being answered back and, consumed by fury, strikes our protagonist. After Mord steps back slightly from the blow, the old man seizes the opportunity and grabs the boy by the collar, calling him a brat and asserting that he's giving him an order. The instructor orders the boy to run laps around the center until the training ends and expects him to maintain a high speed while paying attention to the lessons. With this, the instructor begins to laugh with a psychopathic expression, stating that the boy will be punished if he fails to answer any questions. Mord tries to restrain himself but lets a bit of mana leak out as he clenches his fists in anger at the humiliation he's experiencing. Seeing this and realizing that once again his authority is being challenged, the elder loses control. The old man thinks that this brat dares to disrespect his authority as an instructor. This was unacceptable, and then the old man struck our protagonist again while saying that he was mocking his own instructor. Mord became extremely furious but tried to contain his anger, and at that moment, the old man began to lecture him, asserting that the instructor's authority was absolute there. And if the boy continued to resist, he would be removed as a student, immediately asking Mord if he had understood everything. Wiping the blood from his mouth after taking the old man's blow, the boy began cursing him in his mind and wondered if he should hit him. However, he changed his mind, thinking that if he caused another fight there, it could interfere with his test to become an official warrior. And for that reason, he needed to hold back so he could go to the tomb of the god of war. So the young man responded that he understood, addressing the old man as Sir. Stating that his authority was restored, Daisley questioned what the boy was doing because he should be running. And even though he was silent, swallowing all the anger he was feeling, our protagonist began to run as his instructor had ordered. Watching the back of the student who had defied him, the instructor thought he would ensure the young man was punished for disrespecting him. Our protagonist explains that during the time that passed after that event, Daisley seemed to hold a grudge for what happened and continued to punish him for no reason. It became apparent that the boy was constantly being assaulted by the old man. The boy also stated that Daisley had gone mad with the authority he had and let it completely go to his head. If he felt that his authority was being even minimally threatened, he would punish anyone verbally and physically without feeling pain or remorse. And he always imposed punishment in the form of training for all the students. And because of that, no one could resist since it was something he could do. This was how Daisley governed that place, the third level of the Vernar warriors. After a few days, Mord could be seen doing an exercise using only one finger. However, even then, the instructor kept complaining, questioning if he was disobeying his own instructor. The young man thought he knew why his instructor was doing that, as it was just because Mord had used mana in front of the other apprentices that time. Seeing that he wouldn't get a response, Daisley left in anger, realizing that the boy wouldn't answer no matter what he asked. But the man stated that the boy should remain in that position until the end of the day, and if he moved a muscle, he would be punished again. While doing the exercise, Mord thought he held back because he believed the old man had something valuable to teach, but it seemed he was just passing on mediocre training. Inside his quarters, Daisley was sitting, thinking deeply, resting his chin on his arm. The man cursed Mord, wondering how that brat dared to talk back to him, and the punishment he gave the boy should have destroyed anyone's body. But Mord endured until the end, as if he wanted to rebel one day, practically challenging his authority. The man wondered how a bastard child with no training could be so strong, and then he punched the wall. Getting up, he then stated that the boy would fall soon and he would make sure of it with his own hands. The next day, we hear the protagonist saying that he will take the test to become an official warrior. He is staring at an instructor while the other cadets are shocked at what he has just said. The confused old man asks if he is sure about what he just said, and our hero just firmly confirms it. He is immediately reprimanded by the old man, who says he has never learned anything to become a warrior. But that doesn't intimidate Kim, who says it's because the instructor neglected his job. Then he approaches him and says that in reality, the old man is not qualified to teach. This irritates an elder, who tells him to stop talking nonsense as he is the only one who judges who can take the test or not. But while the old man continues to complain, the protagonist gives a malicious smile, saying that he can't say that, and that he officially challenges the instructor Daisley to a combat god's spirit. Upon hearing what the young man just proposed, the old man begins to be in shock, remembering that the spirit of the combat god refers to the sacred practice of duels. And since all those with great powers also follow barbaric traditions, this duel simply means that the strong one is right. They believe that the combat god gives his blessings only to true warriors, meaning that the duel's winner is always the one who is right. Soon the old man questions how the protagonist knows this, but he says it doesn't matter and that, according to the laws of Vernars, an apprentice can request the combat god's spirit from an instructor. In fact, this came from a legend where the combat god grew up without knowing his true abilities, as when he was younger, he was harassed by powerful beings. Soon after he took the throne, he told all his descendants that those who dictate over others must have the necessary ability for it. Therefore, in Vernar's laws, it is allowed for apprentices to challenge instructors for the combat god's spirit. The protagonist thinks the old man was crazy when he considered this, but now will dare to use it in his favor. However, soon Daisley grabs his collar and says he is just a child to be asking for this, and that he is too young to talk about such an important sacred right. But the protagonist quickly tells him to shut up and not to fool himself, since he does not have the right to deny the combat god's spirit. He then lets go of the instructor's hands and slowly walks away from him, while his back is being watched by the same. The protagonist then prepares to do something with his mana, and shouts for everyone to hear that apprentice Mord requires the combat god's spirit to duel against third-level instructor Daisley. He repeats this message as a shout that echoes throughout the palace so that everyone can hear what is happening. But this displeases the instructor. However, before he can say anything, the protagonist turns around, telling him not even to think about denying his request. But if he plans to do so, he will spread to everyone that he ran away from a disciple. Daisley gets irritated by the brat's presumptuous actions, but our hero remains firm and asks if he still hasn't understood what is happening, and that this is his last chance to prove himself a true instructor, warning the old man that he no longer wants to waste time with useless people like him. Feeling the pressure the young man is emanating, the instructor begins to think he should have come wearing brown pants, and that it seems he didn't show all his power when he faced Fian, thinking that now he can't hold back, and even if he is talented, he is still just a child. Daisley then says that he will regret acting like this and begins to prepare the day of the duel, but before he finishes his sentence, he is interrupted by the protagonist, who explains that the challenger is the one who chooses the time and place, and that the duel will be held in the same place in 1 hour, since he doesn't want to waste time with useless people like the instructor. And as he begins to walk away, he says he won't stop him if he wants to flee, completely scaring the instructor, who wonders where this psychopath came from. A little further from the training ground, the protagonist's shout echoes, making the blonde man standing by the window curious about an apprentice requesting the combat god's spirit against an instructor. The man knew he wasn't an ordinary child, but he never imagined he could entertain him in this way. Soon he calls his servant, who promptly responds, and says they will go to the third-level training center. Then we discover that the man is the one he faced a few days ago. Heading to the training center, we notice a lot of movement with two other people in the middle of the hall. The protagonist seems very calm while the people around wonder if this is the guy who requested the combat god's spirit. Then we also see instructor Daisley, fully prepared and equipped with weapons, shields, and even armor. Mord approaches, saying that he really chose to fight instead of fleeing, and is answered by the instructor, who says he will take that arrogance out of him by force. But this threat ends up being in vain, as the MC says that a barking dog doesn't bite. This makes the instructor even more irritated by the young man's insolence, while he just smiles calmly. Suddenly, someone arrives, asking if they are late and saying they thought they wouldn't make it in time. Soon both realize it's Mr. Kessner, and they question why he's there. The problem is that hearing the protagonist speak so calmly to the official makes the instructor suspicious. Realizing that the boy knows this official and confirming that he wasn't being arrogant for no reason, as he is supported by someone powerful. Kessner says he heard about what was going to happen there and then asks what he is planning by requesting the combat god's spirit. He is soon answered by Mord, who says that the man is neglecting his role and seems to only have malicious thoughts in his mind. This makes Kessner chuckle slightly as he finds the protagonist amusing. He then asks if our hero really thinks he will win and says that even though the instructor is retired, he shouldn't be underestimated. The old man also speaks up and says he will beat the protagonist until he begs for forgiveness, but that the fight shouldn't start yet since the witness he called hasn't arrived. However, Kessner quickly asks the instructor if he could be the new witness, as the other hasn't shown up yet. Upon hearing that, people in the training center start wondering why Mr. Kessner wants to be the witness for this boy. Even the instructor is confused and is asked by the blonde man if he thinks he's not qualified for the role. This startles the old man, who quickly backtracks, saying that Kessner is a busy man and so on. But hearing the man address him informally, the blonde man questions whether the instructor is disrespecting him and warns not to confuse respect with weakness. This makes the old man apologize and bow his head quickly. But of course, someone as proud as he is wouldn't be happy about being humiliated. The protagonist then apologizes for interrupting and says it's almost time, prompting Mr. Kessner to ask what he's talking about. But he soon understands the situation and wishes the boy good luck, hoping he didn't come all the way for nothing. Mord then tells the instructor that it's time to start, and the old man, still angry from being humiliated so many times, also wishes to be in the fight. He says that the protagonist managed to surpass Fian's momentum with just his body reinforcement. But while preparing an aura on his sword, he says that Mord will regret it if that's all he has. This makes our hero get a little more serious. The old man then continues, saying he wants to see if Mord can also block a sword with that momentum. But before he can do anything, the protagonist says he's funny, leaving Daisley confused. While preparing his aura, Mord says he's completely wrong, and asks if he really thinks an apprentice would challenge an instructor with just that. Then he shows his aura spreading across his entire body while looking confident in the fight. This makes the old man realize that Mord is using body impulse and wonders when he learned that. But before he can continue his line of thought, the protagonist quickly advances, gathering all of his aura into his fist to throw a punch. But the confident old man says it won't change a thing, and soon the two attacks collide, causing a powerful shockwave. However, the protagonist's fist ends up winning, shocking the old man, who realizes the attack is coming his way. And soon he's hit by our hero's strength, being thrown backward, where he uses all the strength in his legs to stop, becoming extremely confused, wondering how Mord pierced through his attack and sent him flying. But once again, the protagonist advances, already preparing a new attack. This time, it's blocked by the instructor's shield. He admits that our hero is good, but that he won't be able to defeat him with those skills. Soon, Mord notices something coming his way. Then the instructor uses his impulse on the shield, sending a wave of mana that throws our MC backward, as he says that despite being strong, he still lacks experience, and that he has no deep knowledge of mana techniques. That's why he is too young to fight someone like him, who carries great experience, attacking our hero, who barely manages to dodge. But his dodge wasn't perfect, and a small part of his cheek ends up getting cut. Realizing the situation is getting worse for the protagonist, the instructor says that he has survived many battles and near-death situations, so someone as weak as him daring to challenge an elder is practically a death sentence, and that he is not a bastard child like Mord, who can be underestimated. With the last attack, the instructor throws the MC far away. He manages to stay on his feet, but is now much more cautious. He knows the old man is right about having more experience, and the blonde man watching the fight says that although the boy is talented, his combat skills are still those of a novice. If he loses here, he will have to leave, and that's exactly what Daisley wants. So he wonders what the young hero will do now. Back in the fight, the instructor asks if a cat got the protagonist's tongue. But Mord just approaches, saying that even though the instructor is a jerk, his skills aren't bad, impressing the old man with his arrogance. Even so, Mord remains cold and says that if the instructor thinks he will lose, then it's clear he's an unqualified instructor. But the old man just laughs, saying he will train him right here and now. However, the MC says that's impossible, startling the elder, who wonders where all this energy came from. Looking closely at the protagonist, he notices some changes in his physique, in addition to the aura emanating from him. When he realizes that the young man now has completely white hair, the instructor instantly knows he has lost, since his divine blood has been unlocked. Our hero just opens his eyes, determined to finish off this old man. And as he approaches, the elder is now absolutely certain that he should have come to this battle wearing brown pants. Mord says this is the first time he's fought like this, and he doesn't think he will be able to hold back, so it's better for him not to be resentful when he dies and becomes a ghost. After going through the divine blood awakening at 15 years old, those who belong to the Vernar's lineage can use the powers of divine blood. However, most of them stop using the divine blood powers to increase their mana storage, and this allows them to gain incredible powers. But if someone exists who can fully control the divine blood, that person will gain incomparable power. The people watching this scene in the training room are shocked, wondering if the protagonist is really only 15 years old. Even Kestner is impressed at how a 15-year-old boy managed to awaken the powers of divine blood. And although he was considered the most talented among several boys, it took him 4 years to awaken it. Yet this young man who arrived just 8 days ago has already reached this level. Instructor Ghastly is also beginning to soil his pants because when he looks into the boy's silver eyes, he is certain that he has awakened the blood. As the protagonist throws his superior instinct aura all around, he finds it unbelievable. Mord then tries to show a little mercy and says that if he wants to give up, he can do so and will only lose his pride. But the instructor shouts, telling him not to talk nonsense, because even if he managed to awaken the divine powers, there's no way he would lose to a novice. However, before he finishes speaking, the protagonist quickly approaches, telling him not to regret this later. But this attack is something the old man anticipated, and he is fully confident he can defend it. So he puts his shield in front of the protagonist's blow, saying it will have no effect. But the opposite happens as he is sent flying with just one hand movement from our hero, falling violently to the ground as he is dragged across the dirt. Suddenly, it hits him, and the old man realizes that this is the power of divine blood. Mord wonders if his attack was too strong as he still can't control it properly, while the old man is certain he just lost to a 15-year-old boy. Even so, he maintains his pride, and despite his injured shoulder, he doesn't let himself be defeated. He then begins to use all of his impulse in the sword, preparing a desperate final attack, charging towards the protagonist and preparing an attack strong enough to eliminate him. But before he can even make a move with his sword, our hero is already close, telling him to drop that pride. Then incredibly, the old man manages to dodge the attack, moving behind him, while shouting for him not to lower his guard, saying that no matter how strong he thinks he is, when it comes to combat technique, he is far superior. A large explosion is seen after the elder's attack, earning praise even from Kestner, who finds it incredible that he managed to turn the situation around. However, the most powerful weapon and shield of the Vernars are their own bodies, and soon we realize that the sword imbued with impulse wasn't even enough to scratch the protagonist's body, since it won't hurt someone who has already awakened their divine powers. In that moment, Instructor Ghastly felt true terror, as he realized that the sword he had trained with for decades was doing nothing against a 15-year-old boy. He then starts swinging it frantically in all directions, finding it impossible. But our hero just stands there, receiving the attacks. He soon says that he's disappointed, because not only is he weak, but he also wanted to act like the greatest of all. Upon hearing this, Ghastly gets irritated, preparing another attack with all his strength. But with bare hands, the protagonist stops the sword's movement, and explains that those who are descendants of the god of combat fight with their own hands because there is no weapon stronger than their physique. He then asks if the instructor really thought such an attack would hurt him, while gripping the old man's sword even tighter, and then releases an electric shock using his divine power, making the old man writhe in pain from the shock of over 1,000,000 volts. The elderly man then falls to his knees before the protagonist, and looking down at him, Mord asks if he's in shock and tells him to accept his defeat, or else he swears he will eliminate him right there and then. Ghastly, who is not only in shock but also soiled his pants, is now terrified of that boy, realizing that from the beginning, he was never able to win against this incomparable power. He then lowers his head coldly and accepts his defeat before our hero. At that same moment, the crowd watching the battle begins to shout that the son of Vernars defeated Ghastly. Even the blonde man finds it impressive how a bastard son who awakened the divine blood managed to use the blood powers. Not only that, but he nearly killed his instructor in the combat god's spirit duel, so he has no idea how strong he might become. And as he watches the protagonist walking away towards a gate, he remarks that it was a good battle. In the distance, we observe 2 other people who were spying on the battle. The hooded one says that boy was incredible, and mentions having heard that he was quite brave and unafraid of being defeated. We then discover that the hooded person is a beautiful woman named Erna Vernars, 7th in the direct lineage of the Vernars. Let's now go to the castle of Archduke Vernars. There the old man remains seated on the throne while observing the protagonist. He says that the young man became an official warrior and even easily won the duel against Mr. Ghastly. Mord simply confirms this and says he's there to collect what was promised him. Then the Lord asks if he only requested the combat god's spirit to become a warrior faster. To which the protagonist responds that he actually couldn't stand by while his instructor neglected his role. The patriarch then approaches, saying that the strong are always right, and that's the motto of the Vernars. That's why he sees no problem with his actions. But what piques his curiosity is why he hid his powers before. Our hero explains that he was being cautious with the use of mana and impulse because he didn't know how to control them, as it was his first time using both. The patriarch finds that explanation reasonable. He's sure the protagonist came there just to challenge the combat god's tomb, and the latter affirms this. However, one of the guards present advises him to reconsider his choice a bit, as allowing him to challenge the tomb before the announcement will make some people complain. But upon hearing his subordinate try and give his opinion, the patriarch becomes completely irritated, asking how he dares suggest that he rethink his decision. The man quickly asks for forgiveness from his lord while thinking he should have come wearing brown pants. He explains that a promise is a debt. Soon he allows the protagonist to challenge the combat god's tomb, though he doesn't know why he wants to do so. Mord then kneels, thanking the lord for this decision, while giving a small smirk knowing he achieved his goal and will finally collect the first fragment of the world. The two then arrive at the entrance of the combat god's tomb. We see that the one accompanying the protagonist is Kessner, and he says that only one person can enter at a time and another can only enter when the previous one dies. Mord thinks that it's bigger than he expected and that he only knew the combat god's tomb was in the Archduke's basement but didn't know it was like this. And soon the blonde man says he can't believe Mord will be the first to challenge it. He adds that all of this is a result of what Mord has done, so he must ensure he returns alive. Mord begins approaching the gate, thanking his instructor, but before entering he stops in front of it because just standing in front of this thing is giving him chills. According to the myth of the Vernar's archduchy, the combat god Vernars had never encountered death. Instead, he merely abandoned his human destiny and became a god. The name Combat God's Tomb is just a name Vernars gave it with a different meaning. Mord then remembers a phrase he read in the novel, which said that divine human remains inhabit this place. Finally, he opens the door and is met with a bright light. As he approaches, he knows that in 7 years, Aiden will obtain the first fragment of the world and that he will also need an assistant. However, at this time, the fragment of the world should still be inside. And soon the gate closes, locking the protagonist in that space. As he walks further into the place, he comes across various extremely bizarre structures. He is startled because it's completely different from what was described in the novel. He knows that the combat god's tomb has 6 spatial sketches, but the one described in the novel was only one of those 6. And no matter which one it is, they should all have a seal. So he only needs to find it. The seal should be a stone statue representing the life of the combat god, but soon we realize that something is watching him. After walking for a while, he remarks that nothing in that place seems realistic. In fact, it looks like someone made it in Photoshop and only halfway done at that. But soon something catches his attention as he notices smoke and fire coming from somewhere, realizing that it's hellhounds ready to attack him. Moreover, there are 2 of them, and our protagonist seems cornered as the rabid dogs watch him. Mord, who thought he wouldn't have to face so many monsters, feels a little disappointed, and soon he sees one hellhound charging at him. But with a quick strike, he neutralizes the first hellhound, immediately preparing to go after the second. However, he doesn't even need to get close since he uses his mana to separate its lower half from the upper half. As he continues searching for the statues, he remarks that it's unnecessarily exhausting. Soon he seems to reach his destination and finally finds the hidden seal. He sees a statue that appears to be the combat god defeating Etten in his youth, but he doesn't understand why it was turned into a seal. He comments that for him to have placed a statue like that, it seems he had a lot of self-love and must also be the man standing on top of the creature. The protagonist then begins to spread his mana around, and with just one leap, he jumps to the top of the statue, landing skillfully there, and he comes face to face with the statue of the ancestor. Upon observing the statue, he realizes that it's meant to be Vernar's at 10 years old and understands why all his descendants seem like they overindulged in the juice. Mord quickly activates the combat god's blood and makes a small cut on his arm. He then approaches the statue of the founder and pours some of his blood onto the statue, thinking that it would have been difficult to find if he hadn't had a hint. And who would have imagined that after awakening the divine blood, one would have to place some on the combat god's statue? Then he quickly jumps down from the giant statue and thinks he should be glad to be the first to do this. But he needs to hurry and move on to the next seal. However, as he is leaving, we notice that the statue is now staring at him, and its skull seems to be cracking. Sometime later, we see that the protagonist has come a long way, having faced giant snakes, hellhounds, skeletons in armor, and various other monsters. In fact, he is now finishing off one of the skeletons. Yet these monsters continue to appear out of nowhere. He thinks that since the place he's in is just an alley, there's no way to avoid them. As the giant snake attacks him, he thinks it would make more sense for the combat god's test to be more straightforward. He then begins to condense his mana into his fist, deciding to finish off all the enemies that appear along the way. He believes this must be the type of test the combat god is proposing. Some flying monsters observe our hero from the top, but he realizes that these monsters are actually guarding the top of the wall to prevent him from climbing. At least he won't have to worry about fighting them on the ground. At this point, he has already found 5 of the seals, and now there's only 1 left. Then he will finally be able to acquire the fragment of the world. As he advances, he feels more mana, and perhaps because he has awakened the divine blood 5 times, he's also running low on mana. But something catches his attention, making him stop. Mord looks up with a serious gaze. It seems he has finally reached the 6th seal, a giant stone dragon. Like the others, this statue is very large, and it looks like it's going to be a challenge to climb. But before he does anything, the noise catches his attention. When he looks back, he sees a huge blue ogre staring at him. He immediately assumes a battle stance, knowing this is a monster that even magical impulse fighters would have difficulty with. The blue ogre roars and prepares to charge our hero, slamming its fist into the ground in an instant, completely cracking the floor. However, Mord quickly dodges the ogre's attack, realizing that this is an ordinary monster since the average height of an ogre is 4 meters. But the monster in front of him is definitely over 5 meters tall. The battle continues with the blue giant trying to hit the protagonist, while Mord uses all his speed to dodge the attacks. As he prepares to counterattack, he thinks it was too easy to be true, and that it will be much more interesting to fight this monster. Mord then begins to unleash a flurry of attacks on the ogre, even managing to push the blue monster back. However, while distracted, the ogre grabs him in midair and throws him against a wall right after, causing significant damage to the protagonist's body. At that moment, he realizes he won't be able to defeat it with just an impulse. He sees the massive creature running towards him, throwing its fist back, preparing for an attack. And at that moment, he accepts that he will have to use that technique. But maybe it's already too late, as the ogre hits the protagonist squarely, feeling victorious after easily defeating the boy who was its enemy. But then the ogre is surprised by an explosion from the crater it created. The protagonist speaks, saying that he's just a rookie with good genetics. The explosion sends the ogre flying several meters back. We then see that the protagonist activated his superior instinct, knowing that if he had taken any longer, he would have died. The furious ogre gets up, ready for round 2. But what it didn't expect was the protagonist charging a massive energy sphere in his fist. As Mord tells the blue giant to shut up, he delivers a blow that explodes the entire area around them, completely obliterating the ogre. Even though he won, Mord feels a little disappointed that he had to activate the divine blood to win. He thought he could defeat it without using it. Mord then walks away from his enemy, thinking that this dungeon is used by 15-year-old boys from the direct lineage, and that it seems battle knowledge and physical training really make a difference. That's why as soon as he leaves, he's going to start everything from scratch. He then reaches the top of the stone dragon and looks at the combat god, thinking there's something wrong with his height. Since his father is 25 meters tall, the combat god, who is supposed to be his ancestor, should be a little taller than that. But the truth is, it doesn't really matter. He pours some of his blood on the statue, trying to obtain the fragment of the world. But some time passes and absolutely nothing happens. Mord begins to think something went wrong, as according to the novel, he should have gained a fragment of the world after activating all the statues. And he thinks that maybe he forgot a seal, so he decides to retrace his steps and find each one. But suddenly, he hears a voice saying it's disappointed and that it expected its descendants to be a little stronger. When he turns around, he finds himself face to face with a mysterious man staring at him. We soon realize that the man is the statue of the combat god, now brought to life, and he says that if he had been left there, he would have been sad about his descendant. The reason our hero decided to enter the combat god's tomb is because he remembers the protagonist from the novel obtaining a fragment of the world inside. However, the only thing he's seeing is a moving and talking statue. Our hero wonders if this is some kind of hidden text. He then asks the man who he is, but the man ignores him, instead asking how old Mord is. But as Mord activates his superior instinct, he remains determined to find out who this man is, which impresses the elder. The protagonist quickly charges in, delivering a punch that causes a powerful shockwave. However, the attack doesn't affect the man at all, who simply says that Mord is overstepping his limits. He immediately counterattacks, throwing the protagonist backward, causing him to crash into a wall, leaving him a bit confused about what just happened. But then he sees the massive figure leaping toward him, saying it's time to give him a proper welcome. Mord receives a punch straight to his stomach, launching him into the ground like a cannonball. The impact is so strong that it kicks up a massive cloud of dust. Soon, we see the protagonist emerging from the crater slightly battered, as he wonders if he's experiencing some kind of illusion, since this was just a stone statue a few seconds ago. The old man then asks if Mord truly doesn't know who he is, while the protagonist responds, saying he knows he's the stone statue of the combat god. But the man quickly explains that he isn't exactly a stone statue, but rather the human shadow that the combat god left behind. Upon hearing this, our hero is shocked, as it was mentioned in the novel that the combat god's tomb contained his human remains, and this means the tomb was meant for his human form, not his divine one. However, the novel said that the statues represented achievements in his life, and it probably means they were also imbued with his will. The elder says that although it's hard to believe, it's the truth, but you will show Mord a bit of his power to make him truly believe. The protagonist then sees only a shadow of a hand approaching, while the elder says that reality checks are called shocks because they hurt for real. He delivers a punch to his descendant, who barely manages to defend himself. Excited, the elder says the protagonist is weaker than he had imagined. But our hero doesn't retreat and begins to prepare his Saitama punch, which excites the ancestor, who is thrilled that Mord has the energy to fight him. Mord then throws a straight punch, but the hero dodges and moves into the elder's blind spot, impressing the old man with the young man's speed. While Mord prepares an attack powerful enough to kill him, he charges a Kamehameha imbued with his mana. However, the truth is that the elder seems disappointed that he used such a trick, effortlessly slapping the condensed energy sphere away as it approaches. Mord takes advantage of the smoke caused by the explosion to strike the old man, surprising him that the impulse ball was fake. But in the next instant, the old man grabs the boy by the head and throws him far away, saying only a weak and foolish person would use such a trick. Even in the air, the man manages to catch up to him, delivering more blows, while psychotically saying he loves hitting people with his bare hands. As Mord takes the hits, he realizes he won't be able to defeat him with divine power alone. He even wonders if he's dreaming, since the power difference between him and the elder is massive. He is then furiously slammed into the ground. While the elder continues to strike, saying that Mord has a long way to go, he suddenly stops with a smile on his face, since the protagonist is already completely beaten. But even so, he delivers a final kick, sending Mord crashing into a wall. The elder then says he's disappointed that the protagonist has such little strength. He explains that if this were a real battle, Mord would already be dead. But even trembling, our hero stands up, saying it's not over yet. However, he becomes alarmed as his divine blood power suddenly stops working. This disappoints the old man, as just a few attacks were enough to stop the protagonist's ability, and he wonders how his descendants became so weak. As he approaches, he asks if this is enough proof that he's telling the truth, while the protagonist questions whether he is really the combat god. But the old man replies that here, Mord can call him Vernars. He adds that he has seen many descendants face this dungeon, but Mord is the first to awaken in this way. However, when Vernars learns that 500 years have passed until someone managed to awaken, the old man is incredulous that so much time has passed. He says it doesn't make sense since it's not something that should have been that difficult to resolve. Mord explains that after he ascended to the heavens, 2 of his sons got into a conflict, each claiming to be the successor of the combat god, and the loser took his subordinates and left. The old Hulk never imagined it would cause so many problems once he left. He then looks at the protagonist a bit disappointed, saying he shouldn't have revealed this side of himself to the young man. He then turns and asks if the young man has any idea what awakening truly means. With conviction, our protagonist says he has no idea. Hearing this, the old man can't believe it and asks why he put his blood on the statues then. The protagonist responds that he was searching for the fragment of the world. In the novel, when Aiden obtained the fragment, the combat god didn't appear, so he figures that the god only awakened because the blood Mord placed was from his direct lineage. The old man then explains that the meaning of the awakening and the reason he left this shadow behind is to teach about the personification of divine blood. This puts the protagonist on high alert, imagining that the old man is about to teach him how to fully use his blood and power. Mord quickly questions why this knowledge wasn't passed down to future generations, but the old man explains that there's a problem. The first generation that learned wouldn't have been able to pass it on to the second. Since the talent to use divine blood is proportional to the concentration of that blood, this means that with each passing generation, the blood becomes weaker. In other words, the more generations, the harder it becomes to improve, and if someone appears who can't master it, they will have a serious problem. That's why the combat god's tomb was created. It's a training ground for descendants and a teaching method, since once you can personify the blood and reach this stage, you'll be able to use divine power perfectly. Our hero knows that compared to 500 years ago, the blood has diluted significantly, and the reason the Archduke is the villain is because he broke a taboo caused by this limitation. And although things have gotten a bit more complicated, Mord now has the chance to learn overpowered skill, so he'll have to start training with this old man. Mord eagerly says that if it's training, he'll be happy to do it, and asks how Vernars will teach him. But as you can imagine, this old man isn't likely to be a good teacher, so the training method will be simple. They will just fight, and fight non-stop. Upon hearing this reckless training method, our hero begins to feel disappointed. The old man then sarcastically asks if people today get everything handed to them on a silver platter. But obviously, our hero is just afraid of dying, since he recently broke 4 ribs. However, with a malicious grin, the old man says it probably doesn't hurt anymore. When the protagonist checks, the pain really is gone. The old man then shares 2 pieces of good news. First, while he's in this place, all injuries and mana regenerate immediately, and second, he won't be the one facing Mord. This makes our hero curious about who his opponent will be. In the next moment, an enormous wave of destruction erupts from the statue, startling the protagonist and disappointing the old man, who says that this guy always likes to show off. Soon we see a younger version of the combat god, who looks at the protagonist with disdain and questions if this is really the one he has to train. Mord knows that this young version is the combat god at 10 years old, and since his hair isn't silver, he likely hasn't reached the power level to fully use the divine blood. This is in contrast to the old man, who not only has completely white hair but also gray eyes. The old ancestor instructs his descendant to endure as long as possible, while the younger combat god taunts, saying that Mord won't even land a punch on him. He adds that it will be embarrassing to lose to a 10-year-old, frightening the protagonist. But our hero, who is also at the peak of his 15 years, doesn't back down and asks if he came to fight or talk, and that empty vessels are the ones that make the most noise, so instead of talking so much, he should shut up and start battling. Our protagonist says this because he thinks his physique is better than the young man's. However, the young man responds that he won't use divine blood, since if he does, our hero will die. But these words end up irritating Mord. He charges at the kid, hoping those words aren't lies. However, sometime later he finds out it wasn't a lie, since he ends up face down on the ground, unable to last 10 seconds in the fight. Both realize that he is only strong physically and has no fighting experience, so they will have to teach him from the basics. Mord then asks how one of his descendants doesn't know how to fight, but the protagonist says he never learned. This leaves the old man confused about how one of his firstborns doesn't know how to fight. But soon the protagonist explains everything that happened and how the Archduke was distributing his genes. Upon hearing how things are, the old man becomes dissatisfied and says that if he could leave, he would give the Archduke a beating. He extends his hand to the protagonist and says he'll give him a tip on how to beat the 10-year-old. The old man explains that the protagonist keeps getting hit by the same attack pattern, and that to overcome this pattern, he must use the arrogance of the young god of combat. Meanwhile, the kid yawns and says that 2 adults want to beat up a child, and that's shameful. But our hero, who is only 15, starts to get irritated. And so the 11th round begins. Our protagonist tries all possible patterns to hit the young one, looking for an opportunity to attack and turn the tables. But the outcome is always the same, and he keeps getting beaten as he searches for that opportunity. 74 rounds have already passed, and he continues to charge fiercely. But the young one just dodges his attacks as if they were nothing, even dodging the protagonist's surprise attacks, and counterattacking immediately afterward. The kick was so strong that it undid the divine blood transformation. And while the protagonist was wiping the dirt from his nose, he ends up getting punched right in the mouth, but actually the punch hit the wall next to him. And the 10-year-old god of combat wonders if he got scared, or if the cat got his tongue since he's all mad about losing again. But the protagonist ends up noticing something, a small cut on the young one's cheek, indicating that his attack worked and that he managed to touch him. The battles continue, and the old god of combat keeps helping the protagonist, until a moment comes when he can see the next moves of the 10-year-old god of combat and how he's going to counterattack. The protagonist then leaps forward and lands an attack as if a meteor shower were crashing down, burying the 10-year-old god of combat's head in the ground. Both the old man and the protagonist are happy since he finally landed a punch on him. However, at that moment he sees a spark of lightning, and soon a hand emerges from the smoke. But before it hits him, our protagonist manages to move away. Then he hears the young one saying that he seems to be learning, so now he doesn't need to hold back anymore. We then realize that the god of combat is quite resentful, especially because it's the first time he's seen his own blood, and also because he had never been hit by anyone before. For this reason, he decides to stop holding back and charges for real, and just trying to block the young one's attack drags the protagonist backward, realizing that if the fight continues like this, things could get ugly, and even his body might end up torn apart. He then jumps back to try to escape, while wondering why the god of combat isn't trying to stop him, and it seems that the silky-haired old man doesn't care about what happens to him. The younger one then approaches, asking if he thinks he has time to be looking elsewhere, and soon delivers a blow to our hero's abdomen, which throws him far back, making him crash into a rock, even managing to get a little ketchup out of our protagonist, and looking extremely happy with a sadistic smile. Without giving the boy time to recover, the naked one charges again. And our hero, who has no time to react, can only see his end approaching, as he receives a barrage of attacks. The 10-year-old god of combat grabs our hero's arm, and simply throws him into the air like a ragdoll, also jumping right after. In the air, he begins to prepare his final move, kicking him down and making him crash into the ground. At this moment, Mord can no longer use the divine blood. In fact, he can't even move a single finger. However, it is at this moment that he notices something falling his direction, and when he looks up, it's already too late. A piece of the statue is collapsing on him. Right after the impact, a cloud of dust forms, while the god of combat wonders if our hero is still alive. But incredibly, he manages to raise his fist, making the god of combat admit that he truly has guts to endure all of this. But unfortunately, it seems that's all he has, since his legs have been pinned by the statue. And when he looks down, he realizes he can't move them, automatically panicking. The 10-year-old jumps from the top of the statue, while preparing an attack that will ensure his legs stop hurting. Meanwhile, our protagonist reflects that he can only use the divine blood in at least 8 seconds. Time keeps passing, but he probably won't have enough time to recover, since the attack is practically upon him. But at that moment, he shows all this cunning and says he's curious about something. Then we see something quickly approaching the 10-year-old's eyes and swiftly passing like a line across them. Mord says that the Wernher's lineage has terrifying physiques, but wonders if their eyes are as sensitive as normal people's. Soon, the confirmation of his question is evident, as the god of combat's eyes swell up and he can no longer see the protagonist in front of him. However, at that moment, in a fit of rage, he uses the divine blood, as he prepares to truly finish off the protagonist. But before his punch can land, the countdown finally stops, and the god of combat's attack only creates a crater in the ground, since the protagonist managed to activate his divine blood and dodge, automatically attacking him from behind. When the boy realizes this and looks back, he already sees the protagonist questioning him since he said he would kill him if he awakened the divine blood. But the one who will actually lose this fight is him. Mord then finishes the fight by delivering a solid punch to the kid's face, feeling happy for finally landing a hit. However, reality proves to be much harsher, or rather the kid's head proves to be much harder, as the protagonist's punch did absolutely nothing. The 10-year-old then grabs him by the neck and prepares an attack, saying that this is how you really strike, making the protagonist feel disappointed as it seems the boy is too much for his current power. But at that moment, the old man intervenes, ordering him to stop fighting, and soon the protagonist is thrown far away, leaving him confused, wondering what happened. But when he looks forward, he sees the old man's back, and realizes that he stopped the younger one's attack with just one hand. He then questions what he's doing, as he told him to teach, not kill. So the training is over. The younger one asks if he would say the same if he were in his place, but the elder just gives a cold stare to his younger self. And like a child who disobeyed his father, the younger one quickly reverts to his normal form and starts agreeing. The protagonist, who is observing all of this, realizes that the younger one is afraid of the elder, and is just happy to have survived. But at that moment, he begins to hear an earthquake. And when he looks up, he notices the entire subspace collapsing, while the elder says it's time to differentiate between dream and reality. He explains that the protagonist has divine blood different from his, and it's likely because he's a descendant of Arita, who was also part of the Wernhers. In fact, not even the elder knows what this combination will do, as even though he is the son of a goddess, you never imagined someone from the Wernher lineage would have their blood mixed with hers. He then points his finger at the protagonist's head and says he will grant him the blessing of the body of the god of combat as a reward. The protagonist then begins to feel a small energy taking over his body and spreading through every cell of his organism, granting him immense strength. When he looks at his body, he says that he's never seen this appear in the novel, and then the old man says that's all he can do. He hopes to see him again and even telling his younger self to say goodbye, but the younger one seems clearly irritated. However, his attention is caught by the protagonist, who says that he has only faced weaklings so far, but it seems that he's different and believes the current generation can't even reach his level. For this reason, he thanks him for everything he learned. And although the 10-year-old boy has the physique of a man who's been on steroids for 50 years, his personality is still very easy to please, and he becomes quite happy with the protagonist's compliments. Our hero then wakes up lying on the ground, and as he gets up, he wonders if that whole subspace was just a dream. But when he looks forward, he finds his objective. The fragment of the world, a tool used by great ancestral gods to create the world, is right in front of him. This piece is the perfect world that Adam used to gain enormous power and eventually bring this world to its end. Our hero then touches the fragment and begins to absorb its essence, while thinking that since he got it first, now the novel's hero won't be able to become as strong. And even though it's disappointing that the protagonist is losing to a supporting character, it's all for a good happy ending. We then return to the real world, where someone is calling for Lady Erna. The man says that Mord has returned from the tomb of the god of war. The young woman explains that's why she's creating a plan to appear as a cool sister to her adopted little brother. Unlike other families, the candidates for succession in the Wernher's family aren't just the Duke's children, but all the children, whether from the direct bloodline or not. Among them, there are 5 candidates who are at close levels to duel for this position: the 7th, the 6th, the 4th, the 3rd, and the Archduke. But the fact that the protagonist completed the Tomb of the God of War caused a massive effect on all of them. We then see a young man drinking tea while mentioning that all the successors are trying to recruit Mord, and that he can't let such a talented child fall into the wrong hands. We discover that this young man is the 6th child, Vidin. Next, we move to the Archduke's castle, where some servants are showing the protagonist his new residence. His room turns out to be extremely luxurious, and we discover that he has been sent to the first outer region of the castle, where the richest stay. While most common warriors reside in the 2nd region, he was sent to the 3rd, probably because he has Wernher's blood and awakened the divine blood. They even placed him near a training field so he could train. In addition, they assign him 2 servants to carry out his orders, making him happy that he's finally living a noble's life. Suddenly, someone arrives knocking on the door and asking if Mr. Mord is there. But when the servant opens the door to see who it is, she gets startled. However, the 2 men completely ignore her and ask if the protagonist is Mord. We learn that warriors can be divided into 4 ranks from common to specialists. The protagonist starts evaluating the 2 and assumes they are probably intermediate rank. One of them pulls out a scroll and begins reciting the words of his young master Bren, who is impressed by Mord's achievements. He believes that Mord's talents will be of great use and therefore hopes he accepts his proposal to become a warrior, promising good news. The man says that the protagonist should be happy to receive the offer to be his sword. However, he is soon surprised when Mord asks who sent the scroll, since he doesn't remember who this young master of Bren is, and with so many successors in the novel, he can only recall those who survived 7 years later. This petulance from the protagonist angers the two men. They approach the protagonist asking if he's looking for a fight, but then someone asks if he knows young Master Vidin. Apparently, the two men recognize the voice as they turn around scared, and we soon see a blonde man with a scar on his face standing there. Our protagonist realizes from their reaction that this man is probably an intermediate warrior and that Vidin is the 6th young master. The blonde man approaches, saying he's there for the same reason as the two, while explaining that the strongest should gain the protagonist's loyalty. But these words irritate the other warrior, who asks if he's up for a one-on-one fight. However, what the warrior didn't expect was that the blonde man with a beastly look was actually up for a one-on-one fight, inviting him to step outside and settle it. And if the man isn't confident, then he should tuck his tail between his legs and disappear, taking the opportunity to inform him that his young master is a loser. The warrior, unable to do anything, just grits his teeth, while telling Wolves that he'll regret this. Observing the two backing down from the blonde, our protagonist realizes that not all intermediate warriors are on the same level. Soon, the man turns in his direction asking if he is Lord Mord, introducing himself as Wolves, while our hero questions whether he should address him as a veteran. But the man says no, since those two idiots were older than him but weaker. The true measure of a warrior is not their age or rank, but their strength. Our hero agrees and says that the reason he came is to try and get him to join Vidin's side. Wolves says that's exactly it, and since he's a rising star, he brought this incredible offer. And as he approaches with a menacing look, he warns that he'll do whatever it takes to make him accept following his lord, even if it means using some force. He warns our hero that he might be feeling overconfident after beating some weaklings, but it's time to face reality. Realizing that the blonde man is eager to fight and take him by force, our hero finds it exciting, as it will allow him to see the results of his training. A little while later, the two are outside in the training area. Mord asks if the man will use some kind of weapon, since he isn't from the Vernar's lineage. But the blonde explains that he doesn't need one as he has something much stronger. He activates an ability in his hand and explains that it's the Impulse Gauntlet. He heard that the protagonist nearly lost to an instructor while using Divine Blood, and this gauntlet is an advanced ability that beginner warriors like him wouldn't be able to replicate. And as he says that the chances of defeating him drop to 0, he's shocked by something. He realizes that the protagonist was able to easily copy his Impulse Gauntlet. Surprised, the blonde asks how he learned it in just 4 days, as it seems impossible. But the protagonist quickly charges at him, asking if he really believes that, and that 4 days is plenty of time for him to evolve significantly. The two then begin a fight that is almost invisible due to their speed. But Wolves is having trouble keeping up with our hero's speed, and while he tries to formulate a counterattack plan, he nearly has his head hit by the hero's fist. Now on the ground, incapacitated and scared, the only thought likely running through his head is that he should have come wearing brown pants. With just one punch, the protagonist was able to create a giant crater in the training room. The blonde realizes that he may have become much stronger in these 4 days, or that he had been hiding his full strength. However, he tells the protagonist not to underestimate him. And that's exactly what he does. He starts amplifying his mana even more. Looking at him with a superior tone, he says he was just warming up. Wolves begins to lose confidence, saying that there's no way he almost lost to the instructor with this amount of mana, and that even as a Vernar's descendant, it's impossible to have this much mana. That's why he assumes the protagonist was hiding his strength and questions him about this, asking if he was holding back during the fight with Instructor Daisley. Our hero knows he wouldn't believe him if he explained what really happened, and that he truly evolved in 4 days. In reality, this tremendous evolution is due to receiving the blessing of the body of the god of combat, and beyond bringing innate talent to the surface, his physical abilities and mana gradually increase as a result. Furthermore, the Fragment of the World acts as an almost infinite mana source, and although he hasn't used the mana from the Fragment of the World yet, it's amusing to see them react like this when he's not even using his maximum power. The blonde admits that he underestimated him, but now he will fight seriously, since he would like to see the protagonist's true strength. Watching what the man is doing, our hero starts to feel a little scared. As his clothes begin to tear, and his hands transform into terrifying claws, along with his jaw that resembles that of a dog with sharp teeth, the protagonist wonders who his mother really is. He remembers that in the novel, there are people who suffer from the full moon curse, and when that day arrives, they transform and start attacking those around them. However, among them there are some who manage to overcome and control their power. This fusion between man and monster is called a lycanthrope, and it seems that Wolves, besides having a name similar to a wolf, is indeed a lycanthrope who perfectly controls his powers. He then casts a bloodthirsty gaze and asks if the protagonist is ready. Watching that sinister transformation, the only thing going through our hero's mind is that the guy just got even bigger. However, he charges into the fight, knowing he has more mana than wolves. He throws the first punch, but his punch seems to have no effect, leaving him confused as to why Wolf's wasn't thrown back. The monster says that while the hero's mana is indeed better than his, the difference in their physiques is staggering. The werewolf then begins preparing an attack, and before the protagonist can do anything to defend himself, he's hit squarely by a punch from the giant wolf. He's sent flying backward, crashing into a wall behind him. The impact is so strong that it leaves a crater where the protagonist hit. It even causes some ketchup to spill from his mouth. Realizing that the werewolf is stronger than he imagined, our protagonist still refuses to use his divine blood, as with his greater mana, the fight is still even. He then gets up, asking the wolf what he thinks about ending this. However, the man gets irritated and thinks the protagonist has realized he's going to lose and is trying to end the fight without using divine blood. But the protagonist explains that he doesn't know what will happen if he uses it and fears he might accidentally kill him. This only irritates the werewolf further with such arrogance. So instead of using divine blood, the protagonist decides to use the fragment of the world. While preparing the mana in his heart, he explains that he hasn't used everything he has. He explains that people with the fragment of the world can use it by extracting its mana after completing the tomb with the god of combat. He managed to do this by using a training method he read in the novel, but since he only has one fragment, he can only use the blessing of the body of the god of combat for 20 seconds. But that's enough time to break the imbalance in the fight. Upon realizing the young man has increased his mana even further, the monster says that the protagonist is the real monster. Still, he launches a slicing attack toward the young man, but the protagonist just stands there watching the attack approach. However, with quick movements, he dodges all the slashes. Then he advances immediately to capture the wolf. Mord places his hand on the ground and uses his entire body to propel himself forward. And when the werewolf realizes what the protagonist is doing, it's already too late. The protagonist is concentrating a lot of mana in his hand. With just one blow, the wolf is struck with a shock powerful enough to send him flying and completely destroy one of the nearby buildings. The others who are watching the fight are worried about wolves, while the protagonist is more concerned about his home. Afraid that the werewolf might have died, they quickly rush to check on him. But it turns out the man is fine. He's just a little sad for having lost and won't be able to face his master after failing. He remembers the conversation he had with Vidin, where Vidin said Mord could become a tremendous help. So he asks Wolves to bring him in, even if it meant using unconventional methods. The werewolf slowly begins to get up, while the protagonist remarks that the fight is over but that he also lost his house in the process. At that moment, something approaching startles him. The werewolf manages to stand up again, but his energy is completely different. A dark aura spreads across his entire body, and the beast now seems to have completely lost control. Mord wonders if he still has another trick up his sleeve, as his form has changed again. And since the man's strength has grown tremendously, the protagonist realizes he won't be able to hold back and will have to use his divine power. However, before he can do so, someone yells for him to stop the fight. And at the same second, something strikes the werewolf's back. The blow sends him flying meters away, halting his transformation. The two men rush toward the person who did this, shouting the woman's name, revealing to the protagonist that she is Erna, the seventh child. The men are concerned about all this violence, but she explains that if Wolves had continued, he would have died from being unable to control that form. She adds that Wolves will agree with her, so they should take him to the doctor. We then see that the man is completely incapacitated on the ground. She turns to the protagonist and says that they've never met before, but that she's heard great things about him. As she approaches, our hero notices that her physique is similar to his. However, unlike him, her face looks like that of a delicate girl, while her body resembles that of a gorilla. When she says she wants to be called Big Sis, the protagonist immediately refuses, thinking this girl is very strange. A while later, we see Erna in her room, hugging a pillow and screaming in embarrassment. Her butler comments that this is why he told her not to execute the cool big sister operation. Since Mord is an illegitimate child who has lived his whole life as an inferior, it would be strange for someone superior to suddenly want to be his friend. But that's exactly why she thought he'd like her. She's also impressed that he defeated Wolves without using divine blood. Even her butler is shocked, as despite Wolves' inexperience, his abilities are those of a specialist warrior. Of course, the defeat of Wolves quickly spread rumors about the protagonist throughout the Artucci. Soon, everyone was talking about how he defeated Wolves. As the butler suggests they try to persuade him with a good proposal, someone bursts into the room. Before the woman can say anything, the man announces that Viscount Winsel has declared that Mord will accompany him on the obstruction mission. The next day, we see the protagonist returning home, surprised that's already been repaired. He thought the wolf would be furious for losing the fight, but in fact, Wolves accepted defeat and even paid for the repairs. However, when he looks up at his house, he sees Mr. Kessner watching him. Kessner says that the protagonist has been causing trouble since he returned, but the hero explains that everyone is fighting over him, so it's not his fault. Kessner then says that in 10 days is subordinates and he will go on a mission, and asks if the protagonist will join them. Our hero already knows what kind of mission this is, and the man confirms that it's to prevent demonification. Demonification occurs when the demon world attempts to contact humanity, causing monsters to mutate, and a demon appears, becoming the core of the dungeon. In short, demonification can be separated into 3 stages. The first stage is when an unknown vortex appears. The second stage is when the vortex solidifies, making it possible to enter. The third stage is when the region around the vortex begins to corrupt and creatures from the demon realm become more powerful. When the third stage is complete, a dungeon break occurs where demonic monsters fully connect to the world. To prevent damage from the third stage, it's best to stop at the second. Kestner explains that although it's a good opportunity, it's a dangerous mission where many people die, so he won't force him. Our hero knows that Kestner, the Archduke's right-hand man, will be very helpful in the future, so it's worth the risk. And since he's already gained a lot of attention after the fight with the wolf, it's better to accept Kestner's offer and be under his protection. He then gets up from his chair and says he accepts, asking if he should start training in the afternoon. A while later, the protagonist heads to the training hall with Kestner, where he's introduced to the team he'll be joining. The blonde explains that this is the boy from the rumors, the one who defeated Instructor Daisley and recently bested an intermediate warrior. Mord looks at the team, trying to evaluate them. He notices that none of them seem very interested in his presence, but he knows they're advanced warriors at the very least. They're probably concerned about a rookie warrior being thrown into a special mission, so he has no choice but to prove himself. One of the men begins walking toward the protagonist, and he prepares for a fight. However, before anything happens, the man grabs his hand and introduces himself warmly, saying that he's the rookie everyone's been talking about and that it's a pleasure to meet him. This unexpected attitude leaves our hero confused, as he was expecting hostility, but he soon realizes that everyone accepted him quite easily. Before things get out of hand, Kestner calls for attention, ordering them to focus. For the next 10 days, they will focus on teamwork, and he mentions that he needs to challenge the tomb of the god of combat, so he won't be able to participate. He instructs Eriksson to take care of Mord, which Eriksson confirms. The man starts by telling the protagonist that they should get to know each other first, introducing himself as an advanced warrior, and Reek, who is also from the Vernar's lineage. In the strategy they will use, our hero will help Reek support Kestner, and since teamwork is important, he hopes they all get along well. However, the protagonist looks at Reek's unfriendly face and wonders how he's going to get along with this guy. Eriksson then calls their attention, saying they don't have time to waste, pointing to the training area and telling them to start. 10 days later, Viscount Kestner emerges from the tomb of the god of combat. Some men ask if he wants to eat something before heading out, but he says he must prioritize the mission. Kestner bids farewell to his subordinates, who urge him to take care. He's worried about the protagonist, wondering if he has adapted well. But when he arrives at the training grounds, he sees that Mord has adapted all too well. There is a battle happening between 2 people using divine blood. Not even Kestner can immediately identify whose power it is. When he looks at the protagonist, he thinks Mord looks completely different from when he first used the spirit of the god of combat. At that moment, Eriksson approaches and Kestner asks how Mord is doing. Eriksson responds that they taught him mana combat techniques and basic skills, as he didn't know them before. He adds that Mord has also managed to increase the time limit of his divine blood activation, impressing Kestner, who comments that's not something easily trained. Meanwhile, our hero seems to be having fun, engaging in combat training with Reek. He finds it thrilling because every time he learns something new, he feels like he's evolving a little more. He reflects that in the past, he had no dreams or goals and couldn't do anything. But now he feels like he can do anything he sets his mind to. A few hours later, the captain gathers his subordinates and tells them they are heading to the mission area. He asks if anyone is concerned about how the mission will go, but Eriksson says no, since with Kestner around, everything will go smoothly. Kestner, however, is thinking that while individual skill is important, teamwork is crucial, which is why he was worried about whether the protagonist could adapt. But it seems Mord is mature enough to adjust to the surroundings, and Kestner finds him to be a bit more mature than he expected for his age. He then asks Mord if he'll be able to handle it, and the protagonist confidently replies that he can't wait to get started. Kestner is relieved, knowing that the hero is confident. He then orders his team to conserve energy until needed and to press forward into the battle. Sometime later, the squad reaches their destination. But when Kestner checks the dungeon situation, he realizes that the second stage of demonification has already begun. One of the dungeon observers arrives, and knowing the agent's capabilities, Kestner questions why the erosion has started earlier than expected. The man explains that it's because a new demonification front has appeared in the region. He goes on to explain that if demonification occurs in 2 nearby locations, the likelihood of them merging increases, which accelerates the erosion and makes it more dangerous. Even though they are tired, Kestner orders everyone to get ready. He leaps forward, followed by the rest of the group as they search for the dungeon's core. Our protagonist, while observing the castle, thinks it looks like he's staring at a picture. The reason for this is that a massive demonic castle stands in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by a huge storm of lightning. He deduces that this is likely the dungeon's core. However, it won't be that easy to reach, as a swarm of hellhounds appears, all of them bloodthirsty and spewing fire from their mouths. But of course, they aren't the only monsters our heroes will have to worry about, since right behind them, a group of orcs can be seen. Kestner orders the protagonist and Cage to activate their divine blood. At the same time, the three begin their transformation, causing a small burst of destruction around them. As the three undergo their transformation, those without Vernar's blood simply watch. Even so, the hunt finally began and everyone charged toward the monsters. Each member focused on their objective. Even those without Kestner blood managed to use a variety of weapons and techniques to hold their own, destroying every demon, hound, and monster in their path. The ogre, realizing that they were actually at a disadvantage, began to grow fearful. As he watched one of the hunters preparing a lightning spear, the ogre tried to propel himself forward to strike. But with just one throw, the hunter unleashed a blast like a kamehameha through the monsters. Despite appearing to have the upper hand, Kestner still felt something was off. The pace was unusually quick compared to the number of monsters. Reek soon noted that the demonic fusion was already underway. The protagonist added that it was too late to call for reinforcements. Therefore, the plan had to be executed perfectly, and they needed to clear a path to the center as quickly as possible. Kestner ordered the protagonist and Reek to handle the Cyclopses, while he took care of the rest. The protagonist immediately began preparing his attack, once again concentrating mana in his fist, and with just one punch sent several Cyclopses flying backward. Reek was impressed, noting that even though it was Mord's first time facing demonification, he showed no fear. He realized the protagonist was truly different from a normal person. The problem was that Reek became too distracted watching his friends battle, failing to notice a demon right in front of him. The creature began condensing energy in its mouth ready to fire. Reek knew he needed to cast a spell as quickly as possible, but it seemed like there wasn't enough time. However, before the demon could fire, a light descended from the sky, and like a meteor, something fell, eliminating the monster. It was the protagonist who had managed to stop the beast's attack, telling Reek he was there as his reinforcement. Reek nodded in agreement, and the two of them charged at the creature, attacking in unison and forcing it to its knees. This was the moment the protagonist had been waiting for to strike its weak point, its eye, which was now completely exposed. With a simple attack, he managed to eliminate the demon. Watching this scene, Reek was truly terrified. He had thought the boy was different, but the reality was that he was an absolute monster. Before the creature's blood could rain down on them, Reek conjured a shield to protect them, commenting that the Viscount had probably already reached the center, and they should hurry. However, as he looked ahead, Reek became alarmed. The Viscount was standing still, staring at something. It quickly became clear that there were several demons in the distance, 5 of them, indicating that the fusion had already occurred. Kestner explained that the fusion had accelerated the demonification. Moreover, there were 2 high-ranking demons at the dungeon's core. But as the protagonist was following his companion, he suddenly stopped. Something had grabbed his legs. The monster let out a malevolent laugh, and the protagonist was immediately pulled down. He tried to call out to his superior, but when Reek looked back, it was already too late. The protagonist had been taken. He fell hard onto the ground, confused by what had just happened. But soon he heard a voice remarking that he had fallen from that height and was still intact. So he was probably a young man with the blood of the god of combat. Surveying his surroundings, the protagonist began to grasp the situation. He had been taken to the demon gate that connects to the demonic world. This was likely the deepest part of the dungeon, and the man standing before him was its core. The demon introduced himself as Baron Ultrace, chosen by the root of formidable darkness, the one who would bring death and chaos. On the surface, Reek informs his captain that Mord has been taken, alarming Kestner, who wonders when it happened. The bald warrior tells him to follow as he knows where Mord was pulled. When they reach the location, however, they are surprised by what they see. Meanwhile, down below, the protagonist questions Baron Ultrace about why he brought him there. The demon explains that when 2 demonic territories merge, one leader must remain to become the core, and in this case, it was him. For now, the other leader is up above having fun. Since he lost the duel, he became the core, but with 3 people carrying divine blood, he decided to at least devour the youngest one. He explains that he always prefers the young over the experienced because fresh meat is tastier. Even the protagonist isn't confident about fighting a demon of this level. It's explained that the stronger the demon at the core, the wider the variety of demons spawned, ranging from common to advanced. However, there are nobles ranked from Marquis, Count, Viscount, Baron to Baronet. A Baron is strong enough to kill most specialist warriors, which is why Kestner, up above, realizes this is bad news. He knows the boy has immense potential but hasn't fully unlocked it yet. Therefore, fighting a noble demon will be difficult. Kestner remarks that the demon is disgusting for choosing to capture the youngest while being confident in devouring them. Reek says he'll help, but as he begins to transform, the captain tells him there's no need. He fully activates his divine blood and says he'll handle it alone. Meanwhile, the protagonist below is thinking that there's no need to test this demon any further. If his only option is to fight, then he'll give it everything he's got. The demon, still confident, questions if the protagonist really thinks he can do anything with divine blood. But before he finishes his sentence, he's hit by a kick from our hero that sends him flying. The demon, however, manages to stay on his feet and acknowledges that the protagonist is better than expected, but warns that his end is near. The red-skinned demon clasps his hands together and begins performing a ritual, summoning a circle behind him. From the circle, fireballs are launched toward the protagonist. But as the attacks approach, the protagonist simply readies a punch. He strikes the demon's magic, shattering the entire illusion. What he didn't anticipate was that the fireballs would explode on impact with him. The Baron mocks the hero, saying he'd hoped to toy with him a bit before killing him. But before he can continue talking nonsense, he's punched straight in the mouth, sending him flying and kicking up a huge cloud of dust. As the demon checks if his jaw is still intact, our protagonist is already preparing another attack. He summons several energy spheres into the air and hurls them all at once toward the demon, causing a massive explosion. Reflecting on how he's fought many people since becoming Mord, this is the first time he's truly gone all out. The problem is, when he looks ahead, he's shocked. The demon, having lost 50% of his health, has entered his second phase, triggering Berserk mode, and the protagonist is stunned that he can still move after that attack. Even so, Mord had anticipated that it wouldn't be easy to defeat this demon. The Baron begins to approach, destroying the ground with each step. With no other choice, the protagonist starts to tap into the power of the crystal, raising his mana to match the demon's. The two energies clash, causing a shockwave to burst in all directions. However, a sword begins to materialize in the demon's hand. Its sheer size alone matches the height of the protagonist. Baron Ultraze readies his first attack, but the protagonist is closely watching the sword's movement. Before the blade can reach him, he charges at the Baron, delivering a punch with all his strength. After the successful strike, another cloud of dust rises from the impact. As the protagonist looks back to see if the demon has finally been defeated, it seems that the Berserk mode took its toll, as the demon's head is now consumed with rage. At that moment, the demon's body begins to fall slowly, and the only thing left floating in the air is the dungeon core. Realizing what it is, the protagonist is left astonished, while the core glows, showing that he finally managed to complete it. On the outside, it seems that Kessner was also successful in his fight. Stippy orders Reek to collect everything, since he must head as quickly as possible to the deeper layer to try and rescue the protagonist. Reek says it's dangerous for him to go alone, and that he should wait for the group, but he quickly leaves, telling the man to stay calm. However, when he gets there, he finds the protagonist unharmed. He becomes startled, looking around and wondering where the demons are. Our hero says there was only one wielding this sword. Then the man says that this is a sword used by a noble demon and wonders if he killed him. The protagonist says he got lucky since the monster let its guard down, but Reek thinks that even with its guard down, it would still be impossible for a noble demon to lose to a boy who just awakened. So he says that the money this sword will bring in is quite a lot, thanking the boy and finally considering him a true warrior. We know that Kessner brought the protagonist on the mission so that he wouldn't get involved in the conflicts of the successors. He wanted to become a protective shield until it reached a point where Mordor could choose what to do, and for that, he thought it would take at least 5 years, but now he thinks 1 year will be enough. After completing the mission and preventing demonization, they received a few more, which is why it took a month and a half to return to the Archduchy. There, Kessner explains that in a few days there will be a banquet, where they gather everyone who has completed missions to receive rewards, and it's held every 2 months. Since the rewards are given by the Archduke himself, it's an important event, so he tells him not to be late. Our hero knows that many important people will be there, and he is sure that the successor candidates will be too. In the novel, the protagonist faced many life and death battles with the Archduke and therefore devised a plan to resolve the conflicts with him. The key to this was getting close to Leon Werners, someone who left the house. He made him Archduke, and after that, the succession war began with Leon Werners at the center. So when he won and was officially recognized as Archduke, the Werners family became an important ally of Aiden. Since our hero is against the protagonist and against everyone who is his enemy, the best ally now is the Werners family. So he needs to bring the Archduke to his side, and so far there are 5 strong candidates, and they will all probably be at the banquet, so he must keep an eye on everything that happens. Erickson appears, calling Mord, and when asked if he was waiting for him, he said that probably no one would accompany him, inviting him for a drink after the reward ceremony. Someone then calls the expert warrior Erickson and the common warrior Mord to enter, and as soon as they step in, everyone at the banquet begins talking about the protagonist, who managed to defeat a Baron demon alone, talking about his physique and that he might be even stronger than the legitimate sons. Someone then greets Erickson, saying it has been quite some time, and he quickly bows his head, explaining what he truly does, introducing himself to the young master Dren, the 3rd candidate to succeed the Werners. He asks the young master to give him a moment as he would like to speak to Mord alone. However, someone appears saying they don't find that polite and calls him brother. Soon the blonde man with a goatee looks back, questioning what he is talking about, then realizing that the young man is Vidin, the 6th candidate to succeed. Vidin says it's obvious what his brother wants to talk to Mord about, assuming he wants to bring him to his side. However, the man with the goatee says his brother is completely wrong, and that in fact he came to apologize for the rudeness of his subordinate. Last time, he sent a letter to the protagonist through his allies and clearly instructed them to be polite, but it seems they were rude to our hero. So he must apologize for not controlling them properly, handing a small golden box to the protagonist. and hopes he will accept it as his apology. But our hero realizes that he is only apologizing in front of everyone so that he can't refuse. In truth, this man is much smarter than he had imagined and probably excels in socio-political matters. Mord thanks him for the gift while the man remains smiling. But someone who is not at all happy is the redhead watching the scene, who is furious with his brother, thinking he is trying to take Mord for himself. So he also approaches the protagonist, explaining that he met him through his subordinate wolves whom he had previously defeated. But before he could finish speaking, someone calls for the protagonist, and immediately the redhead knows whose voice that is. Soon our hero turns, greeting his sister Erna, while she says there's no need for all that formality. She also turns to her brothers, saying she wants to talk the protagonist for a little bit too. This makes the redhead even more stressed, saying he doesn't want to lose him to a younger sister. His sister says that he's someone who really likes younger relatives and even hurt his arm in their last encounter. But the redhead responds that it was a necessary punishment because she hurt his legs. The bickering continues while the protagonist analyzes that Vidin is the Duke's son and Erna is the daughter of the Duke's sister, so they likely don't get along well. Looking around, he realizes that there are only 3 successor candidates present: Dren Vernars, who is careful but not very trustworthy, Vidin, who is a spoiled daddy's boy, and Erna, who is somewhat odd, though he still doesn't know what her real abilities are. However, at that moment, another person arrives, giving orders to the younger siblings. Erna is surprised that her brother is there since she thought he would be busy. Even the redhead can't believe he came, as he doesn't like banquets. But soon the young man explains that he only came to personally meet the star of the event, introducing himself as the expert warrior Huron. When he shakes our hero's hand, he remarks that his hands are callous and that he must have trained a lot. He is impressed by his recent feats of defeating a baron with his fists and says he would like to fight alongside him one day. Our hero remembers that this man was one of the candidates who made it to the end and that he seems like a nice person with monstrous talent. However, at this banquet, one person is missing, and he starts looking around, wondering where young Master Alan is. But at that moment, his search is interrupted by the man presenting the banquet, who announces that the Archduke wishes to speak. The old man says he is impressed by the achievements everyone has made in these past 2 months, and that now they will begin the reward ceremony. The first to receive his reward is Kessner, who kneels before the Archduke as he speaks some words of honor. The next to be rewarded is our hero Mord, introduced as a 15-year-old boy who killed a baron demon, and to make the reward match the level of his achievement, besides giving him the trophy, they will raise his ranking to intermediate warrior, leaving the other nobles impressed, as he has only completed a few missions. However, since he already killed a baron, everyone assumed he would be ranked as an expert warrior. The Archduke says that our hero has evolved greatly since the last time they met, and that he would love to see his current skills. And our hero, a bit downcast, says he will count the days until then. A while later, everyone is at the banquet, but the protagonist is interrupted by Kessner, who says he needs to talk to him. Then he pulls him aside, telling him not to drink too much since tomorrow he will go to a new place, and he soon explains that his master wishes to see him. Sometime later, we see our hero walking through the castle corridors, where he comes across a giant door, wondering if he should open it. But before he touches the door, it begins to open by itself, and he realizes that someone is using telekinesis. Inside, there is a man, and our hero notices that he is someone very powerful. The white-haired man says that he has made a long journey to get there, welcoming Mord and introducing himself as Ilden Vernars. He is the general of the elite warriors legion called the Watchers Legion and also the older brother of the current Archduke. Even though he was the first young master, he ended up being defeated in a combat spirit battle against his half-brother, the current Archduke. After that, Ilden never appeared in public again, leaving our hero confused as to why he had been summoned to his mansion. The blind old man asks to see the protagonist's face, and as he analyzes the hero's features, he says that he doesn't look much like his father. Then he asks if he knows why he was summoned. Seeing that he doesn't, Ilden explains that he wishes to make him an offer, but first he would like to test his abilities. The protagonist recalls that in the novel, Ilden wanted someone's help to take down Leon, who had tremendous potential due to Aiden's support. However, if he proves his potential here and now, the old man will choose him. Seeing the child before him activate the divine blood makes the old man give a small smile. As he already prepares for combat, with a leap, the protagonist advances quickly, attacking Ilden before he could do anything. But his attack ends up hitting a ball of energy that appears in front of him, and the moment his fist collides with the ball, he is instantly thrown back. Realizing that the ball reflected his attack, he understands that it's not an ordinary impact ball, since it was enveloped in his aura, which is something even master-class mana fighters cannot do. Moreover, he is controlling dozens of them at once. This is impressive because controlling aura is not easy, as it is beyond the realm of mana control. It's only possible to control it this way if one's mana senses are extremely developed. But as he prepares to attack, he thinks that aura is not impenetrable and he should avoid the rebound from his physical attack and push him back with brute force. As the protagonist charges forward, the old man comments that his mana has increased, and soon he begins unleashing several attacks that nullify the old man's aura balls. Realizing that the young man is fast, he still believes he has the advantage since he can create more impact balls. However, this was already something our hero anticipated. So if he creates his own impact ball, like raising it in his hand, he lifts it and begins spreading the ball's energy throughout the room, causing several other mana balls to appear in the air. Then, like a forest of lightning, all the old man's attacks start being replaced by the protagonist's. Realizing that he managed to nullify his attack by using his own momentum against him, the old man is shocked, wondering where the young man learned something like that. However, soon the protagonist appears behind him, landing a punch to his back. But the punch hits Goju's impenetrable barrier. Realizing that the old man uses his own aura as armor, he decides to use the fragment of the world to gain much more mana. The old man says it was good that he used his opening against him, but the momentum is decreasing. However, while distracted, he ends up getting hit by an impact right in the middle of his back, which hurls him into the wall, causing massive damage. Mord is happy that he finally managed to land a hit on him, but then he starts hearing laughter echoing through the room. It is explained that there are several levels of awakened divine blood, and the first is when the color of one's hair and eyes turns gray. Still laughing, the old man says that finally, while wondering if this is fate, he believes the god of combat is probably watching this fight. We are then shown that at the second level, gray lightning circulates around the user's body, and reaching this level means one's existence is nearing the divine realm. Before our hero could even react, the man's already behind him, preparing to strike him with his fist. But Mord doesn't retreat and strikes back as well, making both attacks collide in the air. However, in the exchange, it is only the protagonist's fist that is trembling, and soon, he is thrown against the wall just as he had done to the old man. Looking at the child, he comments that his reflexes are incredible, impressed that he managed to hurt him even while using the second level of Divine Awakening. And on top of that, our hero shows no fear in battle. Ilden says that it's enough and that he doesn't know how far it could go if he is too carried away. Meanwhile, our protagonist remarks that even though the man lost to the Archduke, he still possesses monstrous power. Soon, the old man approaches, saying that his legion needs someone strong like our hero, making Mord ask if that's the offer while the calm man confirms. His desire is for Mord to join the Watcher's Legion. The Vernar's Archduchy has a legion of warriors called the Guardians Legion, meant to be the elite of the elite alongside the Watchers. Since the southern region of the continent has a large demonic territory, the Watchers are responsible for monitoring that area. The White Demon Kingdom has not yet been fully demonized, but it's on the way, and one of the Guardians Legion's roles is to fight against other influences within the continent. Their opponent is an organization that holds nearly the same level of power as the Vernar's family, the renowned Ordar's family. One of the reasons it's dangerous to join the Guardians Legion is the recurring conflicts with this family, which lead to the highest death rate. That's likely why Kessner wasn't too happy, as it's the most dangerous place in the world for a warrior who has just awakened his powers. The old man explains that all the successor candidates want him, and the special treatment and requests will not stop coming from all sides. Kessner is helping him, but even he has his limits. However, the White Demon Kingdom is a place where the successor's influence doesn't reach. The protagonist knows he's right, and besides, he stands to gain a lot if he goes there. So he says he has two conditions, leaving the old man intrigued as to what those conditions might be. The first is that the protagonist wants the old man to be his sparring partner from now on, making him think that Mord wants him to teach him. But Mord quickly clarifies that he just wants to spar, leaving the old man curious, wondering if he believes he'll grow stronger simply by dueling with him. Then he quickly states the second condition, which is that he wants to roam freely for a year under the excuse of being on a secret mission. The old man asks what he plans to do for an entire year, but the protagonist doesn't answer, even though he knows it's a selfish request. However, it is during this time that the novel's protagonist becomes stronger, so he needs to find the world fragments before Aiden discovers their existence. For a second, the old man gives a small smile at this request, understanding that he has no other choice but to accept it, but he will only allow the protagonist to roam for 8 months. This was expected, and it shows that Ilden is very generous with those he holds high expectations for, as was depicted in the novel. Even though he doesn't fully understand why he's giving his all to make Leon the Archduke, this is still a great opportunity, so he thanks the old man for his generosity. While he thinks that even the current lord wasn't as strong as him at his age, and as a bastard son, he cannot become Archduke, but he can be the shadow of one. Sometime later, we see the protagonist talking to his servant, asking why those soldiers are there. But he finds out that they are earnest subordinates and that she is waiting for him inside. Upon entering her residence and finding his sister seated, he begins the greeting, but she explains that he doesn't need to be so formal since they are not in public. She then places a box with some inscriptions on the table and tells him to take it. His sister asks if Dran's gift was good, discovering that it was just an expensive healing potion. Then she quickly says that this is much better than a simple potion. As he opens the box, he begins to see a glow coming from it, revealing a crystal ball of blue liquid inside. He instantly realizes it's a treasure that can make any human incredibly strong. This is his chance to make a giant leap in his progress, and it's called the Tear of the God of Combat. In the novel, Aiden gave this to Leon to boost his strength. However, a side character ended up taking it instead and died. Erna explains that she received it as a birthday gift when she was 10 years old, and it is a very valuable item. But if he can't handle it, it will act as a poison, advising him to take it only when he's ready. She explains that when she helped the Imperial family on an expedition, she received the same gift. So she used the one she got for her birthday and kept this one. Meanwhile, our hero is simply shocked that she gave him a potion that only 3 succession candidates had in the original story. He then thanks her, but she says it's nothing and just wishes to talk more when he returns. Sometime later, outside, our hero thinks that she only came to deliver this gift. He won't forget this and the fact that she valued him to this level even though he's not on her side yet. 20 days pass and our hero seems ready to start his journey. However, before leaving the castle, he runs into Kessner, who questions whether he's really leaving, while the protagonist says he just wanted to slip away quietly. The blonde man says that while our hero might be strong, he's only 15 years old and still doesn't understand how dangerous the North is. However, he's surprised when the protagonist simply thanks him for everything and says he will never forget his care since Kessner endured all kinds of pressure from the successor candidates while trying to protect him. Even so, at no point did he try to control him or stand in his way. In truth, he was only being kind to Mord, so the hero vows to repay him for everything he did. Then he tells the man not to worry, asking if he really thinks he can't take care of himself, and that he'll see him again once he returns, bringing a good drink for them to share. Even though the protagonist tries to ease his mind, Kessner remains a bit serious, but soon gives a smile, saying there's nothing he can do to stop him from going, wishing him good luck, while the protagonist wishes him good health so they can meet again. As he leaves the castle, we see that he's being watched from the top by someone. This person quickly jumps from the castle walls, and once on the ground, begins blending into the surroundings, becoming invisible. Mord seems to sense someone's presence and looks back, but when he turns around, he sees nothing but grass. It's then explained that those who learn Impulse must go through several levels, and the first is using Impulse on the sword and body. The second is using it like a gauntlet. The third is to imbue and strengthen objects with Impulse. The fourth is to condense and accelerate it into an explosive power. And the fifth and final level, which most magical artists can't reach, is known as Aura. Our hero spent 20 days dueling with Ilden. However, he wasn't satisfied with just duels and taught him several important things during those days. Thanks to this, he became stronger, but is still not close to using Aura. However, the small creature before him is capable of making our hero awaken his aura immediately. A few days later, deep in the forest, our protagonist is thinking that the warriors sent by the Archduke to ambush him should arrive soon, since they want to capture him before he reaches the Northern Territory. At that moment, something almost hits the protagonist, who barely dodges it. And when he looks up, he is surprised as a battalion of warriors is there to ambush him. One of the commanders shouts, "Fire," and a barrage of arrows is launched toward our hero. The man thinks his plan works since there's no way he can dodge those thousands of arrows. However, from the smoke, small lightning bolts emerge, and soon the protagonist is revealed to be unharmed, having activated his divine blood, leaving the warriors impressed that he activated it so quickly. The general then orders the mages to cast fire magic on him, which heads towards our hero. But he begins preparing a new magic, summoning those same impulse balls he used in his fight against Ilden. And when the two magics collide, a massive explosion occurs, devastating the entire forest. Due to the fire and heat, the forest is now nothing but ashes, as we see several warriors lying on the ground. The last surviving mage thinks this is impossible and never imagined he would beat the fire using explosive impulse. Realizing that the boy is far better than people said, Mord simply looks coldly at the last remaining mage. Then he quickly advances, delivering a punch to the barrier the mage is summoning. But he's surprised when nothing happens after punching the shield. However, all he needs to do is punch even harder. But before he can finish his attack, he is ambushed by one of the remaining warriors. Upon hitting the protagonist, the man seems to notice something different. He realizes that the MC is using an aura gauntlet. Thus, he discovers that our hero is now capable of controlling aura. But before he can do anything, he gets struck by the protagonist, who manages to catch him while still in the air and delivers a punch directly to his chin, sending him flying like a meteor. Although the man is severely injured, he remains alive. Meanwhile, the protagonist speaks, saying that he knows who he is. He states that his name is Verin, and that he is considered the best warrior. He quickly explains that he saw him once in the training center on the day of the banquet. He asked about him because he was alone in the ceremony and was told that he's the best martial artist in magical combat. He's a cunning man but has a short temper, so it's best not to approach him. The enraged man asks who said that, but the protagonist doesn't answer, of course. Instead, he says that Verin is the loyal dog of the Archduke, so he's sure it was the Archduke who sent him, probably after his fruit. In the novel, the Archduke appears as a powerful but unforgivable villain, and there's a simple reason for that. He committed the terrible sin of consuming his own children. The Archduke's subordinate is shocked, wondering how the protagonist knows this. But the protagonist remains silent, looking at him with superiority. It's explained that in the novel, the Archduke always displayed great combat talents but became alarmed as he started aging. At that time, a secret society called Silver Blood approached him, offering a solution to consume his own bloodline. With the Verner's bloodline as a fertilizer, a fruit that maintained his youth would grow. And since it was more effective when he used someone who had already awakened the divine blood, the Archduke sacrificed all the bastard children, leaving only Mord. The reason was that he needed someone to fill the role of Archduke since 5 years ago the god of combat left the seal of the Demon King for his descendants to protect. Once a year, the Archduke must fight against the reincarnation of the Demon King in a one-on-one duel. Since the duel doesn't take place in the real world, he doesn't die if he loses, but the seal weakens. However, he can't enter again, so losing is akin to losing his position as Archduke. That's why he needed someone to fulfill that duty for him. We then see the Emperor holding a twisted apple with veins while someone asks if he's going to see Mord before leaving. However, he replies that he won't and that he doesn't understand why his brother is taking the boy to the Guardians Legion. He even trained him for several days at the mansion, so he can't comprehend why someone so precious was sent alone to such a dangerous place. But in reality, that doesn't matter. It would even be great if Mord swore loyalty, but he's someone who can't be controlled by anyone. So the best option now is simply to devour him. After Mord bites into the apple and closes his eyes to focus, when the Emperor opens them again, his transformation is complete. Lightning bursts from his body, showing that he's in the second stage of divine blood. He then turns to Varen, ordering him to bring the protagonist no matter how much power it takes, warning him that Kestner is also keeping an eye on him, so he must be very careful not to get caught. Varen thinks that only those chosen by the Archduke can know about his dark side, and even though Kestner is the warrior the Lord trusts the most, he doesn't know about this place. That's why Varen is determined to prove to the Archduke that he is better than Kestner. But currently, the man who is confident in capturing the protagonist finds himself severely injured. Meanwhile, the protagonist questions whether he came to capture him to obtain the fruit. Our hero had guessed this because it wasn't hard to figure out that the Archduke wanted to capture him. For the bastard children, there are only two paths. Considering the fact that the bastard children have been disappearing more frequently, he likely already met with the Silver Blood. Also realizing that he can't use him, the Archduke must be thinking of simply getting rid of our hero by consuming him. Mord was sure they would send a master-rank magical combat artist, which is why he acquired aura by using the tears of the god of combat. Then he approaches the man, telling him to be quiet and explaining that he's going to die here, so he'll be kind enough to explain the future. The patriarch will perish in a pathetic way, and everyone will remember his name as something shameful. Hearing this, the young man remains ignorant, claiming that the Archduke is a divine being with the greatest talents in the world. But the protagonist remains silent, realizing that this man is completely submissive to the Lord. Varen, after analyzing for a moment, thinks that maybe it's possible for this to happen, since just moments ago the boy managed to create an aura gauntlet, and he's only 15 years old. His talent surpasses even that of his master. That's why he cannot allow such a monster to evolve. He quickly draws his sword and launches an attack on our hero, activating the Aura Blade, a technique capable of cutting even the successors of the Verners who have awakened divine blood. However, this won't affect the protagonist as he has the Aura Gauntlet. But at that moment, Varen begins emitting a strange aura, making our hero realize that he's using his own life force to amplify his power. All of this for the worthless Archduke to whom he swore loyalty. And while Mord admires this determination, there's no chance that Varen can defeat him. Soon the energy balls launched by the protagonist explode, while the charred young man realizes that he combined aura with impulse to make this happen. This should have been impossible since he had just learned how to use aura. However, the protagonist appears, bidding farewell to the Archduke's loyal dog, and finishes his opponent with a well-placed punch. The masked man who had been observing from a distance thinks that Mord is much stronger than they were told, and that he knows about the fruit and the silver blood, making him a huge risk to the organization. He immediately starts running to inform his superiors. But what the mage didn't count on was that the protagonist had not forgotten about his presence, finishing him off with a simple attack. As the mage falls to the ground, the protagonist looks at the remaining blood on his hand, noticing that it has a silver hue, realizing that the man was part of the Silver Blood organization. Mord thinks that he got involved with them sooner than expected, and it's going to be annoying if they come after him. But that doesn't matter. He just needs to become stronger and eliminate whatever comes his way. However, at that moment, he ends up punching the air and hitting something. He then says to the invisible person that he knows they've been following him all along, asking them to reveal themselves. Yet the person remains in their transformation, trying not to be detected. His arrogance irritates our hero, who starts delivering a barrage of punches at the invisible figure. This forces the person to partially reveal themselves, somewhat stressed out by Mord's immediate resort to violence. Mord notices that the young person has pointed ears and deduces that they are likely an elf, a species that bears the symbol of long life, growing and aging much more slowly than humans. But since this boy's ears are smaller than those of an elf, he must be a half-elf, so he asks the boy who he is. The boy introduces himself as Keel from the Guardians Legion and says he's part of the Shadow Wolf squad, which works directly for General Ilden. It is explained that the Guardian's Legion, responsible for preventing demonization in the northern region, has the descendants of the Verners as its core strength. However, there are other squads like the Shadow Wolf, which specialize in different tasks such as protecting allies and assassinating enemies. For this reason, they possess stealth abilities that are different from the common Vernar's warriors. The young man believes his stealth is the best among all the Shadow squads, but even so, the protagonist managed to detect him. He then explains that his master sent him to escort Mord, and that he was supposed to help him when he was in danger to ensure an escape route if necessary. But after seeing how easily the hero destroyed those men, he realizes that Mord is a much greater monster than the general had described. To prove it was a direct order, he hands over a bracelet, explaining that his lord said this would be proof enough. Upon seeing that mysterious item, our hero understands that it was indeed Sir Ilden who sent him, as this is the bracelet he himself broke in battle. When the young man hears that the protagonist managed to break the general's bracelet in a one-on-one fight, he's astonished, while the protagonist tells him to go back home. Turning away, Mord tells the young man to leave since he has already failed his mission, or rather, neglected it. However, the boy knows he can't return as his general would be disappointed. Thus, he says that he will repay his failure by assisting the protagonist throughout the journey. Not only that, but he will also stand guard during the night so that Mord can sleep and take care of basic tasks like cooking. Hearing the young man practically humbling himself, Mord is confused, wondering if he's really willing to do that, and he recognizes the boy's name from the novel. A boy abandoned by his father for being a half-elf, who, when on the verge of death, was rescued by Sir Ilden. When the protagonist and his companions were fighting against him, it was this young man's spiritual magic and stealth that helped a lot. Of course, since he was just a side character, he ended up dying later, but despite appearing young, he's an expert in assassination, and considering that Silverblood will likely ambush him, it wouldn't be bad to have him as a companion. Especially since his duty is to protect Mord, the hero accepts the boy's offer. He orders him to start cleaning immediately, and when the young man asks what he should clean, Mord explains that it's the battlefield and all the men left on the ground. Since leaving traces behind isn't a good idea, this will prove how skilled he is. Meanwhile, at the Lord's castle, someone reports that Varian was defeated. There were signs of a battle, but no bodies, leaving the Patriarch impressed, as he didn't know Mord had an escort. Even so, he orders them to let the boy go for now and just keep an eye on him, knowing that the Silver Blood organization likely suffered losses as well. Thus, even if they do nothing, Silver Blood will act on their own. We then return to the protagonist, where Keel is impressed, saying that this was the tomb Mord was looking for, and that it took them 5 days to find. He soon asks what they should do, but the protagonist simply lies down, saying he will wait until nightfall. He orders the half-elf to stand guard until then so no one gets close. The young man tries to ask why they're doing this, but our hero is already deep asleep, leaving the young man disappointed since he realizes Mord won't tell him anything during the trip. By nightfall, the half-elf looks a bit frustrated while lighting a fire. He is a respected person in the Arctucci and an advanced warrior with 10 years of experience, but now he's practically working as a cleaner for a child who is only an intermediate warrior. He tries to calm himself, thinking that this is just a job, but as he's about to curse the protagonist, he hears his name. He quickly pretends that he wasn't talking about anyone, but Mord merely warns him that it's starting. When the young man wonders what is starting, he notices a dimensional rift forming in the air. It is explained that there are secret dungeons that can only be revealed when all the conditions are met. And in this dungeon, there are 3 conditions. The first is that the moon must be in its waxing phase. The second is that nothing must obstruct the moonlight from reaching the ground. And the third requires someone with divine blood to be within 5 meters of the tomb. Initially, this dungeon isn't that important, but the reward inside is of great interest to our protagonist. Realizing that his young master is about to enter the dungeon alone, the half-elf boy explains that Mord doesn't know what dangers could be lurking inside. But Mord quickly reassures him, saying he knows exactly what to expect and that he can handle it alone. Therefore, Keel's job is to make sure no one gets close. Before the half-elf can say anything else, Mord leaps into the dungeon, passing through the portal mid-air, leaving his subordinate completely alone in the forest. Inside, we discover it's the Lunar Temple. In the past, many gods existed, but none remain now. These temples used to be dedicated to venerating them. Soon, something catches Mord's attention. When he looks ahead, he sees several skeletons walking and screaming that an intruder has invaded the tomb. These skeletons are warriors who gave their souls to gods who have since perished, leaving only the madness of their souls behind. Looking around, Mord realizes there are more than 100, but it doesn't matter, as he just needs to get rid of them quickly. It's said that these souls are terrifying in the real world, but in this realm, defeating them is possible with ordinary methods. All because of the mana, and we see the protagonist easily smashing through several skeletons. Even though they are easier to deal with here, they are still warriors from past lives. So Mord prepares a mana ball using aura and hurls it at the skeletons, causing a massive explosion. No matter how strong these warriors once were, our protagonist is far stronger now. Now that all the minions are gone, he just needs to deal with the Guardian. As he approaches a statue of a goddess with a dog's face, he says this is the core, and the Guardian is this creature now rising before him. We then discover that the Guardian is another werewolf, angered because Mord has trespassed on sacred ground without permission and declares that he will be sacrificed to the goddess. Mord recalls that this lycanthrope was supposed to be a powerful enemy in the novel. Even though Aiden was stronger than most advanced mages, he struggled against the werewolf because it had magical defenses thanks to the blessing. While the werewolf warms up, he says that the protagonist has invaded the sacred realm alone. And though disrespectful, it seems he understands the pride of a warrior. For that reason, he will be treated as one. Soon, all the wolves and werewolves gather around Mord and the Guardian, forming a kind of arena. The lycanthrope declares that the battle between warriors is the most sacred thing, and since Mord came with pride, he will respond in kind. Mord finds this odd, as this didn't happen in the novel. Nevertheless, he says he prefers to fight one-on-one. However, as he prepares, he says he doesn't want to waste time and commands the Guardian to shift into his final form instead of waiting to die slowly. In the novel, the Guardian was revived with the power of the goddess every time Aiden and his friends killed him, so it would be better to start the fight at the final stage. Hearing these arrogant words, the werewolf says it's rude and wonders what makes Mord think he can say such things. But soon, the protagonist reveals his transformation, asking if he should prove it through sheer force. Upon realizing that the young man before him is of divine blood, the werewolf acknowledges that he is qualified to say such things and agrees to do as Mord requested. He begins absorbing the power of his subordinates, growing until he reaches an enormous size, surpassing even the hero's expectations. Mord then charges at the giant werewolf, and the two attacks collide in midair. However, in that moment, Mord is surprised by the light the werewolf emits, realizing he's using a divine shield capable of blocking aura. But just because something can block aura doesn't mean it can block it forever. So our hero starts breaking through the shield with a flurry of punches. The werewolf has no choice but to defend with his body. Yet his strength isn't enough and he is thrown far away. Realizing that the young man is as strong as expected from someone with divine blood, the werewolf considers trying something else, but the protagonist is already in front of him, delivering another attack. However, the strike misses as the werewolf ducks his head just in time. With a malicious grin, the werewolf lands a counterpunch to Mord's abdomen, feeling pleased to have landed a direct hit. But his satisfaction fades quickly as he notices that Mord absorbed the impact through his muscles. Mord then grabs his opponent's arm and remarks that he has an interesting acceleration ability, but in a fight, speed isn't everything. He then throws the werewolf into the air, leaping after him. Mord begins preparing an aura-infused attack, delivering a solid hit to the lycanthrope's face. The creature is sent flying into the goddess statue, bouncing off it and crashing towards the ground. Our hero uses the statue to change his trajectory, preparing a final blow to finish off the monster. In midair, the werewolf is helpless and Mord knows this is the end. But before completing his attack, he notices a smile on the werewolf's face. However, this doesn't stop our hero from kicking the creature, finally ending the fight, and he feels relieved that he didn't need to use the world fragment or the blessing from the god of combat. Still, he wonders why the werewolf was smiling at the end. Suddenly, a voice echoes saying that the battle was impressive and thanks Mord for granting its warrior an honorable rest. The statue explains that the werewolf wanted to die as a great warrior, but was stabbed in the back by an enemy and died dishonorably. Unable to forget this, he became the ghost of this dungeon, and what the protagonist did for him was a great gift as he freed his soul. Mord understands that this was probably why the werewolf smiled. He finally got the duel he wanted. The statue then gives Mord a gift for freeing the warrior's soul, explaining that it is a bracelet that when exposed to moonlight, will protect whomever he wishes, whenever he wishes. Analyzing the item, Mord realizes that this is something Aiden never obtained in the novel, and it will be extremely useful when he needs to fight while protecting someone. He thanks the goddess, saying he will make good use of it, but soon notices that her presence has already vanished. He moves closer to wrap things up, striking the statue, which reveals the crystal he had been searching for. Mord is pleased that he finally found the world fragment, and as the crystal shines, it captures his attention. Sometime later outside, we see wind spirits swirling around the dungeon, while Keel, sitting on a rock, asks if Mord has finally completed it. Mord notices that these spirits are the half-elf's summons, and he stood guard just as ordered. He's starting to appreciate how obedient the young man is. The half-elf then asks if they can go to a village to sleep, but the protagonist says they'll pass through several cities and villages from now on, as they'll be traveling across all corners of the kingdom. Sometime later, we arrive at the merchant city of Lurien. We see the servant begging for rest since they haven't stopped walking, while our buffed Jigakya hero is happy that he's managed to acquire 2 world fragments. After completing the Wolf Goddess dungeon, they finished another one, but it didn't yield any additional rewards. Now their goal is to find a particular object and venture into a specific underground location. The two then find an inn to spend the night. Mord explains that they'll stay there until nightfall, but the half-elf says he needs to leave, hoping his master will stay in the room until he returns, begging him please as he has something important to take care of. Mord lies down on the bed, telling him he can go report to the city leader all he wants, as he already knew everything from the beginning. The half-elf is shocked that Morgan already figured it out, but he also explains that he needs to ask for more money, as these expensive lodgings and daily meals have left him completely broke. As he leaves, he says he'll be back, and our protagonist replies that he won't leave unless something inevitable happens. Several hours pass and night is almost upon them. However, as Keel returns to the inn, he notices everything is on fire. He almost feels like he has clairvoyance since something inevitable really did happen. It is explained that as pieces the ancient gods used to create the complete world, each world fragment contains a different element. While one might contain lava fields where fire spirits dance, another might hold arid, sun-drenched deserts. Like puzzle pieces, they can fit together, and once they do, they can grant immense power. Another incredible thing is that when these fragments are united, the user can unlock a mental realm they can access at will. From the outside, it appears as if they are simply meditating, but in reality, the individual is in their mental training. It is explained that the world fragment he obtained from the tomb of the god of combat contained a towering mountain that reached the clouds, and the fragment from the dungeon had a dense forest, but unfortunately, the third fragment didn't connect with either of the other two. However, at that moment, the protagonist feels something. Mord immediately stops in the middle of the forest, sensing a presence. We return to the real world, where the inn he was staying at is under attack. Outside, a woman is screaming frantically for her son, who is trapped inside. She begs the men holding her back to let her go, as she desperately wants to rescue him. At that moment, our hero emerges from the burning building, holding the child in his arms. He hands the boy to the woman, who thanks him profusely. However, Mord isn't interested in the gratitude and immediately assesses the damage caused. People are helping each other, and they've hired a healing mage to assist the injured, since women, children, and men were caught in the explosion. Seeing this disgusting scene, Mord begins to feel stressed. At that moment, he spots two people fleeing amidst the chaos. Realizing that one of them is responsible for the explosion, he picks up a stone from the ground, muttering that he doesn't know who the person is or where they're from, but he will make sure that their coffin stays closed at their funeral. We then see a man with a ponytail running from a hooded figure. Frustrated that he can't catch the man, the hooded figure fails to notice the protagonist approaching from behind. Mord launches a quick attack, which the hooded figure barely dodges at the last second. Even so, the man had to stop his pursuit and angrily demands to know who the protagonist is. But Mord dismisses him, saying it doesn't matter and he doesn't need to know who he is, especially since he's already dead. The hooded man with a face tattoo doesn't know who sent Mord but calls him weak, saying he won't be able to defeat him. However, in the very next second, our hero appears behind him, landing a solid punch to his face, sending him crashing into a wall. Coughing, the man seems incapacitated as Mord approaches, ready to end the fight. But before he can do anything, the man who is being chased shouts, saying he doesn't know who Mord is, but he shouldn't underestimate this guy. The hooded man takes advantage of Mord's distraction and swallows a pill. As the protagonist watches the transformation taking place, the other man urges him to run. However, it's too late. The transformation is complete, and the man has turned into a hulking brute like Ronnie Coleman. He orders the protagonist to pay attention as he's about to display his full power. But in that moment, all his strength and power are reduced to nothing with a single blow from Mord, leaving the blonde man with the ponytail in utter shock. Mord orders him to come down immediately. Every instinct in the blonde man tells him to flee. As he prepares to do so, he gets kicked in the back, slamming into a distant wall. Our hero then orders the man to kneel and answer his questions, remarking that knocking him out would be the best option. We then see that the man is already trapped in a chokehold by Keel, panicking as he struggles to breathe. Soon, his mind begins to fade, and he wakes up later in a completely different place. Terrified, he threatens to scream, but the protagonist gives him a warning. Other than answering the questions, he better not dare open his mouth. The first question is why he was being chased. Mord explains that the man probably belonged to the organization of the Second King. The man tries to speak but gets punched in the head, and the MC explains that these people are part of the Monarch's Return group who seek to revive the Archlich. It's explained that the hierarchy of mages is clear. There are beginner-level mages, intermediate-level mages of the 4th circle, advanced-level mages up to the 6th circle, senior mages, and those in the domain of the 9th circle are called high mages. The title of Archlich is given to high mages who have become undead, commonly referred to as monarchs, as they command armies of the undead. The Archlich of the Monarch's Return group had a backup plan in case he was defeated, fragmenting his soul into pieces and scattering them. Once all the pieces are gathered, he can be revived, and that's what the Monarch's Return group is seeking. But even knowing all this, Mord still doesn't understand what this man has to do with it, wondering if he's a subordinate of another secret group. The blonde man, realizing that Mord can use aura, knows he must be of Vernar's blood and thinks it would be a problem if the Archduke opposed their group. However, his silence only angers the protagonist, who prepares to punch him again, causing the man to quickly blurt out the name of his group. The blonde man explains that their goal is to prevent the 3 prophecies of ruin from coming true, one of which is the return of the monarch. He further explains that if the Archlick that these people worship is revived, the world will practically come to an end. Mord recalls that in the novel, the Lich was easily defeated by the protagonist, and he finds it amusing that someone like this is trying to stop the world-level disaster. He then returns to his first question, trying to figure out why that man was following him. The blonde man finally speaks, saying it's because he stole something important. Mord shows him a key and asks if that's what he's talking about, discovering that it's a key that opens doors to ruins. Since this group called Grumolder and this key didn't appear in the novel, Mord realizes that the story has likely deviated from the original path due to the theft of the key. The resurrection of the monarch happens near the end of the story, and even though Aiden and his friends manage to defeat him, he still caused thousands of deaths. For this reason, Mord decides to prevent the sacrifice of those people and stop the monarch's return group. Mord then turns around, saying he's going to keep the key and orders the man to leave. His servant Keel questions whether it's really okay to let him go, but Mord responds that the group isn't that strong, so there's no need to worry. He explains that their current goal is the complete annihilation of the monarch's return group. He then states that there are fragments of the Archlich's soul in the ruins, and that's where they'll start. His servant asks if they're going immediately, but Mord explains that they first need to go to the black market. It is then revealed that he purchased a torn book and an old dagger, leaving Keel confused about what he plans to do with these items. The two head to a rather foul-smelling place, and Keel wonders if the great Archlich really left part of his soul there. The protagonist explains that there's a hidden passage in the water, and he instructs the young man to use his spiritual magic to unlock the path. The half-elf activates some of his wind spirits, and has them search through the water until they find the passage. He's pleased that he succeeded, while the protagonist notices that even though Keel complains a lot, he still follows orders. The wind spirit then begins preparing a gust that splits the water like the Red Sea, revealing the hidden path. However, when they reach the door, they find it sealed with magic. The protagonist explains that the dagger will come in handy now, so he makes a small cut on his hand, saying that long ago the gods were at war with one another. At that time, the warrior god lost everything to the gods who wielded magic as their weapon. That's why he sacrificed his own existence to create this weapon, an artifact that only those with divine blood can awaken. Moreover, its function evolved to work as a key for ancient ruins. To use it is simple. Just invoke anti-magic and destroy the magic. Throwing the dagger towards the sealed door, we see it begin to glow and shoot out some lightning, quickly dissipating all the sealing magic. Mord calmly calls the dagger back to his hand. The half-elf is impressed that Mord bought these overpowered items for the price of a beer, but Mord remarks that this is exactly how the black market works. And now it's time to fulfill Keel's wish. It is revealed that before their journey began, Keel wanted to venture into dungeons and discover hidden treasures. Mord then tells him that after they finish off the monarch's return route down there, this is the exact secret dungeon he was searching for. The two descend, and Keel is amazed by how vast the place is. He asks if they shouldn't launch a surprise attack, but the protagonist explains that they likely already know of their presence and will attack them soon enough. At that moment, several ghoulish monsters appear, while a group of mages and warriors question who these intruders are and how they managed to enter. Mord immediately charges forward, plowing through the ghouls and heading straight for the group. During the attack, he senses two men approaching, so he summons his aura gauntlets to block their attacks, leaving the two men confused by the gauntlets and realizing that if those are aura gauntlets, Mord must be at master rank. Mord easily disposes of the monarch's henchmen, and as his eyes glow the golden hue, the enemy mages begin preparing to strike. But before the mages can do anything, they are practically wiped out by Keel's wind magic, who asks what the mage was even planning as multiple wind spirits swirl protectively around him. A little later, we see the same mage crawling on the ground, screaming that he's being chased by a monster. However, in the next moment, this mage will meet Hades personally. Keel, who finished him off, thinks to himself that he's not so bad after all, but of course, they are nothing compared to Mord. He then points to a large door and says it must be the entrance, while the protagonist mentions that first they need to destroy all the magical objects because they are dangerous. After destroying all the cursed items, they finally stand before the door, and the protagonist says that now the dungeon truly begins. He uses the key he took from the man the day before and opens the gate, realizing this seems to be some kind of demonification dungeon. This is a dungeon created by borrowing the powers of demons, but it's not necessarily connected to the demon realm. Since there was no detailed information about this dungeon in the novel, the only thing Mord knows is that it's subterranean and goes down 9 levels. It follows the standard dungeon pattern. The deeper it goes, the stronger the monsters become. It was definitely not supposed to be an easy dungeon, but the two of them cleared it in under 10 minutes. Keel looks quite happy with their loot, having acquired several good magical items, and says that with all these, he won't need to worry about meals for months. Looking ahead, he notices their true objective. We then see Archlich Monarch seated on his throne. The Lich remarks that it's been a long time since he's seen something alive. Just from the energy alone, the half-elf can sense the Lich's strength. But Mord says there's no reason to be afraid, as this is only a fragment of the original. This surprises the Archlich, who acknowledges that despite being an unwelcome guest, Mord knows of him. However, as Mord begins to transform, he says that he doesn't know much about the Lich, nor does he need to, as he's merely a relic of the past, and he'll make sure to render him even more dead. Seeing Mord's transformation, the Lich recognizes him as being of the Werner's bloodline, and remarks how strangely only the most arrogant seem to pass through here, yet all of them have been eliminated. He explains that the protagonist is nothing more than a remnant left behind by the god, and for that, he will teach him the greatness of magic. He then summons 2 diamond golems, but the protagonist quickly appears behind one of the golems, destroying it and creating a cloud of dust, while the Lich expected him to have this level of power. What he didn't expect, however, was the punch that was about to come his way. The Lich reacts quickly, casting a defensive spell to block the MC's strike. Yet, as he stands there, a wind spell begins to swirl around him, forming a tornado with the Lich at the center. Even so, the Lich finds the trick annoying and with a single stomp, activates the Forest's curse, which suppresses all of Keel's magic. Upon realizing that his spell was nullified with just a single movement, Keel is terrified. But this is the moment the protagonist was waiting for to throw a dagger at the Lich. The Lich finds it irritating that the dagger bypassed his defensive spell but believes it won't do much damage to his body. However, it's at that moment that the dagger begins to glow. As you may know, an Archlich is a being made entirely of dark magic, and the effect of an anti-magic weapon on a creature made of magic is completely lethal. Thanks to the immense shock, even the Lich's robes are torn to shreds, and he can't comprehend how something like this exists. Taking advantage of the opportunity, MC remarks that letting one's guard down in a fight means death. He then activates the mountain destruction technique, shattering the Archlich into countless pieces. His skeletal skull rolls across the floor, but it's swiftly caught by the protagonist, who tells the Lich to shut up and that he'll always be a loser, both now and in his original form. And with that, Mord finally defeats the skeleton once and for all. Mord turns to the subordinate, saying that Keel did well in buying time as it made the battle a bit more convenient. As Keel praises the dagger for piercing a defensive spell, the protagonist explains that if it had been an active spell, the dagger wouldn't have been able to penetrate it. The two then proceed to search for the dungeon's core, finally encountering the 4th fragment of the world. And when they destroy the core, they finally return to the real world, with the dungeon's entrance being a fake room. There, Keel looks around in search of something, but when he realizes that the thing he's looking for is not there, he starts screaming in despair for having lost all his loot. Then he looks at the protagonist, who is also a little confused. He then asks if the protagonist knew this was going to happen, and that no matter how much he thought about it, a dungeon that had been closed for more than 200 years maintaining so many intelligent undead is strange, questioning if it was a dream of chaos. It is explained that the dream of chaos is the boundary between reality and a dream. It's like a very powerful illusion, but everything you experience there is real. The problem is that nothing from this dungeon can be taken to the outside world. Mord thinks that his hypothesis must be correct, since being locked in this place for 200 years would lead to a mental collapse, but it's different if these minds are fake. He then says that he didn't know this and that he wasn't trying to deceive him. But since he was part of the battle, he will give some loot to compensate for what he lost. He then prepares a punch while warning him not to complain about the loot. That punch was directed at the ground, and the two begin to fall into a secret room that was right below. Upon landing, the protagonist thinks that this place is actually a secret space, and that it can only be found after solving the hidden puzzles inside the fake room. Keel, after looking around the room for a bit, is amazed, seeing some objects on altars, while Mord thinks he didn't need to solve the puzzles since he already knew where the place was. Soon, the half-elf mercenary is happy that all those things look expensive. He says that now they are in a place that really looks like the treasure hall. He begins to analyze a bag while the protagonist explains that it has a dimension 5 times larger than the space of this room. Not only that, but is capable of automatically retrieving any item from inside and is made so that only the owner can touch it. But obviously, the protagonist is not going to give the OP item to his servant, giving him another item instead. This is the lightning ring, capable of allowing the user to use lightning magic up to the 6th circle. Additionally, it has great defense against lightning-type magic, and it seems that the young half-elf is quite pleased, although he had a somewhat suspicious look on his face as he looks at the ring he received. Among the other things in the room, there's the necklace capable of protecting someone against unauthorized magic use and detecting subtle magic. There's also this golden key that also acts as a map, prompting Keel to ask how many parts there are in total, discovering that there are 7 and soon questioning if our hero wants to find them all to prevent the resurrection of the Archlich. He says yes, but also because the 7 parts are fragments of the world, and now that they've taken everything, they must leave. But before leaving, they approach the skull that is in the center, and Mord explains that this is the part of the Archlich. What they defeated in the dungeon is the manifestation of a consciousness imbued in this part, and if they don't destroy it, he could come back. In the novel, the protagonist and his friends imagined that this was just decoration and ignored it. As a result, the Archlich was revived. However, now this insect will not hurt anyone else. In front of an apple tree, Ilden picks an apple, stating that it's the last one. He then asks the young man behind him if he believes Mord will be the next to be buried there, and he answers that he thinks so because the Silver Bloods are handling that. There are several secret organizations in this world, but few have lasted more than 500 years, as that was when the Mortal Age began and the Age of Legends ended. The Silver Bloods are one of those, and besides most of their executives having divine blood, they're the biggest and best MWDW organization. However, Ilden warns that last time they were all killed, including Master Varen, and that was definitely a hard blow to their pride. He wonders how much they prepared this time to kill him. Meanwhile, in the dungeon where they fought the Arclic, a red-haired man approaches alongside a blonde woman and wonders what happened there, complaining about the destruction left by Mord. The girl touches the cloth and after analyzing it, states that it's only been a few days since he passed through there, and that he should be easy to find now. The guy beside her likes the news and drawing his sword says he can already see how all this will end, complaining about how much trouble Vernars gives him. Blasting the wall ahead with a strike, he says he'll make him taste hell, while his partner thinks about how they should enjoy their vacation. A few days later, Mord tells Keel that his plan won't work, making him ask if he's giving up, which he answers with a yes, because they'd only waste time. Not everything in MWDW was well explained, many parts were extremely summarized. Mord remembers what he read, but not the summarized parts. Keel asks what they'll do now, as there are only 3 months left until the promise with General Ilden. With not much time remaining, they need to act on what they already know. Then the protagonist tells his friend they're going to free the cursed witch. They'll do this to obtain an ancient sword. And his friend, already knowing it's not just any sword, asks how he knows all that, and he replies that he has a good informant. Keel asks who it is. Mord replies that he has divine traits that allow him to have visions of the future, but seeing his friend's strange look, he warns that he already knew he wouldn't believe him. The elf finds it annoying, while the protagonist thinks that even when telling the truth, no one would take it seriously. But it'd be nice if someone believed him just once. The two walk through a forest as Mord says they're heading to the region of the Kingdom of Lufton. Days later, already at their destination, the blonde boy comments that the place is creepy and asks if it's because of the witch, getting a yes in response, since she can disorient people. In the village they passed earlier, they were warned of a legend about the swamp witch, the devourer of people. No one has disappeared in the last 5 years, but they were asked to reconsider. Mord explains that the witch uses the mist to affect your mind and control your actions however she wants. The elf says he can feel her trying to invade his mind, but since he's resistant to mental control, he'll be fine. However, right after that, he realizes his friend has disappeared, leaving him in a panic, thinking the swamp is also capable of generating illusions. Then he starts shouting for the protagonist. But while trying to call out to Mord, he starts feeling extremely sleepy and his legs begin to move on their own, realizing the witch's power. Looking back, the protagonist sees the confused boy coming back the way they came. The reason he even given to the swamp's powers is the bracelet he wears on his arm, which he got from the wolf deity. Holding Keel's arm, he recites the phrase, "Power of the full moon, protect my comrade." The bracelet glows and energy spreads around them. This wakes the elf, who asks if that's the power the witch uses to eat people, to which the answer is a big no. Mord explains that she guides people away from the mist as safely as possible. Implanting in their subconscious the urge never to return there, being cursed isn't the same as being evil. Even without a witch, there would still be dangers in that forest. Monsters do exist, of course. You could die from the hallucinogenic effects of a plant, and people disappear all the time in forests. In fact, the strangest thing is that no one has disappeared in the last 5 years. That starts to make sense to the blonde kid, who now understands what the witch does, not the monster that eats people. In truth, she used to be a beautiful woman from the Ilderves, and all the men in her village and nearby ones fell in love with her. One of them had divine blood. He confessed to the girl, but was promptly rejected. That was when his downfall began. The man possessed powers and came from the most powerful family among the divine forces, even holding noble status. But he broke the family's golden rule by summoning a demonic spirit, which ended up possessing him. Feeling unable to face punishment, the man fled. That's when he met the girl, and after being rejected, he tried to force her. So the entire Ilderva family acted to stop him, but the man, already enraged, killed them all. And the girl fell into his evil hands. At that moment, the skies opened and Miras appeared. The man had been caught by the family patriarchs due to the excessive use of his powers. He begged for mercy. But upon seeing what had happened, Miras punished him, sealing him into a sword along with the demon he had summoned. And the girl, for the sin of tempting a noble being while being immortal, was sentenced to guard the sword until the demon's spirit faded. Only then would she be freed from her crime. In the end, the witch was never a monster that devoured humans. She was only the victim of divine wrath. Mord then shouts to the witch that he will restore her name. Someone hears him, and suddenly a strong wind starts blowing the mist forcefully in his direction. But the boy stands his ground, unlike his friend who's already stabbing his knife into a tree to avoid being blown away. He watches as Mord prepares his attack, and once fully charged, it's unleashed against the mist, opening a hole in the mystical curtain that covers the swamp. Revealing 2 glowing red eyes ahead of them and recognizing it as an enemy, it charges forward at full speed. And upon reaching the creature, he declares that the witch is finally awakened from her dreams. The elf is confused by his words, wondering if the protagonist really said witch. Mord says there was never a promise to be fulfilled as he stares at the figure before him, a monster with crystal eyes covered in massive fur. The creature claims it must fulfill a promise. Calling the two intruders, it forms several orbs of energy around itself, launching them at the two right after. Mord saves his friend from the attack, grabbing him and carrying him to safety as the attack explodes behind them. The elf is stunned by the ray of attacks, comparing it to an army of mages, and asks what they'll do now and if there's a plan. The protagonist's idea is to beat it down first and then use a keyword to awaken her. But the blonde kid has no idea what the guy is talking about. Mord, leaping away from his comrade, asks him to hold the line for a bit. With the agility of a rabbit, he dodges the attacks around him as he closes in on the monster, finally getting face to face and close enough. He lands a punch on it, releasing a massive burst of energy that makes it scream in pain, and right after, he says the name Elderva, changing the creature's expression. He says that's the name of her species and those who fought for her. This makes her remember the past and the lifeless body in her arms. With that opening, Mord lands a solid kick on the monster, dealing heavy damage. The witch screams in hatred and pain, and again the protagonist speaks another name, Calvis, as he approaches her, preparing another strike. That was the name of the one who killed her family. Hearing it awakens the monster's fury, and she is struck again in the face. Mord says the name Marius, already ready to land another blow, making the creature see in him the face of the god who cursed her. As he unleashes a flurry of attacks, he says there was never any promise to fulfill, only a curse. He begs her to remember what must not be forgotten, for the sake of those who died needlessly. In preparing the final blow, Mord shouts that at last she must remember who she really is. Placing his hand on her head, he calls her Sadia. That was the name her parents gave her on the day the sun shone the brightest. He asked her to open her eyes as the glorious child of the spirit of the sun. Kilo realizes the attacks have stopped and is about to celebrate his victory when a massive explosion occurs. The sun shines there once more, and Mord celebrates because he had always hoped for this instead of the depressing military life in the kingdom of the white demons. An incredible adventure like this, saving the witch from her curse and helping her recover her beauty. The former cursed witch, calling him the savior of the unknown god who freed her from the curse, asks how she can repay him and what his name is. While Keel stays with the giant girl, Mord introduces himself as a descendant of Verners, god of combat, but the giantess has never heard of him. But considering his power, she imagines he must be an incredible god. The protagonist explains that he's a god who emerged at the end of the Age of Legends, which is why she doesn't know him. The giantess is confused to learn that the Age of Legends has ended, and Mord says it ended 500 years ago, and the only thing left of it was the giant blue crystal in front of them, a fragment of the world, a piece of the perfect world that the ancient gods used to create this one. When the Age of Legends ended, its fragments were scattered across the world. When he touches the crystal, it shrinks. That is the fragment of the misty swamp, starry night and mountain peaks combined with the floating swamp mist. Now the three fused fragments and the two individual fragments are together. Turning to the giantess, Mord speaks about his reward when he hears a loud crash caused by a sudden explosion. The giantess protects him. The ones causing all that chaos and looking for him are three people. One of them says he's there to beat him up, calling him the illegitimate son of Grand Duke Verners. He says they're there to capture him, but he asks who the bombshell behind him is, while Mord questions who he is and whether he belongs to the Silver Blood, prompting the man to ask how he knows that. The protagonist explains it's obvious since they have divine blood. His attacker finds it strange that the guy can tell where they're from just by their divine blood, but that doesn't change his goal of capturing him. The red-haired swordsman is ready to educate the rookie, but before the fight begins, his friend tells him to activate his divine blood first, making him question why, since he just wanted to have a little fun. However, he's warned again not to underestimate him because this guy isn't just anyone. The redhead gets pissed and activating his divine blood says he needs to hurry up and become a high-ranking officer. Meanwhile, the blonde girl on the team looks like a corporate drone, dying to take a vacation already. Their leader, transforming into a wolf, warns them not to kill him. They need him alive. While Keel panics in the background, Mord reflects on the activation of divine blood and recognizes their leader as a descendant of the beast god. The swordsman doesn't know her, but the woman is clearly Yahello, an intermediate officer of the Silver Blood, a 7th circle mage with excellent tracking skills. In her awakened state, she can reach the power of a first-class mage. To make up for her weakness as a mage, she depends on the red-haired guy to act as her vanguard and close the distance with their opponents. So he tells Keel to take Sadia and come back later. The blonde boy says that even though he's skilled, his friend can't defeat 3 holders of divine blood. Activating his awakening and turning to his friend again, he tells him to go. The one-eyed mage is impressed by the mana coming from a boy only 15 years old. Seeing his friend distracted as the perfect chance to escape, he calls Sadia and points the way. But just in the direction he pointed, a lightning bolt crashes down. It was the work of the one-eyed woman, who sarcastically asks where they think they're going. She says the blonde kid has a lot of faith in his mediocrity, but that won't work with her. Keel tells his friend there's no way, they'll have to fight because their lives are at stake. But Mord says he'll create an opening so he can escape with Sadia, because the girl has nothing to do with this. Meanwhile, the enemy group's swordsman says he'll show him hell, imbuing his blade with lightning. He charges at the protagonist, delivering a strike powerful enough to create a massive energy sphere that destroys the surrounding landscape. But when the dust settles, both the one-eyed woman and the wolf-faced leader are stunned by the result. Mord isn't just still standing, he also killed his opponent, literally disintegrating his torso with a single punch. What a disposable extra. On the other side, Keel faces the one-eyed mage, creating a tornado of wind to lift her up, while thinking that his friend will find a solution, so he just needs to deal with the mage. Amount of mana and physical strength. Mord has all those traits. The werewolf in front of him is surprised he can use aura, and upon realizing that as it creates a physical enhancement effect, he says he will treat him accordingly. When our protagonist least expects it, he takes a punch which he blocks with both arms. Even so, the force of the blow sends him flying, creating a crater in the ground. Then, a series of purple lightning bolts are fired at him, causing a massive explosion. Mord feels the full impact of the attack, which this time manages to injure him. The big wolf admits that he's strong, but from the beginning, this hunting squad was assembled to face him along with any elite companion he might bring, which is why they brought a reinforcement army. The protagonist, watching his opponent approach, reflects on how powerful a high-ranking officer truly is, superior in every way. Besides that, the big wolf is using an artifact. When the mythical era ended and the gods left this world, the artifacts also vanished, but a few mortals with divine blood were granted permission to use them. The werewolf starts boasting about how favored he is, wondering how long Mord can last against the power of the gods. However, our hero is also curious to test something. Now with the 3 fragments of the world, his magical power has grown even if he doesn't yet know how much of the war god's power he can use. As he prepares to strike, he wonders how much his opponent can take, then lands an uppercut to his chin. The big wolf flies off with the force of the blow. Mord's movements and power have suddenly changed, and in seconds, he reaches his opponent while still in the air. Skyfang. Before he can land another hit, a powerful spell strikes him and sends him crashing to the ground. He recognizes the voice behind the spell. It was the one-eyed mage still mocking the wolf for losing to a 15-year-old boy, and the mud agrees with her. The rookie they're facing is giving them more trouble than expected. Mord wonders why the mage interfered in the fight and what happened to his friend. Turns out that on the other side, Keel is being chased by the Silver Blood support troops who have just arrived on the battlefield. But now is the time to worry about that. The big wolf in front of him admits he was shaken by the attack and says that after that last spell, Mord won't go much further. He then charges at the boy, promising to make him pay for what he did. It seems like the end, but he halts the attack when he hears a scream. It's the mage from his team whose foot is on fire. She's the one responsible, saying that her savior doesn't want her interference, but she can't just stand by and watch this. It's Sadia, who stares at the sorceress and calls her arrogant for thinking herself a god while being nowhere close to that. Calling them fools, she releases torrents of fire in their direction. The one-eyed mage wonders how she forgot about the giant and how she didn't sense her with her abilities. Sadia replies that the Ildervez share divine power among themselves. The more of them there are, the weaker each one becomes individually. However, right now she is the last of her lineage, and for that reason, she is as strong as it's possible to be. Her flaming aura is proof of her power. But for some mysterious reason, she starts to feel unwell and collapses to the ground, wondering what happened to her powers. Since the Age of Legends ended, Sadia should not exist. Using divine power requires giving something in return, and she has nothing left to offer. Mord tells the giant to take it easy. He just needs to focus on the opponents in front of him, and he'd appreciate it if she could help Keel. The Ilderva protests, but the boy tells her not to worry, because his opponent will fall as long as he keeps punching, and then charges an energy sphere. The wolf in front of him sees the sphere in his hand and says he won't win with just that, charging toward Mord. But what he doesn't know is that the orb in his hand is imbued with lightning, and the consequence of that is a devastating destructive power. Guardian of the Thornbush Forest, as he throws his attack, several bolts of lightning hit and trap the wolf, making any counterattack impossible. He wonders why he can't move when right in front of him appears Mord, unleashing a barrage of fast and powerful punches. Voidbreaker, an attack capable of concentrating all of his power into a punch with explosive capacity. The beast questions why he isn't hurt after that many hits, until he starts to feel a large amount of energy building up in his chest, realizing what's happening. The blows delivered by Mord had concentrated his energy in a single point, creating an explosive sphere of pure power, capable of turning his opponent to dust. The battle is over. The attack was enough to wipe the one wolf off the face of the earth. It's all over here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sadia uses her fire powers to trap the weaker troops of the Silver Blood. Then, using her powers as the Swamp Witch to immobilize them, she gives Keel the opportunity to take them down with his sword techniques. The protagonist is glad to see they don't need his help, now only needing to finish off the one-eyed mage. After the fight ends, Keel says he thought he was going to die and asks why he killed the blindfolded woman. Mord explains that high-ranking officers have bans placed on them. When they try to reveal important information about the silver blood, they transform into enraged, monstrous creatures. This information makes Keel understand the group's danger. He says he sometimes came across members of theirs in the White Demon Kingdom, so people like him in high positions receive some intel. He then asks his friend how he knows so much, and Mord repeats it's thanks to the prophecy given to him by his divine traits, but the unlucky guy doesn't believe it. Sadia understands what he meant and asks if one of Vernar's powers is to see prophecies. Keel asks if she really believes him, and the giantess asks why she wouldn't. Mord answers her question, saying that lately there haven't been as many revelations. Sadia asks if he means divine powers, and he says yes, since things like prophecies are a thing of the past. Then he picks up a sword on the ground. It was the weapon of one of the enemies, a blue sword. Mord hands it to Keel. The elf immediately glows with joy. Shaking his ass behind the protagonist is finally paying off. As for the small army that was chasing them, they turned into a bonfire, all thanks to Sadia, who made sure no one would rise again. She even sealed their spirits. That makes Mord wonder how powerful a god really is and how mortals don't even compare. After finishing, the giantess talks to her savior, saying she still owes him a reward and asks what he was talking about earlier. What he was going to ask for was the sword she was guarding, the cursed weapon, because he knows a way to break the curse. The reason the sword is so dangerous is the demon that resides within it, an object with a consciousness capable of driving its wielder insane and leading them to ruin. So Mord just needs to invade the sword with his own consciousness and get rid of the soul, but Sadia questions whether that's really possible. And in fact, back when she was cursed, it wasn't. But now that the demonic soul has weakened, it is. Aiden freed himself from the curse in the same way. During the battle, Mord realized that the second level of divine blood isn't something that can be achieved just through training or talent. He had observed Kestner and Ilden since they reached that level, but only now it became clear. You need to do something grand enough to be considered a legend. That's the only way to achieve this status. Only a great victory can grant it. Mord achieved that today with a significant victory over 3 people at the second divine level. And the one responsible for wiping out the entire race of giants, Vikalos, is perfect for that. He asks Sediat if she can place his consciousness into the sword. Excited, the giantess agrees. Now the preparations for his grand battle are ready. Marius, the king who rules over countless gods, sacrificed his own blood to create the sword capable of sealing Vikalos. A being so powerful that even Marius would struggle to defeat him, so sealing him was a great achievement. And that very being is now facing Mord, laughing a bit strangely, celebrating his new chance to escape. He offers our hero the power to dominate the world if he makes a pact with him. Calling him a fool, he tells him to shake his hand. That way, he'll possess him and regain his physical body to kill Marius and establish himself as Demon King once again. But Mord calls him a liar, saying the attack with Skull is lying because he'll possess his body and never give it back until he finds his original one. Which, by the way, doesn't even exist anymore in this world, something even the Big Skull didn't know. After he was sealed, the world went through huge changes. His empty body was probably devoured by other demons, turning him into a wandering soul. In other words, the dead guy is about to die again. That leaves the cosplay death god furious, shouting if he really thinks he'll walk out alive after speaking such nonsense. Mord then decides to play JoJo and bets his life that he's telling the truth, telling the Skull Guy to use his magic to confirm it, and he accepts with pleasure. The two stare each other down, both determined to prove who's right, with Vikalos calling him arrogant. Saying the mortal will regret this, the demon uses his magic to summon a Reaper and binds the protagonist with chains. The boy then repeats that Vikalos' body was completely devoured by countless lesser demons. The Skull refuses to believe something so cruel, to think he was eaten until not a single bone remained in his body. That shatters the demon, breaking his pride into pieces, and collapses to his knees before Mord. Not satisfied yet, Mord asks what it feels like to have witnessed the truth. In fact, it's amazing that Vikalos managed to preserve his sanity for so long, but upon learning that his body no longer exists, he crumbled from the shock. And now, approaching him is his death. With everything finished and Vikalos' consciousness destroyed, Keel admires the now divine sword and, already excited, asks Mord if he can have it, but it already has a rightful owner. The pointy-eared trickster asks who, but his friend warns that he wouldn't know even if he told him. Besides, he just got a sword. Mord asks what Sidia will do now. She isn't sure. She's a being that shouldn't exist, doesn't know when she'll die, and has nowhere to go. She believes she doesn't have many options. But the protagonist says there's still a chance for revenge because Marius exists in this world as a member of the Silver Blood. The giant is shocked and asks how that's possible, and Mord explains that he'll look different than she remembers since a lot has happened. She understands, and even though she doesn't know what happened since her sealing, if Marius still exists, then she has a reason to be here. This world denies her existence, so she has no choice but to seal herself until the right time comes. When she enters the door behind her, she will be sealed. She then asks Mord to carry with him the key to her seal. She became the strongest witch of her kind and is certain she could kill a god. However, such power is meaningless if she can't use it. So handing over a key, she asks Mord that when he fights Marius, he breaks the seal so that she can have her revenge. He asks if she's sure about that, and the giant replies that she is, so our hero agrees. Meanwhile, in a distant place, the old god laughs. Someone asks him what he finds so amusing, and Maris responds that he feels his power being unleashed in a fog-covered swamp. Then he's asked if there were still traces of his power in this world and why he left them behind instead of reclaiming them. He answers that he would have died if he tried, and that's why he planned to retrieve the sword and the fragment once he had gathered a few more, but someone went and did all the work. Normally, that would be a problem, but in this case, the old god is grateful, as it spared him from seeing someone he didn't want to see, and so, when he recovers his sword, he intends to reward the one responsible. Back to our main group, currently breaking through a mountain of punches. Keel is stunned to see that it's actually possible to reach the treasure in the ruins just by breaking the surrounding walls. There, they find 6 relics left by an ancient mage long ago, but they're all for magic users. Only one of them is useful to the elf, the golden bracelet. It's capable of summoning a fire spirit, which can be controlled to cast its spells. The blonde kid again questions if that's really possible, and Mord, already tired, explains that it was made by a mage with divine powers, and divine powers make the impossible possible. Keel is a valuable teammate for the protagonist, but he still falls short, considering what lies ahead. The solution our hero found was to strengthen him with magical spirits. Mord has already decided who he'll give some to. As for the rest, he'll use them himself. The ring he put on his finger can detect ambushes and then raise a protective shield. The bracelet, meanwhile, allows him to store mana for later use. All the items are quite powerful. While they eat, Mord explains that the Silver Blood have trouble locating them, but they have a huge problem, which Keel will discover soon. Taking the cue, the elf asks if his friend also feels the strange atmosphere in the place with people whispering around. As they continue commenting on the weirdness of the area, someone approaches them and asks if the two are mercenaries, causing Keel to go silent. Mord asks if the guy needs a mercenary, and he replies that ogres have been appearing for the past 2 weeks. Ogres are terrifying creatures, far too much for humans to handle. The stranger had heard of them before but never seen one. Luckily, his village is made up of skilled warriors and they managed to defeat the creature, but that wasn't the end. The monster invasions continued, and as the number of wounded increased, so did the fear that followed us. However, 3 days ago, a guy appeared, and the moment he saw the state of the city, he offered help. He tore apart all the monsters. Even the new ogres that keep showing up now bear the mark of his sword. But after going out this morning to kill more of them, the swordsman did not return. Mord seems to recognize this person, and to be sure, asks what he looks like. He's described as a muscular man with brown hair tied back, carrying a large two-handed sword. Now more eager to confirm his suspicions, Mord asks the guy to show him the way to this mysterious figure. The path there is covered in the bodies of dead creatures, looking like a small-scale hell, almost like a dungeon break, but it's not that. Keel wonders who the village's hero is. His actions have earned him quite the reputation. Mord believes he's probably someone from the Vernar's lineage, but the elf reminds him that the figure uses a giant sword, and his friend explains that it's not a rule that descendants of that lineage fight unarmed. He could be in disguise. In MWGW, Leon told Aiden that while passing through a rural area, he coincidentally found the ruins that gave him the blessing of the god of combat. After walking a bit, the group reaches what seems to be the origin of the area's demonization, where there's a large vortex of dense red energy. Mord believes the ground collapsed after an earthquake, revealing the ruins and making that spot the source of the problems. As he gets closer, he's sure that the monsters are coming from there, and he feels lucky enough found the ruins, because thanks to that he's about to meet the character he's looking for. Inside the tower, a man is kneeling, while his opponent comments on his strength, but questions why the hell he uses a sword if he's so bad at it. Wiping the blood from his face, the fallen warrior asks what kind of question that is. The man activates his divine blood, and by observing the fighting style of the undead, it becomes clear they were made from the remains of the Vernar's lineage. One of the skeletons laughs at the boy's arrogance for still fighting, but doesn't mind as long as the fight continues. However, the boy's divine form dissipates, and he wonders how the remains of his ancestors ended up here. At the same time, he already tastes death in his mouth. Still, even if he dies, he refuses to give up. Right after saying that, one of the undead reaches toward him, ready to attack, happy that the boy will fight to the last moment, since that makes it all much more fun. But before it reaches him, it's struck by a blow and collapses to the ground. The one who did it is Mord, arriving all flashy while one of the undead questions his interruption and asks who he is. But shamelessly, the Vernar's descendant throws the question back at him. He says those creatures aren't the core of this dungeon, and in fact, everything is being controlled remotely through some trick, so he asks again, who is he? Getting up after being dismantled, a monster complains about how Mord is underestimating him. Calling him an arrogant bastard, he wants to see how long he can hold out against the group of undead. Immediately, the skeletons, who ironically have noses, rush at the boy, preparing to strike him. But they receive an uppercut imbued with energy, and without wasting time, Mord charges toward the rest of the opponents. And without giving them a second, he hits them with a flurry of blows, tearing through their formation like a beam of energy. Right after, he launches a series of energy spheres that hit the skeletons precisely, causing a massive explosion. In the end, he didn't even need to activate his divine blood. Mord asks why the man in front of him was being so dramatic while playing with those puppets, but before he gets an answer, the skeleton on the ground starts talking. He no longer had mana to regenerate and introduces himself as Count Wergun from the demon world, saying he'll never forget the humiliation he suffered. Tired of all the drama, Mord punches the skull and destroys it, saying she was the only arrogant one there. The boy next to him, watching everything in disbelief, wonders if that was a man or a monster, believing he wouldn't be able to beat him even with his divine blood. Keel arrives shortly after and, calling the boy Leon Werners, asks what he's doing there. But aggressively, he responds by asking who they are and whether they were sent to bring him back to the main house. Leon is the 5th successor to the Werners lineage Grand Duchy, but 5 years ago, he gave up on the succession competition and left the family. In MWGW, he meets Aiden after that and becomes an important ally. Keel replies that they only came at the request of the villagers. The young man doesn't believe that, but Mord says that if he wants, he can just leave. It's his choice. Because if he doesn't want to believe the person who literally saved his life, then he can go to hell. Besides, he's in no position to resolve the demonization of the area, especially after getting his ass kicked. Keel then awkwardly approaches Leon, saying that he knows him because they had seen each other before, and even if it doesn't look like it, he's also an advanced warrior. But in the eyes of the former noble, it makes no sense for this boy to be on the same level as him. Meanwhile, the elf introduces himself as an affiliate of General Ilden. He explains that the Werners couldn't care less about him, so no one will come after the boy. Now embarrassed, Leon agrees with Keel's words, which Mord observes quietly. In MWGW, he was arrogant and hot-headed, but here he's acting a bit different, even thanking them for the help and apologizing for his suspicion. Since he was very young, Leon Werners was compared to his talented brothers and never had support from his family. As he grew up, opportunities became scarcer and even his mother died of an illness. Little by little, he kept falling in the hierarchy until he finally left his family, eventually obtaining the inheritance of the god of combat in a ruin, thus becoming stronger than his brothers. 5 years later, he met Aiden, who saw his potential and convinced him to enter the competition to become successor. And with his support, he achieved the rank of Archduke at the same time. He was given all the fragments of the world, believing he would be the savior to protect the world from evil. But that trust would be completely shattered. Handing a red potion to Keel, Mord asks him to guide Leon outside, prompting Leon to ask if he's being kicked out of the raid. The protagonist explains that he doesn't know what will happen next, so it's not a good idea to bring along someone who's injured, even if the fake swordsman insists he can still fight. But Mord repeats that he should leave and asks if he really wants to become an obstacle to the one who saved him, just to feed his own ego. Swallowing his pride, the young man decides to comply, leaving his savior relieved that he won't have to knock him out and carry him outside. Keel says they're heading back and asks if his friend will keep going, to which he's told yes, and that if he needs to find him, he just has to use the wind spirit. As the two head out, Mord recalls that after falling into a trap and ending up in those ruins, he obtained the inheritance of the god of combat. He wonders how he'll find it, and no better idea comes to mind than destroying the whole place. And it seems to work, because that way he finds the record of each person defeated in battle by the power of the Werners family. A series of books teaching and explaining combat techniques. He's not sure if they have any value, but since he has a magic bag, it won't hurt to take them. Looking ahead, he sees a coffin he recognizes as the box that can only be opened by someone with Werners' blood, likely the inheritance he's seeking. Touching it, the door emits a glow and opens, revealing a fragment of the world. That would be 8 when combined with the ones he already has. 3 plus 3 plus 1 plus 1 equals 8. Alongside the crystal is a stone plick, and he wonders if it can summon the god of combat. Touching it, a bolt of energy flows from the stone through his body as if a wave of power were running through his soul. Just touching that thing made him crave a fight. It's definitely not an ordinary plaque. It apparently makes you feel the same as the deceased god of combat did. Mord believes that's the inheritance of the god of combat that helped Leon awaken his hidden talent. Dragons are creatures that no longer exist. Digging through the coffin, he finds an item made from parts of these creatures hunted by the god of combat, the combat belt. At that exact moment, Keel returns and asks if that item is a magic object, and he's told no. It's just an ancient relic made from dragon hide. That makes the elf wonder why this piece isn't enchanted, considering all items of similar rarity are. Mord thinks it's because the god used it up until the moment he ascended. But in any case, both think it looks really stylish, with Keel even asking if his friend sent Leon away just to avoid showing him the artifact. Meanwhile, outside, the said boy is still sulking about someone so powerful being left out, until he finally notices movement at the dungeon entrance, from which Mord and Keel emerge. The blonde says he went in excited to find a demon, but there was nothing left, and the protagonist asks Leon if he's feeling okay, and the boy confirms he is. He then takes the opportunity to ask the name of his savior, who introduces himself and says he's from the other side of the Werners family. He had already expected him to be a descendant of the lineage, but doesn't know anyone by his name, so he asks how old Mord is. He answers that he's only 15, leaving the poor guy in shock and making him collapse. Ketil even agrees it's hard to believe. Leon asks if the boy already uses aura, and when that's confirmed, he questions how he's a master rank in both combat and magic at only 15, and whether he's been training since birth. Mord replies no, and even if he had, there's no reason for him to share that. Thinking he might have upset the boy, Leon says he's just shocked, but didn't mean to be rude. As he walks away, the 15-year-old starts to leave and tells Leon to get some rest, but the guy asks them to wait. Mord says they'll stay in the village for a few days before leaving, but the fake swordsman asks if they're going anywhere related to the family, and is told no. So the long-haired guy asks if he can come along, surprising the boy. He wonders how his personality could be so different from the novel, then asks the reason behind the request. A bit nervous, Leon tries to explain, but giving up, Mord looks at him with hatred in his heart, waiting for him to say the reason. Then he gives up and turns toward the village, saying he'll give him one day to think about it and explain the reason tomorrow, so he can decide whether to listen or not. The poor guy even gets a little scared after hearing that. Ketil tries to smooth things over, telling Leon to come eat with them. After all, the whole village is waiting for him. That same night, the village lord asked what they wanted as a reward for stopping the demonization of the village. Ketil asked for money and Leon for a new sword. Mord asked for a place completely isolated from the outside world and was taken to an empty hall, where he placed the stone plaque on the floor. Then he spilled his blood over it while in his divine form. Immediately after that, he was transported to his mental domain, but it doesn't seem like he had control over what the place would look like, until someone arrives behind him laughing, commenting that it's a good place to take a quick 5-minute brawl. He then says it's been a while since he saw a descendant. Mord recognizes him as the same figure who appeared to him last time, something confirmed by the figure, claiming to be a projection of the will of the god of combat. He asks if the boy wants to continue the last lesson, something confirmed by Mord, who then raises a question. Why is the god shorter than his descendants, and does having potential come with some disease? The god doesn't understand the question, so Mord explains how the Vernar's family has changed and the things the Grand Duke is doing to avoid aging, leaving the god quite displeased. The boy explains how the Grand Duke is called the reincarnation of a god with level 4 divine blood, but he ages very quickly. Verners responds that it might be due to mixed bloodlines. His family has existed for 500 years, so it's normal for them to mix with other races like the giants, if you consider their height, and among them, there are people with short lifespans and great strength. Interrupting the boy's train of thought, the god asks if the questions are over. Eager for a fight, he says it's been a long time since they fought and he still feels bad for losing last time, so he plans to go all out now. The two activate their awakenings and prepare to fight, but Mord senses that something's different this time. Verners is a demigod born from the union of a Rita and a human woman, and by using the power inherited from his father, he became a god through his own achievements. The blood Mord uses comes from him. But Verners is now using Arita's divine blood. It's definitely a different kind of power, though it feels familiar to Mord. The deity charges toward him, but in a matter of seconds, he is taken down. On the ground lies the Verners from 5 months ago, the one defeated by Mord, and next to him appears a different version of him, congratulating him for it, because he finally managed to master his aura skill. But it's not a reason to get cocky, since just like him, the god learned that ability when he was only 12, and now he'll show him the next level to reach, aura acceleration. This ability consists of moving a large concentration of aura and accelerating it at the exact moment, producing an overload of destructive power. The boy also knows how to use this power. He trained it countless times in his mental domain, but never used it in a real fight, and this is his chance. So he lands a powerful punch on the god, tearing him apart completely and causing a massive explosion of energy, splitting the deity in half. The young man wonders if he won, because that was too easy, and a new version of Vernars appears, saying that unexpectedly, yes, he did win. But Mord doesn't accept that. The deity says that in skill he was superior, but his arrogance was his poison. His descendant says you can't be a legendary hero without luck, even if you're skilled, and Verners asks if he's trying to comfort him, to which he's told no, because the boy doesn't feel like a winner. The god apologizes for disappointing him and says that his 23-year-old self won't let him down. This version introduces himself and says he will do his best for his older self. This time, this projection of Verners has an appearance closer to the divine, and he hasn't even awakened his divine blood or released his mana. He's closer to Mord's level, a true monster. It's time to start teaching him something worthwhile. The boy charges at the deity, who easily dodges the attack, only getting grazed. Then he distances himself, impressed by the boy's speed. But that's no reason to be impressed, even though it's not shown to us. The truth is that they've already fought over 500 times, and Mord has barely laid a finger on him. The god says that's surprising after just 500 battles, as he was taking it seriously, and still almost got hit in the face. But the boy doesn't care about that, because in that place, even if you recover from physical damage, the mental damage persists, and the more he fights him, the more monstrous he seems. Even so, he plans to punch him in the face no matter what happens. But just as he's about to charge, a voice brings him back to reason. It was the 23-year-old Werners, asking his older self how many battles remain. The older one replies around 100, thanks to the collected fragments, and says he may soon need to awaken his blood. But the younger god isn't so sure about that because Mord seems to be reaching his limit. However, his older self emphasizes that he could be wrong. 520 fights later, young Mord is still under pressure, enduring the deity's relentless attacks. 559 clashes later and nothing has changed, he's still getting beaten by Werners. After a clean hit, a massive explosion occurs, forcing even the older deity to retreat as the stone he was standing on was destroyed. That was already the 60th battle, and the 23-year-old Werners boasts that he was right about not needing to unlock his divine blood. Poor Mord lies on the ground, slumped against a boulder, completely wrecked. Lost in his thoughts, he reflects on his frustration at not being able to land a single blow. But the more exhausted his mind becomes, the stronger the feeling of something bubbling inside him. Until a voice speaks to him, awakening him, and above his body, the figure of an unknown god appears surrounded by tornadoes, and tells him there's no need to think, he must simply let his instincts take over. The 20-year-old god asks if it's over already, because this would be the perfect moment, but it's not the end yet. The boy rises, surrounded by a whirlwind of mana, now using all of his power. Even the younger Werners notices something is different this time. It's as if you can see the image of a different god within the boy. Mord charges forward, surrounded by energy, toward the god, who quickly begins activating his divine blood in an attempt to escape the attack. The boy lands a punch on him. Despite defending, Werners is still thrown back. But there's no time to rest. Mord rushes toward him again, making him fear for his fate. An explosion of energy and shattered stone erupts, and the god says that if he hadn't dodged, he would have died in that absurd vortex of energy that had formed. Lying on the ground, no longer in his divine form, the boy wonders what that was and how he did it. Werners explains that it was the divine blood of Arita awakening within him, the power of the god of paradise. His instincts recognize that this force lived inside him. The older deity tells him not to forget that feeling, even if for now, he only awakened part of Arita's power. With that manifestation, he can finally rival him. This makes Mord finally understand the meaning of the phrase, balance is important. This power is immensely strong, but it can weaken the human mind, so it's necessary for him to use the blood of the god of combat as a base, so he doesn't go insane. Werners would like to train more with the boy, but unfortunately, their time is up. But as a reward for defeating his younger versions, he will be blessed with the physique of the gods. And he can't wait for their next encounter to see him mastering the power of Arita. He also asks the boy not to monopolize all the power for himself and to let others have it too, so he doesn't get bored, and with that, Mord is sent back. After returning from his visit to the mental domain, he finds Leon, who is waiting for him to explain why he decided to follow him on the journey and why he left his family. His father was part of the main family, but ended up losing a fight against a demon lord, and his mother's family didn't have enough influence to make up for his loss. One by one, their supporters left them, and others began harassing them, and the pressure grew heavier and heavier on him. Compared to the other successors, he had no talent. Becoming a warrior, he realized that while he was seen as talented, the others were seen as geniuses. Unlike them, he crumbled easily under pressure and words. His family, especially his mother, were hard to endure. Is this all you can do? You should be better. Are you trying to become the shame of the family? You useless bastard. His mother started brainwashing him, and as time went on, she became more and more hysterical, to the point of assaulting him when he didn't meet her expectations. He just wanted to run away, but Erna was there for him. However, she turned out to be a genius, and the comparisons kept growing, making him stop seeing her with a smile and instead view her as a threat. That made him hate himself and decide to leave the family. Eventually, his mother died of illness, and looking at him with demonic eyes, she cursed him with painful words, seeing that was hell for him. On the day of her funeral, he left the family for good, and away from the Werners, he felt free and strong again. But he realized all that was an illusion. He was unlucky enough to meet enemies stronger than him who pushed him to his limits, making him feel powerless. He only learned this at death's door. But then Mord appeared, as if the world were giving him one more chance. That made him feel like it was fate, and that's why he wants to go with him, to figure out exactly what he felt in that moment. Mord, tired of it, asks if the monologue is over, leaving Leon confused. Our protagonist actually enjoyed hearing something that wasn't an MWW, but the guy just talks too much. He then warns the boy that this journey is more dangerous than he thinks because they're being hunted by the Silver Blood. Leon says he's heard of them, that they work as mercenaries, but he wasn't sure if they actually existed. Mord says they're even stronger than the Werners. The boy doesn't know when they might run into them, so his relatives should think more before deciding, but the desperate guy doesn't want to think and just wants to join the group, because he's sure he'll be useful in battle and can repay them for saving his life. Even though he's unsure about the boy's motivations, Mord decides to accept him. After all, he's still a Werners, and with the right push, he'll be strong. Liam is happy with that. I'm just surprised because all this time Keel was in the room and asks if it won't be a problem to take him north with them, to which he's told no. Leon says they don't have to worry because now he's just someone who gave up on the succession competition and won't bring them any trouble. Finally, Mord tells everyone to head to their rooms now because they're leaving tomorrow, and Keel asks where they're going this time, being told they're heading to the country of Palos. Already at their destination, they notice a lot of mercenary activity in the area, drawn there because of the monsters coming from Mount Limnos. Keel changes the subject and asks why the lion bought that thing. And he, holding a giant sword, says it's to hide his identity as a member of the Vernar's family, even with Mord on the team, fighting barehanded. Besides that, he's already used to using a sword since he left his family, and Keel roasts him by saying that's why his combat skills suck, because he dueled several times with Mord on the way there and got beaten every time. As a way to defend his honor, Leon says the kid is a master, so it's not fair. But Gelf keeps teasing him, saying the master is 15 while he's in his 20s. Our protagonist stops the fight, saying they need to find the black market. Keel gets excited at the idea, and Leon says he knows a way in. After they pass through there, he asks why, out of all things, Mord bought something so small, and the boy asks his friend to pour blood on the object. Obviously, he asks why, but after some reluctance, he just does it, dripping a tiny bit of blood onto a shard of, I don't know what that is, an old toenail? My grandma's in-ground toenail starts glowing, and then it grows, turning into a relic called the Giant Glove Stone, capable of increasing the user's defensive power. Seeing that it's actually really strong, Leon asks if the boy truly wants to give him that. The truth is that ever since they started traveling together, Mord has been trying to make him stronger, because he took what should have been Leon's, so it's only fair to give him this item. Along with that, he also shows an alert earring, which contains a spirit that warns of danger and boosts your senses during battle. After explaining what it is, he hands it to Keel, noting that he'll need to pierce his ears to use it. Then the elf, saying his friend bought 3 things, asks what the last one is, and Mord explains it's a continuation of the last item he bought previously. He then pulls out 2 books, and Keel recognizes one of them. After both are placed on the ground, they begin to float and fuse into a single volume, which Mord picks up from the floor. When he opens it, a map appears on the pages. The rest of the work the boy will have to do on his own. He asks to pose a question to Leon while putting the book away, and asks if he knows where to find informants, but before he can answer, Keel volunteers to find out, and asks who the boy is looking for, to which he replies, Aiden, a mercenary mage about 15 or 16 years old. Sometime later, the 3 head to a location, and the elf asks where they're going, getting the answer that the real reason they're there is a dungeon. Liam then asks who Aiden is, and Keel replies that he's someone with divine blood, an enemy of the Silver Bloods. The boy asks what lineage he comes from. The blonde explains that it's a god who appears in the form of a hermit to help others with his wisdom, the god of the forest and knowledge Magenta. Nowadays, it's hard to find someone who inherited his blood, especially in the field of magic. That's why Aiden is the only one capable of awakening and controlling the power of that lineage. Because of that, he's called a genius mage, but of course, all that talent was only possible thanks to a sacrifice. His older sister grew up hearing the voices of divine power inside her. When the Silver Bloods ambushed their family, she sacrificed herself to save Aiden, awakening his divine power in the process. By dying, she turned herself into a blessing, which was passed on to her brother. The result of that was the divine blood inside him finally awakening. After that, he started working as a mercenary in Palos and slowly made a name for himself despite being very young. Keel asks what Mord will do when he finds him, and he replies that he doesn't have any immediate plans. The thing is, the future is changing because of him, so he needs to see how much Aiden has changed before making plans. Finally, the 3 reach their destination, a huge waterfall that doesn't even look like a dungeon. In the near future, Aiden would find there his first fragment of the world with details about what they are. This dungeon is made up of puzzles and traps, in other words, a ruin-tech dungeon. Upon hearing that, Keel comments that they won't be able to complete the dungeon without solving the puzzles and scolds his friend for stepping around randomly, but he's already stepped right onto a trap tile that activates several suits of armor that, looking in their direction, throw spears at him. But he's the guy and takes it all in the chest without even flinching. Then, focusing his aura into his hand in the most caveman way possible, he punches the ground and breaks everything. Because if there's no puzzle, there's nothing to solve. Leon comments that he's never been in other types of dungeons besides demonization ones, but that definitely wasn't the right way to clear one. A bit farther ahead, they find a stone statue shaped like a gargoyle. Looking at the structure, Keel asks what this room is supposed to be, but Leon says it doesn't matter. Mord can just smash it like he always does. The elf agrees but says it takes the fun out of it. Realizing the panel in front is a puzzle of matching images, Leon asks where it is and Keel says it can only be seen with magic, but they don't have a mage. But who needs one when Ogre Mord can just punch the puzzle? His mildly gentle way of solving the problem ends up attracting the stone statues, which turn into gargoyles and surround them. Keel comments that there are at least 50, while Leon says they're just oversized bats as Mord is already getting his hand ready to punch. However, besides the flying creatures, the wall next to them begins to move, revealing itself to be a gigantic stone golem. Our 15-year-old barbarian says he'll take care of the golem, and they can handle the rest. He then charges toward the creature, already landing a strike. The spot where he hit the monster reveals a kind of red crystal inside. And as it glows, the parts of the arm destroyed by Mord reattach to its body, restoring themselves. This makes the boy realize that the magical power in the room is being amplified by the golem, possibly because of the core inside it, which means it won't be destroyed until that's broken. On the other side, the gargoyles fire energy blasts toward Lian, who's able to dodge but can't land an attack. He complains that they're slippery opponents, but Keel asks why he doesn't just fight using his fists. He then uses the power of the spirits he controls to stop the monsters from flying. His attack manages to trap the creatures, immobilizing them. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the elf surrounds himself with lightning and leaps toward the gargoyles, slicing them to pieces in a single motion with no difficulty. Looking back, he sees each of the creatures falling. Meanwhile, Mord keeps pressuring the golem. Seeing that the monster keeps regenerating even after all those hits, it's clear the core needs to be destroyed. But for that, he'll need more than just punches, so he uses aura acceleration. With a powerful attack, he shatters the creature's entire body into tiny pieces, blowing it up completely. The small red core inside is hit, turning into glitter. Liam is stunned to see that the boy destroyed that giant golem. He had seen geniuses before, but that was a monster. Looking back, Mord asks if he's still not done. Realizing he'd been standing still, the other Vernar's descendant drops his sword and decides to finish this quickly. Jumping at a gargoyle, he lands a solid punch on it, then starts taking out each of the creatures flying around. Keel, watching that nonsense, wonders why he didn't use his fists from the start if he's so bad with the sword, even losing to the elf in their last duel. Anyone can see that this dummy is way better fighting barehanded. They finally arrive at the final room but see nothing there, until they hear a voice congratulating them for making it that far, and that only people with courage and wisdom can reach this place. Something dumb to say considering the ogre in the room. The voice keeps embarrassing itself, saying that people who rely only on brute strength could never get there, and that all these trials were to find out who is worthy to receive divine power, and since they've proven themselves, they must now receive their reward. It hopes they'll use that power wisely. Upon saying this, a stone chest and a plaque are presented in front of them. Seeing the writings on the plaque, Heedle doesn't know what it says, wondering if it's an ancient language. It contains explanations about the fragments, which would change Aiden's life. Mord destroys the plaque so the mage never gets to read it, prompting Keel to ask why, and he answers that he just felt it was dangerous. After that, a blue light is emitted from the chest. It's a fragment of the world. Leon wonders what that is, already feeling an immense power coming from the crystal, and asks Mord why he's collecting them. The boy responds that it's to save the world. Meanwhile, he touches the fragment. His blood awakens. In the previous times, he felt a slight change in his body, but this time the change is greater. The fragments don't just bring out the owner's power, they also change them. The more he absorbs, the more his power grows. This is the fragment on the cliff. The 3 pieces found earlier now form one. A great stroke of luck for Mord. Leon asks what he means by saving the world, but the boy changes the subject, saying the dungeon is going to collapse and they need to leave quickly. This annoys the guy for being completely ignored, but Keel comforts him, saying his friend is just like that. Still, Mord's words caught him off guard too, but he knows he's not the kind of person who lies. Even without knowing what he's talking about, he's sure his friend is trustworthy. In the swamp where Sadia was found, a battle is taking place. The last survivor among the fighters from the Silver Blood asks who the 3 figures in front of him are. Getting no response, he asks again who they are. One of the attackers replies that he had high expectations for the fight. His companion says they're just as weak as expected. The last survivor recognizes them as elite members of the Dark Wolf Squad. He had found it strange that 3 users of Divine Blood were killed, but now he understands why. He definitely has no chance of winning there. His only option is to release the giant within his body, causing him to grow and tear through his clothes in the process. With a devilish look, he says he'll drive them to hell with him, but his throat is immediately slit. The one responsible was one of his enemies who decided to act before the fight could escalate. In the end, he found it all far too easy. Disappointing even. But they were all pawns, and it would surely be dangerous if elites had been sent. Turning to a young man seated nearby, he says that if he feels tired, he should give a warning in advance, because they'll be in a bit of a hurry now. Standing up from the rock he was sitting on, he asks loudly what kind of person Mord is, for them to have to go through all this just to meet him. That really makes him curious. After leaving the dungeon, Mord looks at his own hand and realizes he's truly gotten strong, and even used them to recover. As for the divine physique he received from Werner's, it's exhausting to use but very useful in the right situations. Back at their lodgings, Heel heads to his room and informs that he's returned with the results of his investigation. He's found Aiden. Opening the door, the boy asks where he is now, and his friend replies that he's currently outside the city. That surprises the Vernar's descendant. Aiden appeared in Palos 5 months ago, where he worked with a mercenary until he met Levin, a mage who made him his disciple. Levin was an advanced 6th Circle mage, popular among the dark families of Palos, which is why no one messes with the organization he's affiliated with. Last night, an unidentified group attacked the base of that organization, causing the deaths of dozens. At the moment, guards are tracking down the culprits. Apparently, Aiden left through the eastern castle gates and headed inland at his mentor's request, but informants say his mentor did it to keep him safe. Mord reflects on how the future is changing. What was said occurred in the latter half of last year, but Levin couldn't have predicted it. In the novel, he sacrificed himself to save him. MGW begins with Aiden setting out for revenge. He grew up as the son of a prosperous family in the kingdom of Lufton, living like a flower in a greenhouse. But he lost his family in an ambush by the Silver Bloods, and because of that, he hated himself and blamed himself for the deaths of those close to him. But things are happening differently this time, making Mord wonder if the Grimwalder massacre led to this. Not only did it cause him to return as an enemy monarch, but also as a dark sage. A future he didn't know has now begun. So he asks Keel what happened to Levin, but it seems he's been missing since the last ambush. The boy says he understands, and the elf asks why his friend seems so eager to get involved in all of this. Mord replies that he may have to face the one behind it all in the future. That makes Keel think about the number of enemies his friend already has at just 15 years old, and he asks where he plans to go now. Mord knows that Levin created several secret locations throughout the city for situations like this and magical research, so he's surely in one of those places. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, a tired and nervous man complains that his workplace has been destroyed, while a group of people confront him. Their leader says the man in front of him is quite skilled for a tavern owner, but that's all he is, and understands that he doesn't want to reveal Levin's location, so he'll kill him now. But before anything can happen, someone yells for them to stop. It's the Sixth Circle mage, Levin himself, offering to go with them as long as they stop the chaos. But the friend who had been hiding him tells him not to be stupid, as they definitely won't let him live after this, and that's why he told him to hide. The blonde apologizes for dragging him into something so dangerous, but the tavern owner says it's not a problem, and that he'll hold them off for as long as possible, so we should hide quickly. The villain laughs at that, calling their friendship adorable. Then he calls him number 29, which makes the mage angry. Pointing his staff, the villain refers to him as a disciple of the dark. The tavern owner asks what they're talking about, and Levin explains that those in front of them are the leaders of an organization called the Dark Mages, who refer to each other as disciples of the dark. Long ago, there existed a great mage known as the Dark Sage. His name was Erickson. He fell into his enemy's trap and was sealed. His disciples laid their hands on his consciousness and used the seal to obtain his knowledge and power. The villain, once again calling him number 29, says they've been looking for him for decades. But Levin refuses to be called that. Still, the blonde goth insists he is indeed number 29, an experiment, a vessel, and that it won't be painful if he just obeys. But it won't go that way just because he says so, and unleashing a magical attack, he tells the bastard to go back and lick Erickson's boots. Seeing the attack coming, the masked man says he has no choice since the mage is so eager to go to hell. With a demonic look in his eyes, he says he'll give him what he asked for and fires 2 purple energy blasts in his direction. That attack is familiar to Levin. It's the sealing jar, coming at him like a vortex of purple flames. The villain also says it's no use waiting for the guards or making noise because as an order that's existed for years, they know how to avoid drawing attention. That place is surrounded by a barrier from which not even sound can escape. The bastard's attack charges at Levin, and when it's about to hit, he uses a spell called Partition of Darkness. With that, the blow is partially blocked, but his defense breaks and he's still launched away. That makes him drop his staff and fall to the ground. His block wasn't enough. Calling him a vessel, the masked man says his mana is just as good as his, but not enough. However, he notices something strange. Looking back, he sees Mord entering the place, having taken down the guards. Fortunately, it's not too late. The villain asks who the boy is. But like everyone who's fought him before, he won't get that answer, though Mord knows the villain is a disciple of Erickson, because his eyes look like something out of a horror story. That makes the masked man realize his opponent knows who they are. And in that case, he needs to get rid of him quickly, so he casts a spell called Execution of Light. But when his magic is about to hit the boy, Mord calmly watches it, and with cold, near-surgical precision, unleashes his own attack. Mirage Destruction, beam of golden energy that overrides the opponent's spell and hits him in an instant, so fast that he can't even believe or understand how his end is coming. The power of the attack is so strong it launches him far away, dragging him through the city by the force of the impact until he crashes into a wall. That's the end of him. Levin can't even believe it. How could that be possible? Such a devastating blow against such a powerful opponent. Unbelievable that an unknown person could eliminate a disciple of the dark like it was nothing. The person he feared his entire life was already gone. Turning to Mord, he asks who he is, already guessing he's from the Vernar's lineage because he fights barehanded. And cocky as always, the punk insists that the mage doesn't need to know. The boy explains that those dark followers show their faces here, and he ended up saving the mage as a consequence of hunting them down and crushing them. This surprises Levin, who can't believe the boy doesn't even know who he is. Keel and Leon arrive right after, saying they've already taken care of the others around. Our fake swordsman questions how an advanced mage wasn't a match for Mord, but he ignores the question and says the silence barrier is down, so they need to go now. But before they leave, Levin says that even if they don't know each other, he'd like to know if there's anything he can do for him, and the boy replies there is one thing, that he doesn't get caught by the Dark Sage. but also that he doesn't need to fear him for long, because soon he's going to crush him along with all his followers. The mage says that's a ridiculous claim, but thinking it over, he actually believes there's a chance, especially since he took out a disciple all by himself. Levin had always lived in fear, never knowing when he'd be ambushed. But finally, this might be his chance to be free. So he thanks his savior and asks if he may know his name, and Mord finally introduces himself. The mage says he'll never forget this, and it may not be much, but he'd like to repay him, and asks if the boy would accompany him. That surprises Mord a little, but if that's what the guy wants, then there's no reason to refuse. Keel helps the tavern owner by giving him a healing potion and wrapping his wounds, and the five of them head to a more private place. As they walk, the elf wonders how long a structure like this has existed, not believing the mage built it all by himself. Levin then says there's still an hour of walking ahead. But suddenly, they're interrupted by a loud crash, making them wonder if it's the disciples of the dark. But the tavern owner says it's actually just the sound of the explosives he planted collapsing the passage. Leon asks if the man is sure about that, since that would also destroy his tavern, but he replies that for him, there's no way to keep living in that place anyway. He then nudges his long-haired friend and says that now, with his tavern in ruins thanks to Levin, he's going to follow him around and take the chance to collect some debts. That scares the mage, and his friend adds by asking what he thought would happen after all that he did. In the end, he thanks the owner, who says it's all right, as long as he does his best to pay off the debt. But changing the subject, he asks why that masked man called him number 29 and what that means. Then the mage has no choice but to explain. That was his name as a test subject of the Dark Sage. That organization conducted cruel medical experiments to turn him into a vessel for the spirit of the Archmage Erickson. He doesn't know how he became a test subject, but his childhood memories were erased. However, they made a mistake. They couldn't completely erase his essence. He managed to escape using the magical powers resulting from the implantation of Erickson's spirit into his body. Hearing all that left Leon and Keel outraged at the situation. Seeing that, Mord realizes they had the same reaction he did when he read MWDW. It's been 10 years since Levin escaped. Several other test subjects were used, but none of them withstood Erickson's spirit. That's why he's so important. The tavern owner asks if that's the reason the mage has nightmares, and he replies that yes, he's always afraid and anxious. But for the first time, it seems like that's coming to an end. All thanks to the boy who appeared in his life. After some walking, they finally arrive at their destination. Levin pushes a column, revealing a box hidden inside the wall. Mort asks why he didn't use magic to conceal it, and he replies that there are mages better than him, so using magic would have made it easier to find. He then takes the box and hands it to the boy. Inside is all the information he gathered over time about the Dark Sage. Among the writings inside, there are clues about his hideout. That's the same material he would have given to Aiden as his final wish in the novel. Using the details contained there, the boy would find the organization's hideout and use it for his revenge, and in the process, get involved with the Silver Bloods, his main target. Mort asks what he'll do from now on, and the mage replies that he'll leave the city and meet up with a contact in Sidon. And if he ever needs him, he just has to go to the Red Dragon Drunken Frenzy on 23rd Street and ask for him. Hearing that, the boy thinks maybe Aiden fled there. Returning the favor, he says that if Levin ever needs him too, he can ask for him at the Guard Legion in White Demon's Hell. There's no guarantee he'll be there, but it's the closest he'll get to finding him. Bowing, the mage says he'll do his best to remember and thanks him for the consideration, also wishing him luck in his future encounters. As he leaves with his friend, Heel and Leon comment on how sad his story is and that they're glad they could help them. Colt, as always, Mort decides to leave too, and with that, the story of Aiden as a vessel who would conquer the world ends. His master didn't die and he left Palos early. But the question remains, how will these incidents change the future? Leaving the underground passages, Mord now knows that the wheels of fate have begun to turn, and now it's time to guide the story toward the future he wants. Then we see a beautiful castle and someone saying they are in shock. Sitting at a lovely table with a cup in hand, a man tells Ruth he never thought he'd be capable. Then he completes the sentence by saying so incompetent. The man saying this is the senior executive, Silverblood, 5th Prince of the Kingdom of Letman Salen. Ruth, senior executive and noble, smiling, puts a hand over his heart, saying every word pierces him like knives. The man goes on to say he didn't expect things to go so wrong and is curious to know whether Mord is truly blessed by the god of luck, and Salen asks about the route. A man with binoculars is in the middle of a forest watching a group of men ahead. He then confirms that the 4 best are there but says he doesn't know how many people were sent, and Salen questions why go so far for the Archduke's bastard. Ruth then continues, saying he doesn't know why, but that Mord must be very important to the blind monster, and Salen complains that all of this is a pain. The man continues saying that fighting against Ilden just to present the bastard to his father seems like a losing bet no matter how you look at it. Salen says that's because he thinks like a businessman, and that he couldn't even capture a 15-year-old boy. Ruth defends himself, saying the boy was being protected by the blind monster, while the other man yells and slams the table angrily, saying the monster didn't even show up. As a cup finishes wobbling and spills its entire contents on the table due to Salen's punch, Ruth says he will send reinforcements. The prince then yells for him to deal with this once and for all and to take care of the little northern dogs loyal to the blind monster as well. Ruth then, with blood in his eyes, says he likes the proposal and that he'll get rid of the brat before he falls into the old monster's arms. Sometime later, Ruth counts the reinforcements Salen sent. Some divine bloods, some elite silver bloods, and all of them are full executives or higher. He then asks the men if they know who he is and says he will be the commanding officer of this mission. Then he asks if they're ready to hunt the newborn pup. Leon says it's strange to ask that now after everything is over, but that the man said the guys they encountered are the returning monarchs. He then continues, saying they already have everything they need to defeat the Sage of Darkness, so why face the monarchs first? Then Mord explains that they would have to face both anyway, and that he has other important matters to resolve. Mord then thinks that what he's looking for must be around there. Then, without warning anyone, he prepares a powerful punch and breaks the ground beneath them, making them fall into a room that looks like an office. Leon says Mord really loves breaking the ground to find hidden rooms, while the man says there are a lot of people in that world who like to hide things like that. The elf then asks what place this is, and our hero says this is the Monarch's vault. They then notice it's full of expensive things like magical herbs and potions and costly magical items, but Mord thinks the box he's looking for must be there. After searching a bit, he finds a box stained with what looks like blood. He then reaches out his hand to it and touches it. Next, he lifts the lid and something inside emits a blue glow, and his friends look astonished at its contents. The elf then looks at the contents of the box and can't believe what he's seeing. They recognize the tear of the martial god, which grants a magical martial artist the chance to evolve beyond their capacity. Mord then remembers that in the original manga, Aiden gave this item to Leon, and that thanks to this item, Leon was able to progress explosively. The elf explains that it's an extremely rare medicine, and that the group of monarchs must have stumbled upon someone who had it and stole it. Then he thinks that he had always heard about it, but never thought he'd see one with his own eyes. He reached out his hand to touch the item Mord was holding, and an idea crossed his mind. The elf asks Mord if he doesn't think about taking it, because the risk is too high for someone already as strong as he is, and the man says that he already took it once. Shocked, he asks when Mord took it, and if that's why he learned Aura at 15, and Mord says the item doesn't work twice on the same person. Next, our hero, with a smile on his face, tells Keel that if he wants strength, Mord will give the item to him. But the price for that is a gamble with his life, because the item might end up killing the person who ingests it. On the day General Aiden saved him, he received a dream, or rather, a wish. He wished to become someone strong enough to fight alongside Aiden. The boy then trained day and night tirelessly to make that dream come true. And then he earned the honor of escorting the general's favorite Mord. But then he was reminded of the limits of how far hard work alone can take someone. And of course he invited Mord, who unlike him, possessed brilliance and talent. But just as a supporting character cannot be the main character, a person must make the best of the hand they've been dealt. All he could do was accept his fate and give up. But what if the only way to break that barrier was right in front of him? He thinks he wants to drink it, but he is a loyal soldier to the general and wonders if it's fair to gamble his life on something other than his mission, on personal goals. The boy ponders, asking himself about the mission. His hand begins to close into a fist as he questions whether he is fulfilling his mission properly. He then tells his friends that he feels a little humiliated to ask the next question, but that he'll ask it anyway. Lowering his head in front of Mord, he asks if he is of any use to them. Mord then thinks that they've been together for 2 months so far, and that Keel has proven himself capable of adapting to the many variables they've encountered. He remembers how much he has already benefited from the boy's stealth skills, and of course his ability to manipulate spirits. Without him, the journey would have been much more grueling and their progress would have been far less. But the decisive factor in giving him the potion is the boy's iron will, capable of throwing himself to death to save Ilden. In other words, Keel is a loyal companion. So he finally answers the boy that yes, he is of use to the group. He then catches himself thinking about why he used the word companion when thinking about Keel and wonders if he's growing attached. He then continues by telling Keel that he is definitely a great help. But he also says that the Silver Bloods will keep sending stronger and stronger people after them, and so far it's only been regular executives and mercenaries. And he finishes by saying they have no choice but to grow stronger. The elf then thinks it's true. Stronger enemies will come, and in the last battle, he barely managed to help and will surely be a burden in the next ones. So Mord hands him the tear of the martial god. He finally makes his decision and says that not being a burden to others is the best reason he has to risk his life and take the potion. Leon then shouts as Keel drinks the potion, telling him to wait, that this decision is too drastic and he hasn't thought it through. The elf's feet lift off the ground as lines of magical power form around him. A gigantic lightning bolt strikes toward him as he is taken higher and higher, and more magical energy pours out of his body. Then finally, when the lightning hits him, Keel screams in pain. Leon asks Mord why he's exposing himself to such danger. He continues saying he doesn't know how important this work he does is to have so many assassins after him, but that he could always just run away. Mord replies that he can't just run away with his family, that the Silver Bloods are after him to fulfill the Archduke's wish. The warrior is in shock upon learning that the Archduke and the Silver Bloods are working together to target him, and Mord says that this has been going on for quite some time. To delay his aging, he has been feeding on the Werner bloodline. Liam is in disbelief and says that this is absurd. Indignant, he says that the Archduke is a living legend and is revered and he can't be feeding on children to stay young, while Mord says it's the pure truth. In the original manga, Liam was a bitter man but believed himself to be the most devoted of all to Aiden, and when he saw that his efforts were in vain, he became the most desperate. Mord remembers not wanting him to go through that while reading the original work, but he feels he doesn't have the eloquence to convince him to make the right choice. So he just hopes that he makes the right choice, while saying that if he doesn't believe in the man, then he should leave. After all, risking yourself for someone you don't trust is frustrating. Leon stares at Mord with a serious look, while Mord wonders what that look is. Our hero then notices that the warrior has a bitter expression. In his thoughts, Leon still struggles to accept that the Archduke is that kind of person. However, he thinks about many of the adventures they've had in the past few months and remembers questioning Mord about his motives, which always boiled down to saving the world. He remembers wondering what the other expected him to say after saying something as ridiculous as saving the world. But he finds it strange that those ridiculous words always seem to comfort him somehow. Mord then says he will trust Leon. The warrior then explains that he doesn't know the Archduke and has only known Mord for a short time, but if he had to choose who he knows more, it would be Mord. And he says that he will believe in him because he was the man who saved his life. Our protagonist then shows a small smile to the warrior. He then notices that behind them, Keel finally lands on the ground and that the magical fireworks show is over. Mord then turns around while Leon looks on in disbelief. In his thoughts, as he observes the elf, he says that the boy actually managed to do it in the end. A man paces back and forth thoughtfully in front of his desk. Then we see the leader of the monarchs, Derek, wondering which soul fragment had been completely destroyed. 70 years ago, he found the Archlich's soul and made a contract. 40 years later, he himself became an Archlich and formed the Monarchs group. He then managed to expand the organization to its current size, and the only thing left for him to do is gather the soul fragments for the resurrection. Then he thinks that since he only has one fragment, it's very difficult to find the others as they retain the memories of the Archlich Lord, and he wonders if it's still possible to resurrect him. The Archlich is frustrated and wonders who could have defeated all of his forces in Lorraine, and the fragment tells him not to worry. It then continues saying that it's possible to be resurrected with fewer fragments, and that there is a way to transcend his former form, and also that the second piece is on its way. The Archlich then says that indeed he received a message informing him that the second fragment had been found, and with it, it would be easier to find the others. Smiling, he then begins to say that it's far too early to despair. Then he feels something that makes him stop mid-sentence. His body begins to tremble as he tries to understand what is happening. Then he says with a trembling voice that the group that had found the second fragment had vanished, and he wonders what it could be. The fragment then confirms, saying yes, another one of his fragments has just been destroyed. Mord then, standing before one of the fragments, hears the monster say that he can't believe he lost to a child, while our hero tells him not to be upset. After all, he's already a second one to lose. Our boy then thinks that he has finally destroyed the second soul fragment of the Archlich Lord. Recalling the fight, he thinks that this fragment was slightly different in terms of magic, but in combat, it was basically the same. Clearly, that made things easier for him, and it was easy to defeat it. It hasn't even been 2 months since the fight in Lorraine, but he has definitely gotten stronger. Looking at Keel, he thinks that Keel was definitely the one who progressed the most. Keel then looks at Mord, asking how he managed to defeat it before them. Liam thinks about how incredibly strong the elf became after drinking the potion made from the tear of the martial god, and even though he still can't manifest aura, he's become much more skilled. The Archlich has been summoning advanced undead, even bringing forth Death Knights, which are the pinnacle of necromancy. While Mord fought the Archlich, he and Keel battled the 4 Death Knights. And then he thinks that, if he were to consider the actual contribution in the fight, the elf probably accounted for 80% of what was done. The elf turns to the warrior and says he'd be faster than Mord if he stopped using that sword, and Leon tells the elf to stop getting in the way. He knows other people won't understand why, but he has very good reasons for using that sword. The sword, to Leon, symbolizes the freedom from a past as a prisoner, and if there's one thing he wants, it's to live freely. The group then looks at the table with some tums and books. On the ground in front of them are 4 treasures: a die, an iron circle, a potion, and a book. Mord thinks that he destroyed the golden throne and took the 10th fragment. Even if it didn't match any of the others, at least he got it. But he really wanted to find something useful, and looking at the 4 items on the ground, he says half of them are useless. The book is an ancient text that allows him to make a contract with a powerful demon, something he doesn't need. Same with the die. He doesn't recall any information about that silver bracelet, so he'll keep it with him to evaluate later. And then there's the potion. He bends down to pick it up and examine it. Tossing the potion to the elf, he tells him to drink it while the boy asks what it is. Then Mord tells the elf that it's nectar. The Archlich Lord had been preparing it for his resurrection. Nectar is the name of a drink that was only allowed to the greatest of gods according to myth, and is supposedly made from the essence of the Tree of Life. They say that if a human drinks it, they'll gain divine powers. With a trembling voice full of emotion, Keel asks if that's the drink of the gods from the myth, and Leon asks why he gave it to him instead of drinking it himself. The warrior then asks if the man has already drunk it, and he says no, that if he did, it would bring more harm than good. Liam asks for the reasons, and Mord says it would be too complex to explain, and he thinks he was about to drink it, but when he held the potion in his hands, his instincts whispered something to him. Surprisingly, he knew it would be poison for him. It didn't matter when it was just Vernar blood in him, but now that Arita has awakened, he doesn't know what would happen to the balance of powers if he drank the nectar. But if Keel drinks it, it will make him stronger and allow him to possess fragments of the world as well. Only those with divine power can absorb fragments of the world, but that doesn't necessarily mean having divine blood. People who received strong blessings or were combined with something that holds divine power, or those who consumed nectar, all meet the requirements. Mord then thinks it's obvious that he's not going to share the fragments of the world with Keel, but there's something else he's concerned about. The creation of the new world. In the new world, all the people who loved Aiden would have their memories erased about the destruction of the old world and would live happily as victors. The new world would be like a model garden created for Aiden. A model where the only real people would be Aiden's friends, while the rest would be mere fake models of people he created. Aiden didn't dream of a world like that from the start, but the new world his enemies wanted was made from their desires and fantasies, and that's not what he wanted. But the more fragments of the world he collected, the more he was drawn to that model of a world. And in the end, he created a world far more terrible than the ones dreamed up by his enemies. Mord then thinks that if collecting fragments of the world makes you unable to resist the temptation of a new world, he thinks then that it's probably wise to keep a trusted companion who can share the world fragments if needed. After leaving Palos, they only did two things for 20 days. They destroyed the Monarch's secret bases. They also found a soul fragment that not even the Monarchs had discovered yet, and they destroyed it. And now they're heading to the base of the Sage of Darkness, according to Levin's information. Liam thinks he didn't like that Levin was attacking the Monarchs from the beginning, knowing how dangerous it was, but he's happy that they're finally going to face the Sage of Darkness. The elf looks up and starts thinking how strange the sky is that day, and then he notices something. Stopping the group in front of a hill, he points toward the city, showing something in the sky. Leon says it's a demonification, and a big one at that, while Keel says that several high-level warriors must be there too. Mord thinks that the first demonification he saw was about 500 meters tall, but this one is swallowing half the city and is incomparably dangerous. Liam points at the anomaly and says that maybe that's where the Sage of Darkness's base is, and Mord says yes, it was probably swallowed by the demonification. The warrior asks if they shouldn't wait for the high-level warriors to deal with the demonification before going in. Mord then says no, that there's someone there he has to repay a debt to, while noticing something inside him has changed, that his perception has reached different dimensions, an activation of the seventh sense. If even the sixth sense is considered human, the seventh sense is a divine sense. Only those who have access to the power of the heavens can see the essence of the world through this seventh sense, and this seventh sense is telling Mord something. He says that Erna Verna is there. A camp is set up with raised flags and assembled tents. Erna Verna says that going in now is impossible, while a man lying on the ground in front of her says that if they don't go in now, something might happen to him. The man begs them to save Vidin, who stayed behind to save them, while Erna says they can't, they need to wait until the emergency squad arrives. The woman looks up and thinks about the feeling she's having. Soon after, she realizes what she's feeling is divine blood. 3 guards are standing by and ask if they need to find Miss Erna. They then ask Leon to remove his helmet and say they can't let him in without knowing his identity, and yells that he can't because he has a terrible scar on his face. Ward then thinks about how stubborn the warrior is, that if he'd known Leon would be such a disturbance, he would have left him behind. He also understands the warrior, since Erna was an important relative to him and he wanted to see her, but couldn't because he was ashamed of having abandoned the family. Thinking then that he'll have to enter in a more forceful way, he begins charging mana around himself. The guards then shout and ask what he's doing and if the divine blood intends to fight them. Keel says Mord is crazy and asks if he really wants to fight the military principality of Verna, but he says he doesn't want to fight. He's just trying to get her attention. While the elf wonders what he means by that, a woman drops in among the guards in front of them. Jaw drop, Keel and Mord stare at the newcomer, who says she knew the divine blood felt familiar to her. Smiling then, the extremely strong woman welcomes Mord. Our hero then pulls his power back in and kneels, saying it's been a while since they last saw each other, and she agrees. She then tells them to escort the group to her tent, and one of the guards becomes furious, saying they couldn't even verify the identity of the one still wearing a helmet. Erna looks at the man in the helmet, sizing him up. He then looks back at Erna, also sizing her up. She then says it's fine and he can come to the tent too. Erna's tent was the largest in the camp. Sitting at the table, she says she thought Mord would head north and asks why he's there, while he says he's on a secret mission for General Ilden. The guard next to Erna gets irritated by how casually Mord speaks to her, and Erna asks him that if the mission is secret, why draw so much attention to himself like that? Then our hero says he came to repay his debt, that he was saved by the tear of the martial god that she gave him. Erna then asks if he consumed them, and he says yes. Showing the power in his right hand, he says that when he consumed it, he learned aura. She's shocked and questions how he learned aura at 15, and the guard next to her, surprised, thinks that not even Erna learned aura that young, and she's a genius. Frightened, he looks at the boy and wonders who he is and how he managed it. Smiling, Erna says he's very talented and that it's only been 3 months since he left and many things have changed. He even learned aura. She says he even has friends now, mentioning the elf and the warrior. The elf then introduces himself and says it's a pleasure to meet her, and she says the same to him. Leon then introduces himself as Payton, a mercenary. She then keeps looking at him while he stares back silently, creating a terrible atmosphere. Erna then asks Mord if he knows who the warrior is, and he confirms and asks if he's always been like that, and she says no. She then says she recognized Leon from the beginning. Erna thought he didn't want the others to know who he really was, which is why she brought them there and asked if he really thought she wouldn't recognize him. Then taking off his helmet, he asked how she knew. She says they were very close, and it would be very strange if she didn't recognize him. Erna goes on to say she heard he had been wandering the continent working as a mercenary and never imagined he'd end up alongside Mord. The man is completely speechless before Erna. She was an adorable child. Liam considered her like a sister, and she's the same person who made him confront his disgusting dark side. He kept his distance from her out of jealousy, but she had always been thinking of him, so he knows he's having a lot of complex emotions now. Smiling, Leon says it's really good to see her and that she's much taller than the last time he saw her. She then says it's been 5 years already, and that he knows she's 20 now. Moore tells Erna that she noticed him because of his divine blood and asks if she can distinguish individuals of the Vernar lineage just by their divine blood. She then says yes, but it's limited only to people she knows, and then asks if it's the same with Mord. He then confirms her theory and says it's the same for him, restricted to people he knows. Erna thinks it's only been 2 years since she learned that skill, but Mord can already use it even though he awakened only a year ago. She then smiles and thinks that with divine blood detection and aura, she completely underestimated the man. The woman then says she'd love to catch up. The current situation is far too urgent for that. She says that if the city's demonification reaches level 3 and a dungeon break occurs, it will become a historic disaster. Then she adds that both she and Vidin were dispatched to prevent that from happening. Vidin arrived at the location first and went in saying he would lead the attack. The result, of course, was a complete disaster. Half the squad had died before Erna even got there, and she only heard the news because one of them managed to escape. The biggest problem now is that Vidin is still trapped inside. The 3 heroes are surprised by the news she gives. She then says they requested assistance, but it will only arrive in 3 days and that they can't do anything until the help gets there. The core of this demonification is likely a demon of feudal lord rank, and they're assuming it's the domain of a demon count. Besides, a demon count from the demon realm commands an army led by other feudal lord rank demons, and Erna's squad alone can't handle that. Looking at the 3 of them, she says she has a proposal. That with their help, maybe they'll have a chance to rescue the survivors. Ward thinks that in the original work, Biden doesn't appear, which means you must have died there, but something's bothering him. This Erna also doesn't exist in the original story. If the reason for that is because Erna died before Iden's story began, then there's no guarantee she won't die here. He then thinks that this is a good opportunity to prevent her death and see if she's a good candidate to become the Archduke. There's also the fact that if he earns more achievements associated with his name, like defeating a feudal lord rank demon, they'll be very valuable for reaching level 2 of Divine Blood Awakening. Later, gathered outside her tent, the woman reminds them that the mission is to rescue the survivors and retreat. Mord then thinks that Erna's squad has 15 people. With the 3 of them, that makes 18 in total, 4 of whom have divine blood, and that should be enough. Then he remembers that he can't count on Leon since he won't use his divine blood to avoid revealing his identity. Then they detect monsters coming from ahead. Actually, no, there are monsters coming from all directions. Erna says they'll need to open a path in the direction where Vidin is, and Mord says he thinks he knows where he is. She then points in a direction, and he says yes. The woman then smiles and says she'll trust him and calls everyone's attention. They then initiate the divine blood release. The 3 of them open their divine blood, and magic swirls around them, showing how powerful they are. Vidin clenches his teeth, thinking he has to admit he was impatient. He then places his hand on the wound in his abdomen and says it's all his fault. Then, surrounded by orcs, he apologizes and says it's because of him that they're all going to die there together. The orcs surrounding them look on with sharp weapons, ready to kill. One of his men tells him to stop joking and focus on the upcoming fight, while another tells him not to give up, that they still have hope. Above them, wings spread open as a demon says that human meat with special blood is a delicacy. He then says that divine blood is the best of all and that their flesh will be served at the Count's dinner that night. The demon then says that at least he'll get to taste their flesh before sending it to the Count. The dark-haired boy asks if that's the high-ranking demon who leads that group and that the situation just keeps getting worse, while the blonde one says to take care of Vidin. Then he says he'll try to open a path for them. Vidin shouts for Wolson to stop, that he has no idea what he's doing, while he asks if his master remembers anything. One day, he was cursed with lycanthropy and nearly burned alive by the villagers because of it. Then he says that if Vidin hadn't saved that boy that day, he wouldn't be alive in the world now. Looking at the full moon in the sky, he begins to grow fur and shift into a different form, saying that he'll finally be able to repay what was done for him that day. Fully transforming and letting out a loud howl, he tells him to promise never to give up again. The demon licks his lips and says the Count won't mind if he eats the lycanthrope. Then he shouts to the group that he'll show them who the real prey is here. The werewolf then assumes a battle stance and prepares to charge. The wolf bites one of his enemies with ferocity. He then tears a large chunk of flesh from his opponent. The demon then seems to notice something. Looking at the werewolf, the demon realizes that he consumes the flesh of enemies to recover his mana. One of the orcs below holds his mace, and the tip starts to glow and emit a faint, unusual sound. The werewolf seems to sense something coming from that direction and looks at the orc. He then leaps, dodges the others, and prepares a targeted attack. Flying toward the orcs, he slashes through, tearing off limbs and destroying the enemies around him. The demon then smiles and says he's pretty strong and that he won't be upset since he let him play for a while. Then he casts his magic, Light of Execution, toward the werewolf, and the spell hits the wolf's abdomen directly. Eyes wide, the wolf feels the blow and begins to fall. The demon then descends from the skies with his spear in hand, ready to strike the wounded werewolf. He lands the first blow on Wolfson's chest. Then he unleashes a brutal sequence of strikes on the werewolf. Another blow is aimed at his abdomen with force and intent to finish him off. The demon's strike is so powerful that it sends the wolf flying a great distance. The werewolf then crashes into a stone wall, causing a tremendous noise from the impact. Vidin tries to intervene, but Botan doesn't let him, and he says to let him go. It's more honorable for them all to die together as warriors than like that. The demon then turns to them and, charging forward, says not to worry because he plans to send them to the werewolf shortly. Behind the monster, a sequence of lightning bolts strikes the orcs around and continues toward him, and he quickly senses the attack coming from behind. He then flies, gaining some altitude, and sees that his orcs have been defeated and thrown to the ground. The demon then sees a flash in front of him as he wonders who the hell just showed up there. He is then hit directly by the destructive mirage attack while Vidin and Botan watch with their mouths wide open in surprise. The destruction starts spreading around them, and Botan grabs young Master Vidin and says they have to get out of there. He then lifts Vidin in his arms and hides behind a boulder, getting out of the spell's range of destruction. Botan looks back thinking that was a rain of impulse orbs and wonders who showed up with such power. Looking behind, they see someone's feet coming to rest on top of a boulder. As soon as the man lands on it, the boulder crumbles, taking the good part of the surrounding ground with it and leaving the demon stunned. The white-haired man then gets ready, taking advantage of the demon's dazed state, and focuses his attack. Staring directly at his target, he stretches his hand forward as waves of magic swirl around him and pulls the demon with telekinesis. Then he grabs the demon by the head before he can react at all. Frightened and bleeding, the demon is still slack-jawed in shock at the appearance of this new enemy while his head is being held. And then he sees the white-haired man preparing the other fist for a probably fatal punch. The man then strikes the demon directly in the middle of the head, making it disappear. The demon's headless body then falls to its knees in front of the man. Vidin and Botan look on as they see the man defeat the demon, mouths open at the absurd power they just witnessed. They then think that only a master-rank magical combat artist can use telekinesis. Vidin then sees something heading toward the white-haired man. Next, the werewolf flies toward the man, preparing his fierce attack. Effortlessly dodging the werewolf's attack, the man grabs his arm and looks at him. Vidin, from atop the ridge, shouts not to kill the werewolf, that he can't tell friend from foe in that state, and the man says he knows that. Bringing his face close to the beasts, he calls him by name, Wolson. Smiling, he says the werewolf is a better warrior than he expected. The man then punches him hard in the center of the chest. The beast collapses beside him, unconscious. Vidin then wonders when this man met Wolson before and asks himself if he's ever known a divine blood as strong as him. Thinking a bit, he finally finds the man's name. Then, looking at the man, he calls him by name, Mord. Vidin asks the man if he is Mord, and he replies yes, saying they're half-brothers even though they don't look anything alike. Botan thinks, jaw-dropped, that this is the bastard everyone's been talking about while Vidin asks why he's there. Mord then gives a potion to Vidin, telling him to give it to Wolson first and then take it himself. The warrior grabs the potion and upon looking more closely, sees that it's a healing potion. Then Mord asks why he entered the dungeon first. He should have known how irresponsible that decision was. Vidin starts stammering, his gaze thoughtful. Mord then asks if it's because of the successor competition. He then lowers his head and confirms, saying yes. Next, Vidin adds that it's also because of Erna. That same Erna, now covered in blood with a huge smile on her face as she defeats an orc. The race for succession is intense, and currently, the man closest to the Archduke is the family's eldest son, Alan. After him comes the third son, Dren, and the fourth son, Haran. Those two threw themselves into the battlefield early to start building their careers. For Vidin, it was hard to close the gap between him and his brothers as he joined the competition late. Obviously, he had no intention of giving up. He just had to figure out exactly how far behind he was and try his best. However, Erna took that from him. She was called a genius at a very young age. Erna joined the competition 2 years after him, and even so, she was on the verge of surpassing him. He then began signing up for every possible mission to gain credit, and at first, it started working. Then he started to create a distance between himself and Erna once again. But at the beginning of the year, he made a big mistake. During a mission in the White Demon Kingdom, the renowned Ordar's family interrupted and caused great damage. The failure of the mission alone was already a significant impact, but being caused by the arch-enemy family left a major blemish on his image. That's when he was paired with Erna for the mission, and he was overwhelmed with panic at the thought that she might surpass him. He had to make sure he would come out better than her in that mission, so he decided to go ahead and clear the entrance. He ended up using senseless logic to justify his greed and ended up pushing several of his innocent subordinates to their deaths. He keeps saying that he should have waited no matter how anxious he was. Mord thinks he didn't know why Erna wasn't in the original story, but he knew that the woman had the best mana of all, though it was clearly not just that. The warrior then asks why he came there to save him, since he has no reason to do so. Our hero then says that Erna asked him to go there and save him while her squad distracted the enemies. Just as he finishes speaking, someone appears behind them saying that they finally found them. Mord says she arrived quickly, while Erna explains that there were some strong monsters, but she thinks the deeper into the kingdom they go, the stronger the count makes them. She and Vidin finally exchange a glance and acknowledge each other's presence. The girl then says he should thank Mord because if it weren't for him, Vidin would be dead by now, while the man questions why she saved him. Not understanding the young man's question, she turns to face him while he says that Mord told him Erna asked to save him. Then he questions her again, saying that they are rivals and wouldn't it be good for her if he had been defeated? The girl then says it's true and that they're not even related, but she doesn't need a reason to do a good deed and save people. Besides the fact that saving him won't stop her from anything. Full of confidence, she points to herself and continues, saying that she already knows she's going to become Archduke. Vidin then stared at her, surprised by the woman's confidence. He then lowers his head and thanks her. He also says that thanks to her, Botan and Wolfson are safe too, and that one day he will repay that debt to her. Meanwhile, Erna thinks that he should be all angry, saying he won't give her the Archduke position, etc. But both she and Leon are surprised by the man's response. Vidin and Erna then look at Leon, who probably showed a much bigger reaction than he should have. Liam clears his throat and apologizes, saying that was rude, while Vidin says he wants to ask them a question. Then he asks why the heck Leon is wearing that helmet. The rest of the people present start questioning while looking at him, but saying it couldn't be, since he's using a sword. The rest of the group keeps wondering why Averna would do that, but that Master Vidin wouldn't lie, and some others even thought the voice sounded really familiar. Then, taking off the helmet, half irritated, half smiling, he wonders how the heck everyone knows who he is. Vidin, shocked, asks if he was trying to hide his identity, and he says yes and doesn't understand why Vidin is so shocked by that. Liam then asks how the heck he recognized him, and Vidin explains it was because of the bracelet. He even thought Leon was trying to play a prank on everyone, but in the end realized he wasn't. Leon asked Vidin if he remembers it, and he says yes, because he always wore the bracelet his mother gave him when he became an adult. Erna, clearly upset, says that he had something like that on him the whole time if she did notice. Mord then says they can talk about all of this later and asks Vidin, since he's feeling better, if they could leave. As soon as he says that, someone behind him asks if he's really leaving. The entity then says that they arrive, cause a mess in his house, and now want to leave just like that without even apologizing. Erna then says that it wasn't a strategy to lure them inside, but rather to lure them into a trap. The voice coming from the fire portal says that's right, descendants of Verners. Having such esteemed guests, how could he let them leave without a proper welcome? As orcs begin to emerge from the portals, the voice says he would love to serve them a banquet, but the preparations ended up being completed sooner than he expected. Liam then asks if he is the demonic count, while the voice replies that yes, he is. Then the voice coming from the fire portal introduces himself as Lotes. Countless flying and ground demons come out of the fire portal, filling the fields, as Lotes says that soon he will feast on their blood and flesh. Erna then tries to count the enemies and says there are at least 2,000 monsters and a few dozen demons. Mord notes that all the demons are on the level of feudal lords. Erna asks who the woman flying in the distance with a fiery aura is, and Mord says it must be the Baroness, but he doesn't know why she's just standing there, waiting for something. Mord asks Erna what she wants to do since there are enemies coming from all directions, while she asks which side he prefers to fight on. He then notices that the enemies to the east are stronger. The enemies to the west are noticeably weaker, as if they want them to fight there on purpose. Then both Erna and Mord unleash their divine blood, changing the color of their hair and eyes. And together, they made the same decision. They will fight to the south. Given that the demons made one side appear much weaker than the other, our heroes are left with the choice to go either north or south. Since going north means delving deeper into the kingdom, the decision is obvious. Our heroes face a horde of monsters coming toward them with the flaming tornado behind, and they all decide to head south. Noticing the monsters approaching, Erna seems to spot a warrior-type baronet. She also notices a mage-type baron. Mord says he'll handle the Baron and asks if he can leave the Baronet to Erna, who smiles and says of course he can. Erna and her squad then begin to charge for the monsters. The Baronet, looking at the girl, starts laughing at her, asking who she thinks she is to face in alone. The demon then strikes with his sword, hitting Erna directly on her shoulder as the monsters charge toward the group of heroes. The armies begin to clash while our heroes seem to gain the upper hand. The Baronet says he's impressed with the girl but asks her how long she thinks she can endure fighting and matching strength with him. Then she says she's not sure and that it was something she was just about to ask him. Erna then invokes her power, Wind Rift, and lands a direct hit on the Baronet. Next, she lands a powerful punch to his chin, sending him flying meters above them. She prepares a jump to chase after the Baronet while he is still airborne from the previous punch. The Baronet then starts to concentrate his flames into his sword as she flies toward him. He then invokes his red flame frenzy power and unleashes it against Erna. The demon seems to notice something within his red flames. Erna emerges from the whirlwind of fire he summoned with her power and her kicks ready. She then spins, channeling all of her power into her right leg. Then she uses her mountain-splitting strike and the sky shines as bright as day for a few seconds. The girl then lands on a hill near her friends. With her power coursing through her body, she looks at them, smiling, victorious from her duel against the Baronet. Leon, with his sword in hand, thinks about how strong the girl has become in his absence. He then wonders why she no longer seems so absurdly talented. Everyone then notices a huge noise and a massive tremor as Mord uses his power and it passes through the heart of the mage-type Baron. He then crashes to the ground with a loud thud, the pages of his grimoire falling around him, catching fire. Mord then gracefully lands atop a nearby mound and stares at the defeated Baron before him. He stands there looking down at his fallen enemy, thinking about the next step. The allies then think that for a Baron and a Baronet to have been defeated so easily, it might mean they really have a chance. The rest of the group then thinks they can't just stand there relying on the two of them for everything and prepare to enter the fight. Everyone then charges into battle with their swords and fists forward, aiming at their enemies. They then notice that the three barons from the other side of the realm have appeared there for the fight. The Baroness, still observing, thinks that she didn't expect that side to fall so quickly, and that those kids must be unimaginably strong. Mord watches her from the ground as she, smiling above, says she should put an end to all of this. He knows it's common for a demon to imbue power into their subordinates, but to imbue a body with power and consciousness to reach a level almost that of a count, he's never seen that before. Mord concludes that the demons really do seem to be getting stronger. The Baroness then draws her two swords and says she'll ensure him a quick death if he surrenders now and asks him to make his choice. Mord calls Erna to fight the Count together and says it's the only way to defeat him. While she's worried about their friends, Mord tells her to trust them. She then tells Vidin to take the position of commander while she and Mord fight the Count, and he asks her if she's sure about that. Erna thinks that she can't win against a demonic Count with that amount of mana and tells Vidin, and if they don't do this, everyone will die. She then continues by telling him to do an excellent job while she thinks that she's going to have to use absolutely all the mana she has available. Charging her mana, she flies toward the Count, who is possessing the Baroness's body, and prepares an incredibly powerful punch. The punch connects directly with the Count's blade, which blocks the blow. She then takes the chance to use her Wind Rift strike, which seems to have no effect. The Count then yells while smiling at her, saying that Cheap Trick will never work on him. Erna then, also smiling, says that in that case, it's not enough. Coming up beside her, Mord channels his mana and lands a punch on the demon's abdomen. The blow was so strong that it threw the Count to the ground with a loud crash. Irritated and on the ground, he grits his teeth in anger as he looks out at the two above him. Wasting no time, Erna and Mord prepare another joint attack, falling from the skies toward the Count. The Count then, desperate, stretches his hand to the sky. He then conjures his ability Massacre Flash, which hits Erna's left arm. She then, with her arm burned, crashes face first into the ground from the power of the attack. The girl gets up, trembling and seeing her arm completely burned by the Count's attack. Mord arrives at her side and gives her a healing potion, and she tells him to wait because the fight will be tough for him too, and asks him to give her 30 seconds. Our hero tells her not to worry because he will use a card up his sleeve, and since he's decided to use it, he's going to be the one to end that fight. The Count says it seems the boy has some useful ability or artifact, and that it's been a long time since he felt pain, so he will show no mercy to him. Then the enemy conjures his ability called Dance of the Burned Swordsman, and 100 flaming swords fly toward Mord. Mord leaps forward and tells Erna to stay safe behind. Running, he tries to dodge the flaming swords as best as he can. The Count then, still in the Baroness's body, brings his two swords together and starts focusing blue flames around himself. Then he says he will end it now and charges toward Mord with his swords full of blue fire. As he rushes toward the boy, she seems to notice that something happened. Suddenly, Mord's hand is already in front of her. She somehow manages to bring her swords together in front of her just in time, blocking the surprise punch that would have hit her square in the chest. The power of the punch was so great that she had to use her swords stuck into the ground to help her body stop being pushed back. Mord then appears in front of her wearing the second blessing of the god of combat, Divine Body. While the Count thinks that should be impossible, The demon, desperate, asks how he is using a technique of the Verners, while Mord responds saying he is a descendant of the god of combat. Erna, mouth agape, stares at the divine body that Mord invoked and remembers only having heard about it in the legends of the Verners and thought it was just an exaggeration. Before the end of the Age of Legends, many giant races existed in the world. Then the god of combat, to lessen the gap in power that size provides. He created the divine body, a technique that forms a body of light made from the power of divine blood. Mord then, charging toward the Baron, thinks it feels like he's controlling a robot and notes that his weight is 30 times greater due to the mass created by the divine body. He also says it consumes a lot of mana and makes it difficult to use abilities that require more precise control. Then he lands a direct punch on the Count, making him drop one of his swords and crash violently to the ground. The Count then once again stretches his hand forward and prepares to attack. He then conjures countless energy rays that mutilate and damage Mord's divine body. While he focuses on dodging the rays, the Count smirks and runs in to make another attack. This next attack, using the weapon he still held, targeted the head of the divine body, managing to pierce the mass of light. Thinking he came out victorious, the Count says it wasn't that hard, and unless Mord is the god of combat himself, the fight is over. Mord then says he's going to test the mana bracelet he got in the ruins, and that even if the divine body takes damage, it will only harm his mana and not him physically. Then, regenerating the lost arm of the divine body, he says that it only takes a bit of mana to restore the lost and damaged parts. Taking advantage of the Count's moment of shock, Mord grabs him with one of the giant hands of the divine body. The Count, terrified, stares at Mord. Mord, inside the divine body, says now is the time he will end that fight, and saying that he defeats the monstrous Count, leaving his body split in two. Soon after that fight, they went deeper into the demon kingdom, and since Lotes had used all his mana to possess the Baroness, it was easy to defeat her. Then, with the city freed from demonification, the group breathes a sigh of relief because 1 second more and the place would have become a lifeless desert. Back in the city, sometime later, Mord says he wants people to know that it was all Erna's effort, and that he wants no glory for himself. She gets upset, asking if he wants her to take credit for his work, and Mord explains that the bigwigs can't know what he's been up to. Then thinking, he realizes he's come to appreciate just how skilled she really is and that she has about 50% more mana than he does. Remembering her strikes and attacks, he thinks she'll catch up to the other competitors very soon. Then looking at her, he thinks that he wants to make her the new Archduke, and that it's important she earns many more achievements for that to happen. Mord tells the girl that she can consider this as his debt to her being paid, and he thinks he's worried about which side she'll be on after discovering the truth about the Archduke, or whether she'll even believe that the man who is a national hero has such a dark secret. Thinking about this, and knowing he'll eventually have to kill the Archduke, he asks her to promise that she'll trust him when he has to make a decision in the future. She then asks him what he means, as she doesn't understand what he's trying to say, and he tells her she'll know when the time comes. He continues by saying that even if it's hard to believe him in that future, if she could support his decision. Erna breathes and gives a relieved smile and says yes, it's okay, and the boy looks at her, asking if she's really sure about that. The girl says she might end up regretting it, but that when she saw the Count, she knew that even if reinforcements arrived, everyone would have died if he hadn't been there. Then, smiling and blushing a bit, she says that he's her savior, and that she can't deny a favor like that just because she might regret the decision. Erna then tells Mord not to worry, that this decision wasn't made lightly because her mother taught her very well the power of a promise. Mord then thanks her while she's surprised to see that he can smile like that. To finish, Mord says he would like to keep this incident a secret even if someone she trusts asked about it, and she accepts the condition. He tells her that the technique he used was only possible because he met the god of combat himself, and he intends to tell her how to find him too. Sometime later, Vidin is resting in bed, talking to Mord about how things would be different if he were a normal human. He'd be in a much worse condition. Then the young man pulls out a box and says he prepared a gift that he's not sure Mord will like, but it's a token of thanks for saving their lives. Opening the box, Vidin says it's his divine blood stone, and Mord, in his thoughts, says he's never heard of anything like it. The warrior then explains that this stone is passed down from generation to generation, made from the blood of the originals, and he created it to one day pass on to his future children. Mord asks what it's for, and Vidin tells him to try infusing a bit of his divine blood into it, and it should elevate the realm his blood can reach. Closing the box, the warrior says he wants to ask him something. Then Vidin asks if he intends to support Erna as a successor. Mord responds that yes, he intends to make Erna the new Archduke. Laughing, the warrior says he already knew, and that with Mord supporting her, it's going to be much harder, but seeing him made him want to give up on the competition even less. When Mord asks why, he says that the warrior says that knowing Erna isn't the strongest in the world, that she has Mord's support, makes him want to fight this battle even more. Mord breathes a sigh of relief and says the guy is very optimistic, and he likes that. As our hero was leaving the room, Vidin said that the next time they meet, he's going to surprise him a lot, that he should wait and see. Dren, the other son, didn't recognize Mord's true value then, so what would Alan say if he saw him in battle? The group stayed at Erna's camp, and she provided many of the supplies they needed, like healing potions and so on. He was finally able to evaluate the silver bracelet, seeing that it increases agility and cognitive abilities for a period of time. Keel was extremely happy to have received the bracelet and spent the festival walking around taking care of small tasks. Leon and Erna had lunch together and talked about their past, and one night, Leon went to speak with Mord, saying he needed to ask him a favor. He then asked Mord to teach him like a Vernar warrior. He continues, saying he learned a few things while following him. One of them is that the path Mord is walking is one worth seeing to the end, and that to follow him on that path, he needs to leave behind his useless obsessions. Mord then asks the young man if that means he will no longer fight with a sword. Resigned, he looks at Mord and says yes, he's abandoning the swords. Happy, Mord thinks that his gaze is completely different and determined, and that he's been waiting for this moment. Then he says that if he really wants to begin, he'll have to start with a book, while Leon asks what that is. And we see a book on the floor, black with a blood-red symbol on the front. In another place, someone asks Erna if she is a direct descendant of the Vernar bloodline. And also at another location, we see the same person asking the same question to Leon. The god of combat then says he is anxious and happy, and he wants to know how much of his blood runs in their veins. The Sage of Darkness is a shadowy organization created for the resurrection of the great mage Eriksson. Unlike the Return of the Monarch in this organization, the key members are all human, manipulating families and acquiring resources and humans for experimentation. The Barony of Darren is one of their main bases, as they control all the organizations and families, making it a safe place for them to operate. With the festivities celebrating the heroes for preventing demonification, the timing was perfect for the organization to prepare something. However, at the base of the dark family of Darren, we see bodies scattered everywhere. We then see the face of a man sweating and panting heavily. A blonde man with black eyes, terrified, asks who the people in front of him are. Someone then tells him that this harvest was even greater than expected. Mord and Leon then tell the man that they have finally found the left hand of the Sage. The organization of the Sage of Darkness is controlled by 12 elite individuals, and of those 12, 3 are at the top. The mouth of the Sage of Darkness, the right hand of the Sage, the left hand of the Sage. And the only thing they have in common is that each one possesses a fragment of the world. That's because the vessel for the resurrection of the mage Eriksson is the fragments of the world themselves. 2 years from now, the organization will manage to collect all the fragments they need and will succeed in resurrecting Eriksson. They end up getting all the necessary fragments because of Aiden, and Mord must prevent that from happening at all costs. So he needs to eliminate these guys who will eventually bring about the destruction of this planet, and in the meantime, obtain the world fragments for himself. Mord then tells Leon to be careful because this is one of the strongest among the Dark Disciples, and that he also possesses a fragment of the world. Since our hero currently holds around 10 world fragments, it's easy for him to detect others who possess them as well. Leon turns to Mord and asks to let him fight this guy. He then says he wants to test the new strength he gained after going to Hell. The blonde man then sees that he is a divine-blooded Vernar, and says that's why they're so confident. He continues by saying that in reality it's just arrogance on their part. Mord, smiling, asks if Leon is sure because he can see that the enemy has more mana than him. Leon says he wouldn't have even started if he was afraid of something like that, and the enemy uses his ability Serpent of the Eastern Lands. Countless serpents charge toward Leon. Our warrior then, dodging the snake attacks from the Dark Disciple, gets right in front of the enemy. The Disciple then tells the insolent child to bow before his incredible magic. Leon widens his eyes as he hears the enemy's ability being called Curse of the Soul. The mage's attack hits Leon directly in the chest. The Dark Disciple then, laughing, asks our warrior how unbearable the pain he's feeling is. He then lunges forward, preparing his next attack and saying he's going to finish him off while Leon raises his right hand and begins charging his power. Before the enemy could react or dodge, Leon brings down his right hand, striking the target and knocking him to the ground, causing massive destruction and a huge crash. Laughing, our hero mocks, saying that pain was supposed to be unbearable. And remembering his training, he says he was beaten nearly to death 200 times the day before by the god of combat and realizes that he may have killed the guy. Mord then congratulates Leon and says that now he can use the divine body in battle, and the warrior says yes, but it's still not like Mord's. While our protagonist tells Leon not to rush, and that he's made great progress, something makes a noise behind them. A hidden man thinks about what he just witnessed and is stunned that an elite member was defeated so easily. He then thinks that he hasn't been seen yet, and that the subordinates took all the secret files, so all he needs to do is get out of there quietly. Suddenly, Keel puts his sword to the man's neck, saying that he found a rat hiding. The man then, looking at Keel's other hand, asks what that is he's holding. Looking behind the elf, the man sees other defeated members while Keel says they can rest easier knowing that it's no longer in their hands. The man, desperate, says that's not possible, that they should have taken the secret passage. Laughing, Keel says that kind of thing is his specialty. Sometime later, Keel asks something about the White Demon Kingdom. Mord says yes, they're going after the Legion's guardian, and the elf says that's fine, but the general gave them 8 months and only 4 have passed so far. Our protagonist then thinks that the Silverbloods will soon be coming after them, and he wants to force them to use their trump card early. He still needs time to get stronger. At this pace, he can't guarantee that both of his friends will survive when they face the Silverbloods. Leon has already received the blessing of the god of combat, but still needs time to refine his techniques. Keel also gained aura after drinking the nectar, but still isn't used to using it. He thinks that even if he had skill, talent, and extensive knowledge of the future, he only managed to collect all the world fragments he has thanks to Keel. Then looking at Leon, he thinks that the warrior was also useful in some way, while wondering why he suddenly feels like trash. Keel breaks the ice and asks Mord when they're leaving on their journey then. Mord replies that they're leaving now. Two men are talking and one of them says they left the barony and that they're smart, asking if they notice they're being followed, and the other replies maybe. The first man then says it's fine because they already have people waiting, and then says they'll find them right there, and with a malicious smile concludes by saying he hopes it'll be fun. Keel asks Mord if he's sure the Silverbloods are really following them, and he replies yes. Our hero warns that they won't be able to avoid them much longer and tells everyone to stay alert. Right after saying that, Mord notices something ahead of him. He then stops his run and sees something falling and breaking the ground just ahead. A man then steps in front of him and says it was smart of him to leave the barony and that they missed him. Mord, wasting no time, channels his power into his fists and charges at the man. Then he unleashes his ability Mirage Destruction. The enemy, still smiling, swats Mord's ability aside like it was nothing. The powerful ability destroys the surrounding trees as the man smiles after having deflected Mord's magic. Our hero keeps a serious gaze but is impressed that the man dodged his techniques so easily. Then, noticing how he redirected the magic's course, Mord thinks it might be some item or specific ability of his and that he needs to stay alert and prepare. The man then says to Mord that he really does seem impatient. Our hero then tells the man it's obvious he's a Silverblood and says that even if he weren't, his reaction would be the same considering the number of armed men hidden around him. The enemy then says he has good senses and was about to introduce himself, but Mord interrupts him saying he's level 4, 424 hours, and white silver. Or maybe he could be called 16 Steps of Heaven. The enemy then asks how he knows all of that, and Mord explains it's the third time he's fought the Silverbloods and says it would be stranger if he didn't know. The man then thinks that the white silver 24 hours part is fine, but even people inside the organization don't know about 16 Steps of Heaven. Gritting his teeth, he thinks that he doesn't have a good feeling about this kid and that he needs to deal with him right here, no matter what it takes. Mord then does a count and says there are 27 of them, which is less than he expected. Then he thinks that maybe because they didn't want to draw too much attention, they brought fewer people. He then tells the enemy that he imagines it must have been difficult for them to follow his group. The enemy then says yes, that he was always moving from one place to another, and they couldn't wait for those who couldn't keep up. While Keel and Leon prepare themselves, the man continues, saying not to worry, and finishes by saying that they have more than enough to capture them. Mord then counts 5 divine-blooded enemies, and the rest are at least intermediate executives or higher. He then turns to Leon and says there are 27 of them, which means 9 for each, and asks if he can handle that. Leon says maybe he can, but leaves 3 more for Mord and takes care of only 6. The enemies then activate their divine blood and say they are being underestimated, asking the leader if they can begin. The leader says yes and tells them they can kill the other 2 except for Mord. Then, launching their Impulse Orb abilities, they hit the ground and destroy everything in their path. One of the divine-blooded enemies tells Leon that Avernar is really strong. He then asks the enemy if he only figured that out now. The man then locks his gaze on Leon and says this is going to be a lot of fun. Keel stands still with his sword while 4 enemies surround him and run in his direction. He then shouts for someone to answer his summons, while channeling magical power into his left hand. Then he uses his Wind Spirit ability, which strikes the enemies around him. He then sees 5 of the surrounding enemies fall to the ground while the divine blood remains standing with weapon in hand. The enemy then says he is surprised they weren't warned that he was a master-level magic artist. Keel, with wind spirits swirling around him, then says their informants are really bad and suggests he take the chance to replace all of them. Jumping toward the elf, the man says he'll think about that after eliminating him. Keel is surprised by the man's speed when he suddenly appears in front of him. The elf then quickly blocks the enemy's sword strike. Upon blocking, he notices something strange about the strike he just deflected. Keel then jumps back, trying to gain distance from the enemy. The man then says he can fight all he wants, as it's been a while since he defeated a master. Our elf then looks seriously at the enemy, thinking about his next moves. The leader then asks Mord why there are only 3 of them and where the rest of his group is. He continues, saying that the blind monster should have sent all his elites to try to keep him alive as long as possible, and asks where they are. Mord gives a smile and thinks that maybe the enemy doesn't know he was the one who single-handedly defeated all the other squads. Then he says that if they had used all their forces to stop him from the beginning, then he might have had some trouble. He adds that even now there are only a few members of the 24 White Silver Hours. The enemy leader says he talks like he knows everything about them and that it's better to deal with him now before he keeps wandering around talking nonsense. Then focusing his power, he tells the successor of the Verners, Mord, to come to him for combat. He then introduces himself as Ruth, the successor of the god of the lake and peace, and says he will show him what it means to fight him beside a lake. Mord then notices that the man has the second level of the divine blood awakening and still possesses an artifact. Ruth then says they formed this squad thinking they would face more enemies, and Mord thanks him for the little introduction. Then staring at the silver blood, he tells him to look around before he starts getting arrogant. Taking a quick look around, he realizes that those aren't the sounds of others fighting. Then scenes of his battalion being slaughtered are shown, and a woman resembling Erna walks over the fallen bodies. Someone then shouts that there's another Verners there, while Erna asks Mord, beside Leon, if she's too late for the fight. The night before, in an alleyway, Mord meets with Erna. He then tells her that since she trusted him, he will tell her the truth. Mord decided to repay his debt to the woman for trusting him despite the risks, so he finally decided to tell her the disgusting secrets of Archduke Vernars. And he also told her about how he eats his own children in exchange for delaying his aging. After telling her, he shows the proof he has, messages between the silver blood and the Archduke. Erna then comments that she knew the truth would hurt and to think that her greatest hero, the Archduke, was the devil himself. Returning to Mord's fight against Ruth, the enemy asks him if that was his backup. The man says that although it was unexpected, the result will be the same. He'll eliminate Mord right there. Our hero says he'll take him down first and that Lexian didn't like deaths by ambush. Then he asks that his blessing isn't specialized in preventing ambushes. The enemy, surprised, then asks if he knows about Lexian's divine blood. In the original work, the god of the lake and peace was very famous, mainly for his defense, and his successors were known for not dying in ambushes or assassinations. Then Mord continues, saying the blessing is quite powerful because it's limited to being near a lake, and comments that extending the blessing to all allies is a bit annoying. He then says he'll deal with him first and then defeat all the others, while Ruth, clearly affected by Mord's words, calls him an arrogant bastard. What he says his squad will defeat Mord's allies, an arrow flies from the middle of the forest toward Ruth. The enemy then interrupts his speech and his blessing activates, protecting his flank. Right after, he shouts what the hell is going on. Someone in the forest tells the hidden archer that they warned him it wouldn't work, but he says he wanted to see how the blessing functioned. Then he and his two friends, all dressed in black and wearing masks, say it's quite interesting. Keel then tells the elite group, the Shadow Wolves, that they took their time getting there. They then say they simply followed the instructions to take an alternate path to ensure they weren't seen. They go on to say they'll deal with the enemies quickly to make up for being late. One of the members of the Shadow Wolves drops among the enemies and causes a great impact, cracking the ground and making a loud noise around him. Ruth then thinks that the blind monster is truly willing to keep that bastard alive if he sent master-level people. The archer then positions himself and fires an arrow toward Ruth. The enemy warrior then prepares to defend against the arrow coming at him at incredible speed. Stretching his hand forward and summoning his defensive magic, he deflects the Shadow Wolves member's arrow. The archer then realizes that he actively blocked his arrow, which means his blessing doesn't block all ranged attacks. Ruth, while assessing the archer's strength, wonders how many master-ranked magic artists are there with Mord at that moment. Even so, he keeps thinking that a master-ranked magic artist is an extremely valuable asset to the country, with very low numbers and hard to recruit. He ends his thoughts wondering just how much the blind monster values that bastard. Then Mord pulls him out of his thoughts by telling him not to worry. Our hero then continues saying that the two of them will fight each other and asks if that's comforting enough for him. Next, Ruth says he admits they're outnumbered. Then, launching into an attack, he tells Mord not to assume they've already won just because of that. Ruth is a level 4 elite member of the Silver Blood with extensive combat experience compared to the rest of the White Silver 24. He's already hunted countless Divine Bloods before, including members of the Silver Blood Orders, and among them was also a Vernars. A Vernars might have a better physique, but only a few reach the second level of Divine Blood Awakening and most lack a combat-oriented artifact. Then, descending into an attack on Mord, Ruth uses the Impulse Ball Rain ability, closing the distance between him and our hero to strike with his sword. Our hero then, blocking the sword strike, thinks that using the impulse balls together with a sword attack is kind of annoying, so Mord uses his triple Mirage Destruction ability. Ruth sees our hero's attacks passing close by. Next, Mord appears behind him preparing his strike, while Ruth is still wondering where the next attack will come from. His blessing activates as he's attacked from behind by our hero. Smiling, he shouts at Mord that he's an idiot and that he already warned ambushes wouldn't work. Mord then lands a punch right in the middle of Ruth's face, surprising the man. The violent blow knocks him to the ground, not understanding what just happened. Mord then says it's not an ambush if he saw the blow coming, and that the punch could have finished Ruth, and that he feels sorry for him. While Ruth is recovering from the blow he took, our hero says that now he understands. Then he begins to awaken his divine blood while saying he won't use tricks anymore. The enemy warrior says that even if he were a genius, how is this even possible? Elsewhere on the battlefield, Erna detects the aura Mord is manifesting. Keel, also in another area of the battlefield, senses the power from afar. Mord then manifests the second level of Divine Blood Awakening. Erna thinks it's impossible, even if he proved to be a genius, for him to have trained enough to elevate his divine blood awakening to the 2nd level in 6 months. And she still wonders if it was because he had defeated the demon count in a one-on-one duel, but even that wouldn't be enough. Mord then, with a faint blue aura around him, stares at Ruth while everyone wonders what he had been doing until now. A battle against the Baron of the Demon Kingdom. He fought against the Silver Blood troops as well as Varen, a warrior of the highest level. The destruction of the Archlich and 2 high-level mages, and defeating the witch cursed by a god and freeing her. And finally, the battle against the demon count a few days ago. Mord then punches Ruth, who blocks with his sword. The enemy grits his teeth while wondering how he's this strong. Our hero then says that the artifacts passed down among the Divine Bloods are copies. Preparing more attacks, he wonders how durable they really are. Mort, with his level 2 Divine Blood Awakening, begins preparing his next attack. He then uses his destructive Mirage Strike, and Ruth blocks it with his artifact weapon. After the block, our hero asks the enemy if mana, Divine Blessing, and artifact are all he has to show, or if there's more. Ruth then thinks the power difference between them is too great, and he never imagined it would be this wide. Something shines and draws attention to the right of the men. The enemy, irritated, asks what's happening now and how much of his power he's been hiding until now. Mord then uses the enemy's distraction to charge forward and close the distance between them. Ruth manages to bring his sword up and block our hero's punch. Then he tells his rival that the reason for his defeat was not predicting the limits of his own power. Ruth's soldiers are standing still, trying to catch their breath and scared of what they see in front of them. Mord then finishes his statement to Ruth, saying he also didn't know how to predict the strength of his companions, as we see Keel emanating power. We then see an elder elf with a ball of energy in his hands. To possess the blood of the elder elves means to be a noble elf, descendant of those who fought against the gods and successors of the Tree of Life. But for a half-blood to use the power of an elder elf, one cannot imagine what it would take. Then Keel smiles, thinking that's exactly how surprised they should be. After all, he himself was surprised. After drinking the nectar, he managed to access and successfully activate his divine blood. Keel remembers Leon being surprised when he showed him in Mord, and the warrior asked if he was a monster, just like our protagonist. Mord explained the theory he had at the time that Keel had gone down a completely different path than them. He explained that with warriors like them, the aura only comes after the divine blood, but Keel was already a magic artist beforehand, so all that was left was accessing his divine blood. Keel then uses the speed bracelet and charges at the enemies, surprising a divine blood enemy who barely had time to defend himself from the sword attack. Then, in the blink of an eye, he was already behind the man. Keel then delivers a powerful kick to the enemy's back, sending him flying several meters with the impact. Not understanding, the enemy falls face first to the ground. As he tries to get up and recover from the blow, the rival wonders what kind of speed that was. He then hears Keel telling his lightning ring to activate. Looking back, he sees the elf above him using the ability Thunder God's Hammer. Desperate, the enemy stammers as he begs him to wait. Keel then strikes, causing a column of lightning and thunder to fall directly on the enemy, visible from kilometers away. Ruth elsewhere places a hand on his chest and groans in frustration. Mord then, once again taking advantage of the opportunity, approaches the target and lands a blow right to the face. Then the honest exchange of punches begins between Mord and Ruth, who tries to defend himself the best he can. Soon Mord gets the upper hand and lands a solid hit to the enemy's face. The strike makes him crash into a tree behind him and throws his body even farther. Our hero then says that, as expected of someone blessed by the god of the lake and peace, he's surprised Ruth is still alive even after breaking the artifact. Ruth then begins to beg for his life to be spared, saying he's a high-ranking member of the Silver Blood and can provide useful information to Mord. Mord says he doesn't need his information because he's only level 4 and the truly important intel is restricted. He wouldn't be able to speak it. As our hero gets in front of him, Ruth starts pleading, saying he's sure he can be useful if Mord spares his life. Preparing the final blow, Mord responds to the man that no, he will not spare his life. Mord then delivers a powerful final blow to Ruth. Somewhere far from there, a man notices that something strange has just happened. He then tells the man in front of him that it looks like they'll need to replace one of the White Silver 24 members. The man in front says it's not a big deal, considering he was only level 4, but the other says the problem is where the screams they heard came from. He goes on to say that he was able to see a great monster. It's as if a monster that spells disaster for them had awakened, opened its eyes, and annihilated one of the White Silver 24. The man in front then says that's interesting and asks if this monster is of divine blood, while the other replies that it probably is. He also says they'll see it better once they return. However, he still doesn't know how long it will take to finish what they were doing there. Someone with large hands and protruding nails welcomes the Silver Bloods. We then see a half-man, half-blue dragon figure. Next, we see a conversation where someone asks where this guy came from, and another says they don't know either. And Keel then tells the masked man not to try to apply the same logic to him as they do to normal people, and that's coming from someone who knows what he's talking about. The masked man then says the elf was a good soldier, but he didn't think he could get that strong, while our elf says it was only possible because of Mord. The masked friend thinks that, aside from being a master-level magic artist, he thought bloodline awakening was only possible for full-blooded elves. Then he warns Keel that if the White Forest elves find out about him, they might cause trouble over a half-elf having access to elder power. Our elf then says it doesn't matter what those trash pointy ears say. Keel flashes back to his childhood being cast out and stained with impure blood. The other elves saying he was the scum of their race and that he should vanish from that forest immediately. Our favorite half-elf then says he'll kill all of them if he has to, and the masked man says he better stop talking about that and comments that he's gotten more violent since their last meeting. Laughing, Keel then asks if he really has gotten more violent, and finishes by saying it's probably because he's been following that guy around everywhere, as he points to Mord. Erna is all happy with a box full of items in her hands as she asks if it's really okay for her to take all that for herself. She hands the loot to one of her men and asks where Mord is heading next, and our hero says he's going north to the White Demon Kingdom. The girl then wishes him luck, saying that place is really dangerous, and he tells her she has to be careful from now on too. Mord thinks that now it's really dangerous for her because she knows the Archduke's secret and plans to do something about it later. He then says he doesn't recommend she spread the truth or increase support for it right now. The girl gives a big smile and asks if he's finally starting to worry about her. She then says it's not a problem because she and he don't really know each other yet, and asks who else she should be worried about. Mord then names the 10 people the Archduke trusts. He then remembers that actually since Varen was taken out, only 9 remain, and even knowing the truth, they still chose to help him, except for Castor. Erna then asks if he doesn't find Lord Kessner suspicious. Our hero says he trusts him and thinks he knows the man doesn't know the Duke's secret because of Keel. The woman confirms that he's not the kind of person who lies or deceives others like that. But then she remembers that Alan knows the truth and still chose to follow the Archduke willingly. Alan is the firstborn, the one far ahead in the succession race. He's probably the one they have to worry about the most. The girl smiles and extends her fist to him, thanking him and saying now they're finally on the same page. Still smiling and slightly blushing, she tells him she's sure they'll meet again very soon. Mord then extends his hand to hers and says they'll meet again in the north and that he can't wait. Leon then asks Mord why the hell they're going east and not north, and he explains that there's a place he needs to go first. From the shadows, a man steps out and asks the group if they're really heading east across the border. The man who stepped out of the shadows is a member of the Shadow Wolves named Lowen, and he asks the group why they're doing this. Liev is surprised and wonders if the man had been following them the entire time without him noticing. 2 other Shadow Warriors appear and ask Mord if he knows what he's doing, while our hero says he knows better than anyone in the world. He thinks he needs to keep collecting as many fragments of the world as possible and says he must, and that in any case from there, they will head north. Lowen then says he won't accept it, that Mord is putting himself in huge danger for absolutely no reason, and Mord cuts him off, saying that's fine. Then our hero says he appreciates all the help they've given up to this point, but they don't need to follow them any longer. Mord then continues, saying that the Shadow Wolves can continue on and head north by the shortest route possible, but they will take the eastern route. Lowen insists that he is of great value to General Ilden, and that their mission is to get him to him safely. He then continues, saying he is an intermediate warrior from the Legion of Guardians, and asks if Mord doesn't think he should follow his command considering they're together. Keel thinks that Lowen has the highest seniority among the Shadow Wolves, and that what he said makes perfect sense, but he doesn't know how Mord will handle it. Mord then says that Mr. Lowen seems to have misunderstood something extremely important, and that he will try to be as clear as possible with them. He then says that first of all, he is not currently affiliated with any organization. Second, he has absolutely no intention of joining their squad. And finally, he was promised the right to come and go freely for 8 months by General Ilden. He finishes by saying that it is Lowen's duty to protect him until arrival in the north, and that he only seems upset because the mission will be prolonged by taking a different route. He then continues by telling Lowen not to try to tell him what to do just because he values his own comfort more, and goes on to say he has 2 choices. Either they go with the group and help them, or they part ways and meet again in the north. Lowen then, quite angry, says Mord talks too much and starts drawing his sword. He then points the sword at our hero's chest and says if he won't follow his orders willingly, then he'll follow them by force. Our hero looks seriously at the Shadow Wolves group and asks if he really thinks he can force him to do anything. Liam then from behind tells Keel that maybe he should stop this unnecessary fight, and the elf tells him to wait because it's not a bad idea to show who's stronger here. Lowen with his sword prepares a strike toward Mord while he charges his power into his fist. Then the impact of their blows creates a monstrous crash followed by a shockwave. Our hero thinks that this man saw him fight every battle so far and still challenged him to a duel. While delivering another strike at Lowen, he thinks the man must be very confident in his skills. The Shadow Wolf then delivers a powerful blow with his sword toward Mord, who defends but is pushed back a few steps. Liam then says the man is stronger than he expected, and Keel says Lowen's a legend in their squad. The elf goes on to say that he has already defeated Orders with level 2 Divine Blood Awakening. and he didn't even try that hard in the last fight because they had the upper hand. Leon then asks if Mord is at a disadvantage fighting Lowen. Smiling, Keel says no, that even though he's very strong, Lowen is still only a human, while Mord is a monster. Our protagonist then uses his destructive Mirage ability and lands a direct hit to Lowen's chest. Lowen recalls receiving reports that the first time Mord awakened his divine blood was 6 months ago, and that it's impossible for him to be this strong in just 6 months. Then, concentrating his energy around himself and into his sword, he thinks there's no point dragging things out and that he's going to finish the fight with this devastating attack. Our hero then thinks that Lowen is trying to compete with him using brute strength, and he's fine with that as he concentrates his power around his fist. The two then prepare their strikes and leap at each other. Someone tells them to stop because they fought enough already. Then, a man with a magic shield around him steps between the two. Lowen recognizes the young master as the boy says anything more than this would be problematic. Mord notices the boy, short black hair and an eye patch over his left eye, and thinks he knows him. He then introduces himself as Farwell Nair, a friend of Aiden, and says it's a pleasure to meet young Master Mord. The two men then withdraw their attacks while Farwell Nair, still with his shield ability active, stays between them. Lowen then tells the young master to leave it to him, that he would take care of this small inconvenience. Farwell says that won't be necessary and that it's not like Mord is wrong or anything, but that he seriously doubts Lowen would be able to handle him, and that our protagonist is skilled enough to teach him a lesson. And as he says that, his magic shield breaks from our hero's strike. Lowen is shocked when he sees the magic shield break and thinks that his own strike didn't even scratch it. Farwell then looks at our protagonist and says they need to talk. Looking at our hero, the man calls him by name, and then he says he has business to discuss with our protagonist. Sometime later, away from the others, Mord asks why the man wanted to speak with him privately, and Farwell asks why he's speaking so casually with him. Our protagonist says that he can speak casually too if he wants, and the other says he's not too comfortable talking that way. But okay. Farwell then formally introduces himself to Mord again. He says he's a mage from the Shadow Squad, while our hero thinks that he already knows this because he's one of the main characters in the original story. In the original story, he's the boy who taught Aiden, who lost his family and mentor. The pain of losing a great friend. His family had been massacred by an organization of divine blood half-breeds called Prexeras, and for that reason, he joined Aiden's group to get revenge. The two were very alike, which helped them grow close quickly, and for 2 years, they fought side by side and went through many trials together. They managed to severely damage the organization of divine blood half-breeds and the Sages of Darkness. Farwell then ended up dying without getting his revenge while trying to protect Aiden. Mord then remembers that this only happens 2 years from now, that at this moment, the two of them don't even know each other. Our hero wonders how the hell he ended up here, while asking the mage why he came to find him. He then says it's something personal for him and that General Ilden said our protagonist would be able to solve his problem. Mord asks what this personal matter is while the other man asks if he recognizes the name Prexeras. Farwell doesn't wait for our protagonist to answer and begins explaining, saying of course he wouldn't have heard of them, until Mord says yes, he has. The mage is clearly surprised that someone has already heard of the Prexeras. Our hero then explains that it's an organization that hunts divine bloods and intends to become the gods of the modern era, and then asks what about them. Surprised, the mage asks if that's really the kind of people they are. Then he asks, still shocked, how Mord knows those things, and Mord thinks that in 2 years he'll meet Aiden, and at this point, he still doesn't know much. So he thinks it's safe to assume that at this point the mage knows almost nothing about the Prexeras and says that it seems like he knows more about them than Farwell does. The boy begins to speak again, but Mord cuts him off, asking him to get straight to the point and asking what he wants from him. He kneels in front of the warrior and says that he will help Mord and asks for his help in getting his revenge. The mage says that General Ilden told him Mord should be able to locate and eliminate Prexeras. Mord then asks what the mage could offer him, and the man says he's a high-ranked 5th Circle mage and noticed that Mord doesn't have a mage in the group. He then continues saying that he will use his abilities for the good of the group if they help him get his revenge. Simply and abruptly, Mord then says yes, while the boy is once again startled by how quickly he made such an important decision. Our protagonist then thinks that he's as good a mage as Aiden, and that it won't be hard to get rid of the Prexeras since they're a small organization. Recalling the original work, he says that the organization will disappear at some point in a conflict with the Silver Bloods. But he also thinks he'll rid the world of a lot of evil they would cause until then and take the opportunity to recruit one of Aiden's group members for himself. Then he thinks that just getting the mage into his group is already a great achievement for them. He thinks and thanks Aiden mentally, saying he'll take Farwell for his group. Already sitting with everyone around the campfire, Mord says he'll have to work for the Legion of Guardians for a while for his own growth. That means Farwell won't have his revenge immediately, and he asks if that's a problem for him. Leon arrives behind Mord with a box of items while our hero says he can use this time to prove he's capable of helping the mage get his revenge. The mage, seeing the box of items, asks what that is, noticing a scepter, a book, and some other things inside the box. Farwell picks up the scepter and immediately thinks he can already say with full confidence that it's better than his current staff. There's also a necklace from the magical archive and mana containment earrings. He continues analyzing the items and sees that the spellbooks are things he would probably find in some ruin or ancient dungeon. The mage points out that they don't have any mages in the group and asks why they have those things, while Leon says it's precisely because they don't have a mage that they keep them. Mord thinks that magic is something very hard to level up without external resources and says there's a massive amount of magical knowledge in the world. In other words, it's much easier to use external resources to evolve your magic than to try to create something new from scratch. Our hero then thinks that he's a more competent mage than Aiden at this moment, that he's 15 years old and already a 5th circle mage. He also thinks this is the perfect chance to help a mage like him become truly strong. The boy then says he felt he was reaching a plateau in his magical studies and that he'll pay for the items somehow to the group. Moore then says he doesn't need to because that was for having persuaded Lowen. Looking at Leon and Keel, he says it's really fun making the members of his group stronger. And then looking at the mage, he thinks it'll be nice to see how fast he can grow. Farwell then asks our protagonist how old he is, and he replies that he's 15, while the mage is completely shocked upon hearing the information. The mage says the world is huge, and that maybe he'd never meet someone as monstrous as him at the same age, and Moore asks if he just called him a monster. Farwell then apologizes and says he couldn't think of a better word to describe him, and that he's excited to see where he'll take him. Our hero then, smiling, says he won't disappoint him. Later, in the northeastern corner of the continent in the Kingdom of Fert, Farwell says that even though there are 7 of them, it was pretty easy to cross the border, while Keel says they're good at this kind of thing. Lowen then asks Mord what he intends to do now that they've arrived, and our protagonist says they won't do much. Then, turning to his group, he says they'll just destroy a few places. Lowen of the Shadow Wolves, what kind of person could he be? He spent 20 years serving in the White Demon Kingdom, gaining immense combat experience. The warrior was used to battles, fights against monsters, demonification dungeons, and regular dungeons. And even so, he found an ancient ruin about which he had 0 information. He then went to a random village near the border and used a random spell in the basement of the village hall. Out of nowhere, the path to those ruins appeared. Lowen thinks that our protagonist must have already known about the existence of that dungeon, and the older the ruins are, the more you have to watch out for traps. He then sees that Mord is simply destroying all the traps in the dungeon. Our protagonist then tells the group that their roles will be important from that moment on. Pointing behind them, he says they'll be attacked from that direction and asks them to take care of it, please. Then he says that a circle of light will occasionally appear and that one person must be inside it at all times. He concludes by saying that if they don't do that, they'll be attacked constantly, and that would be annoying, while Lowen remains in shock, starting to ask something. Suddenly, a sound comes from behind the group, and they look in the direction of the noise. Magical golems emerge behind them and begin walking toward them. The magic circle appears right at Lowen's feet as he watches. The Shadow Wolf then says it's exactly as Mord said and wonders how it's possible that he knows all this beforehand. With the golems defeated and lying on the ground, he thinks that due to the short time they have, they can't go through all the ruins and dungeons. He continues thinking that they will visit every place they can while advancing north and take all the loot they can get. Leon holds a jar with a golden liquid inside and asks if Mord is sure he can drink that. Happily, he says that's real nectar. Then the rest of the group says they'd only heard of it in stories and legends, while the mage says it was definitely worth coming here. Mord then says yes. Unlike the fake ones made through the Silver Blood's evil methods, this one was indeed made in the era of legends. He then thinks that this was part of the reason why the Silver Bloods attacked Aiden's family. Nectar from those days was made by sacrificing divine bloods who hadn't awakened yet. He thinks that 2 of the 5 he knows to exist have been used, and that he needs to consider the best way to use the 3rd one, which he knows is in the north. Mord observes that Leon's lack of talent will be compensated by the nectar, and that he'll probably reach master level in a few days. Farwell then asks our hero what the next stop is, if it's some ruin or dungeon, while Mord says no. Then looking at the mage, he says that the next thing they'll do is a cleanup, somewhere nearby in a dark forest. A group thrown to the ground screams at someone in front of them, asking why he's doing this and saying that if it's money he wants, they'll give him money. The assailant then says he can get money easily without needing them, but that he'll answer why he's doing this. The blonde assailant continues drawing a symbol on the ground with his dagger, saying it's simply because life is just like that. He then goes on saying that unexpected tragedies happen all the time in the world and that they were just unlucky enough to be the ones that's happening to this time. The blonde man then says it's finally done and stands up, while one of the men asks what he just did. He then says that the sacrifice must be made while the victims are still alive. The assailant begins forming a triangle with his hands and says the man did well to stay alive this long. One of the victims looks at him in shock and asks what's going on. The man then brings his palms together and the circle he drew with his dagger around the victims begins to glow. Then we hear the screams of the victims from a distance as they are consumed by blue fire. After some time, the victims vanish and the circle stops glowing, while we see the blonde man still smiling with his hands pressed together. Still with a wicked smile, he says that was a good sacrifice since they were magical combat artists. Still looking at the circle, he says that now he needs to find some money. As he checks the cart the victims were using, we're introduced to the man as Emmett, one of the main candidates for godhood within the Prexuras group. There are many secret organizations in that world, and Prexuras is one with a very simple goal. They just want to become gods. Their name is Prexuras, which is also the name of a relic left behind by an ancient god. The relic chose 9 people and grants them powers whenever they make valuable sacrifices. The sacrifices vary, living humans of unique lineage. They can also be strong humans with a lot of mana, and of course, divine bloods. Emmett thinks he heard that the other chosen ones are getting good offerings, while he's here playing the role of a common bandit. He thinks that soon the time will come for him to invade a village and hunt someone truly strong to offer. Then he opens a door and announces that he is back. As he sees no one in the beautiful house, he wonders where everyone is. Next, he hears someone asking him why he's so late. Our hero then, from the top of the beautiful mansion stairs, looks at Emmett while he asks who he is. The bandit then asks more what he did to his employees. Our hero says that he defeated both as they were eating human flesh, and that he still has a complete slaughterhouse set up in his basement. Getting nervous, Emmett says that he knows him then and asks if the one who sent him to do that was another candidate chosen by the relic. As Leon and Lowen join Mord, he says that unexpected tragedies happen all the time in the world, echoing Emmett's words to his victims. Then the bandit looks up and sees our hero's entire group preparing for battle. Mord then finishes his speech saying that it just so happened that this time he was the victim. Farwell recalls the entire nightmare he went through every time he closes his eyes. The metallic smell of blood in the air permeates through the rain. The screams echo throughout the whole village. A woman pushing him off a hill. As she pushes him, she says that he needs to survive. Then he returns to reality looking at something on the ground in front of him. We then see Emmett missing one leg and both arms with a swollen face sitting on the floor in front of a broken wall. Leon says that this has been going on for almost an hour already, and that every time Emmett is attacked, he regenerates and wonders what the hell that thing is. Farwell thinks that it is an extremely powerful regenerative ability and that he wouldn't be able to defeat someone like him at that moment. Looking at Mord, he thinks that our hero was able to defeat him with great ease, that the enemy didn't have the slightest chance. Our protagonist then turns to the mage and asks if this is one of the men he would like to take revenge on. He then says that he will leave his fate in the mage's hands and that he is weak at the moment, so it should be quite easy for Farwell to decide his fate. The mage thinks that this is a gift he's receiving, that he can get to know his enemies better with his own hands. He then asks the enemy if his name is Emmett and says he has many things to ask him. Next, stretching his hand toward his face, our mage asks that he please not be defeated so easily, and on that day, one of the 9 candidates ceased to exist. Sometime later, Mord's group finally arrived at the White Demon's kingdom in the north. In the meantime, the group destroyed the 3rd soul fragment of the Archlich, leaving only 4 more to be destroyed. They also attacked the county of Huven, which was one of the main arms of the Sages of Darkness, and they also collected more fragments of the world, leaving Mord with a total of 13. Meanwhile, within the county of Huven, a man is surrounded by scattered corpses in the ruins and wonders who did that this time. We then see Mord entering a room as a man says he is early. Mord then, with a serious look, greets the man in front of him, who is none other than General Ilden. Our hero then thanks him for the backup he sent. He continues by saying that in the past, the difference in power between them was immense, and that he always held back during training. Then, approaching Ilden, he asks to train one more time. Excited, Ilden ends up breaking the stone under his hand, saying he intended to let him rest today, but if that's what he wants, then it's fine. The general then says he wants to see how much he has improved during this time. Then, already shirtless, the general says that they don't need to worry about how others will see them. Next, he says they don't need to hold back, that they can go wild. Mord thinks that he doesn't need to hold back and study the enemy, and that he will go all out from the start and jumps toward Ilden, already activating the 2nd level of his divine blood opening. Defending Mord's strike, Ilden is surprised that the boy has already reached the 2nd level of his divine blood opening. Ilden then thinks that our hero is someone truly talented, and that maybe he is the monster that will surpass even the current Archduke. Someone who can transcend his hopes and even the impossible. He then finishes by thinking that if it really is him, maybe they can even defeat Hardin. Noticing the tremors and absurd sounds of the battle between the two, Keel and Leon wonder what the hell they are doing. Meanwhile, the battle continues between Mord and Ilden. Our hero thinks that using the divine body won't make sense against the general, because he is a human like him. In that case, he jumps toward Ilden, preparing his next attack. Our hero thinks that he will activate the divine body to increase his weight tenfold, and that he will also activate the world fragments. He then thinks that if Ilden doesn't give it his all, he could end up dying from the attack. Mord then crashes down on Ilden with all his strength, making the entire ground around the general explode into pieces from the force of the blow. After the dust settles, the general starts laughing and says he can't believe it. He continues saying that he can't believe it even though he lived the same experience himself, that Mord forced him to use that form of his in order to defend himself. Our hero then notices that the general has opened his divine blood at the 3rd level, a level where one embodies the divine power itself. The general then says that he doesn't know what Mord did, but his weight increased a lot, and our hero replies that his did too. Mord thinks that just by looking, he sees no difference in the general, but he doubled his weight and theorizes that he must have used a bit of the power of the divine body as well. He continues thinking that only he and Leon have full authority over the divine body, and that the attack forced Ilden to open the third level to defend himself. The general then says that he only managed to understand this power after reaching the third level of his divine blood opening, but that Mord was able to do it much earlier. Ilden then says he assumes that this is due to Mord's journey so far, while Mord thinks that of course it is, since he fought against the god of combat himself. Our hero then asks the general if he is jealous, and he laughs, saying that Mord makes it sound as if he could give him that power whenever he wants. Then Mord says yes, he can. The general is surprised and asks him what he means. Our hero then says that he will be able to fully control that power with his teachings. Then he continues saying that it won't be for free, of course, while the general asks what he wants. Mord then, looking at the general, says that he will want two things. He then says that the first thing is honesty, that he wants them to talk about everything and anything directly, without fear or avoiding any topic. While the general ponders about honesty, Mord thinks that he was never completely honest in the original story. So without delay, Mord then says the second thing he will want, and he says he wants Ketel, the half-elf, for himself. The general then jokes, saying that he sounds like a suitor asking the girl's father for permission to date her. Then he makes a counteroffer saying that he can have Lowen, and he doesn't need a scary guy like him. Ilden then asks if there's any special reason why he specifically wants Keel, and says that the half-elf was just following his orders while helping him. Mord then says that the fact he was following orders doesn't change the fact that he risked his life several times to save him. Staring at the general, he then says that he will take Keel with him. Our hero reaffirms to the general that he wants Keel on his team. Ilden then says that our protagonist values Ketel more than anything in the world. Then he says that it's fine, he can have the half-elf, especially since he intended to form a team with Mord as the leader anyway. Our hero then says that he barely joined the organization and is still an intermediate warrior, while the general says it would be stupid to keep him as an intermediate. Then the general tells him to follow him so they can continue this conversation in private. Sometime later in the general's office, Mord says he was expecting this while having some papers in front of him. Then he says that those three are the only people he would consider for his team. Keel, Leon, who had been with them for some time, and Farwell, the mage. The general says that the mage seems to be truly obedient to Mord, and that it's always good to have a mage on the team. He wanted the mage to grow by his side, but his desire for revenge was too intense. He then continues saying that it's a good thing the mage liked him, while Mord finishes by saying that those are the people he wants on his team. The general then asks how much he got from this journey, while our hero thinks about how vague the question was coming from the man, but what he meant was obvious. Then Mord says he knows but completes in his mind that the Archduke is a monster who consumes his own children to maintain his youth. Ilden then says that if he told Erna, it means he considers her capable of surpassing the Duke in power, and that he trusts her. Mord says he believes she is worthy of becoming the next Archduke, but that he finds it irrelevant whether she becomes more powerful than the current one or not. He continues saying that it's irrelevant because it will be him who kills the Archduke. He says he knows the general is looking once a year for someone who can face the seal of the Demon King's incarnation to protect the seal. In the end, he assumes that's why the general is helping him. The general then stands up and asks him how he knows that, since only a few people know the truth, and Mord says the divine blood inside him told him. In his mind, our hero says it's obvious he wouldn't believe it if he told more details of how he knows, so it's better to be more direct. The general starts to ask how, but Mord interrupts, saying it's time for him to start asking the questions. Then he drops the bomb right away by asking what is the real reason the general wants to kill the Archduke. He then says that taking both of his eyes and stripping him of the Archduke position are not enough for him to want Harden dead, but Mord says no. He adds that he has to face the Archduke and put his life on the line for him. That at the very least, he deserves to know the real reason if he's going to risk so much. The general then says yes and agrees to tell him more. Ilden says he will then tell the story of what happened between him and Harden. Meanwhile, a blonde man writes a letter in his office. Then he looks forward and asks someone if they came to make excuses for their uselessness. A magical flame appears in front of the man, and it asks if he will allow it to present itself before him, while the warrior responds yes. The flame then becomes a well-dressed blonde man who begins to introduce himself as a second-level executive of the 8 Silver Star Bloods. Then, opening one of his eyes, he introduces himself as Killian. The man then says he's jealous of the boy, to which the boy seems unsure why. He says the boy's exterior looks so youthful despite the ancient and powerful monster inside him. Killian laughs and says that's embarrassing. The man then says that to maintain that youthfulness he needs very high-level magic, and that he must have to transcend far beyond the 9th circle. He then asks the young man what he would like to say, and the boy says he came to ask for forgiveness for his failure. The boy says that Mord was Ilden's favorite, that he should have been better prepared, although he wasn't. The older man says it took him a while to arrive in the north as well, and that he must have overestimated his abilities. The young man sincerely apologizes for that, but says he brought something to try and at least partially make up for his failure. Then he conjures a potion in his hands and says it is nectar. Nectar is called the drink of the gods in legends and has the ability to enhance the power of divine blood within a person. The boy then says that it's usually diluted in water and used to reward soldiers, but since it's to express his apologies, he can have the pure concentrate. He then says that before giving the nectar, he would like to ask a small favor, and the man asks what favor he wants to ask. He then asks that they be allowed to intervene in the north to defeat Mord. The man then says that he will eventually have to face Ilden, and the boy says he knows that. Pondering about it, he thinks it would be much better if Ilden were loyal to the Archduke, but currently Ilden considers the Duke an enemy. Then he tells the boy in front of him that he will consider his request, while the boy thanks him and says he will return soon to see him and receive his answer. The young man was about to leave when the man asked him to wait and answer a question. He then says that he probably wasn't the first to work with them and asks who was the first. The young man says that's an easy question to answer. He then says that the person he worked with years ago was Ilden Vernars. Ilden tells Mord that if he was considered a genius, then Hardin was considered a monster. He then explains that he learned to open his divine blood at 16, and Hardin learned at 15, not even half a year after awakening. That didn't matter much to him at the time because he knew he would become Archduke if he focused on doing his own thing. Then men began to talk about Hardin's feats in the streets, saying he completed the demonification mission very quickly, and that he was also in the 8 labyrinths. The rumors kept circulating where people said he was the very reincarnation of the god of combat, but the successor should be someone else. Development of divine blood, aura, all the things Ilden learned with his sweat and blood, Hardin achieved as if they were nothing. What sealed the deal was when he was chosen for the duel between the representatives of the Kingdom of Sar and the Empire of Urfin. His friends said that if he did well there, new doors and opportunities could open, and it was a shame he was the second, but he could take on anyone. The opponent had chosen a representative from House Ordis, while the Empire chose House Vernars as its representative. As both houses had been rivals for a long time, the result of that duel could stain the image of the losing house for decades, if not hundreds of years. The Kingdom of Sar had control of the western lands, while the Empire of Urfin controlled the east. The conflict that had occurred in the gray area between the two kingdoms led them to war. Despite everything, neither kingdom wanted a large-scale war, and so they decided they would each choose 5 warriors to fight. If the winner of the duel wished, they could continue fighting the next opponent. In the end, the stage ended up being completely Hardin's. No opponent was able to last more than 5 minutes in a fight against him. After that day, everyone on the continent knew who he was. Ilden then began to drink and become very anxious because if things continued that way, the position of successor would be stolen from him. And that's when the Silver Bloods came to him. Mord then asked the general if he made a deal with them, and the man says yes, that they said they would make him the successor. In exchange for help, they would give something they called nectar. Our hero thinks they must have asked a lot from the man to give him nectar as a reward, while Ilden said that he didn't care much about their goal. They seek to create a world where only the divine blooded reign, and for a Vernar, that's natural. The problem was when he discovered the secret of the nectar. Entering a room full of bodies and pure juice of terror spread everywhere. Young Ilden asks what the hell is going on. A divine blood, smiling, says that there have to be sacrifices for the greater good, and that those men had very weak divine blood and had no use in that world. The man adds that they should be happy to be able to help in some way. He then understood that the nectar was made from the sacrifice of innocence, while the man said he understood that witnessing animals being sacrificed was shocking at first. The man continued saying not to worry about the promised nectar, but Ilden waited no longer and struck the man in the face. Then Ilden ended up defeating all the Silver Blood members who were present that day and realized he had been complicit in the crime without even knowing. The general then says that was how they began to hate each other and that they tried to interfere in everything he did, and behind the scenes they helped Hardin become the successor. Seeing that this continued, he then tried to make another decision and went to speak with Hardin. He then said that he wanted a spirit of the god of combat, knowing that it was a challenge Hardin had no reason to accept. But he accepted Ilden's god of combat spirit, thus accepting the challenge even without meaning to. The result he already knows, and that as a good warrior, he did not deny the challenge and defeated him in front of everyone, ending up becoming the Archduke. He then says that Hardin asked him to lead the Guardian Legion and that he didn't see it as an act of mercy or pity. Hardin had given him a chance to go to a place far from the whispers of people, and that during the duel at least they acknowledged each other as worthy opponents. Thanks to that, it was possible for him to escape the pressure of his family and the Silver Bloods to become a warrior and only a warrior. However, the Archduke began aging far too quickly without a known cause, and that gave the Silver Bloods the chance to get close to him. Unlike Ilden, Hardin accepted working with the Silver Bloods despite knowing or not knowing what they were doing. The Silver Bloods used Hardin's obsession with the title of Archduke to manipulate him. In the end, he truly believed he was the only one who could protect the Demon King's seal, and ended up becoming a monster who justified his cruel actions that way. Ilden couldn't let Hardin continue being manipulated by those Silver Blood monsters. That's when he started to hope to find someone with the potential to defeat him, someone who would restore the freedom of the Vernars and of Hardin. Mord is then glad he asked the reason why he wants to kill Hardin, realizing it's not just for the title, and feels admiration for how righteous Ilden is. He then continues thinking that maybe that's why so many people believe in him and are loyal to him, while the general asks if that is enough. Then our hero says yes, and that he wants to thank him for telling that story. He then asks if Ilden knows about something called the postscript stone tablet. Sometime later, Keel surprises Mord in the hallways, saying he heard that he asked the general to take him along. He then continues saying that the general told him to stay by Mord's side even if it means going against him one day, and asks what the hell he said to make him say that. The elf then asks our hero to do just one thing for him, to grant the general a wish, that if he accepts it, he would gladly risk his life for him. Mord then agrees, and the elf says he will make Ilden's wish come true no matter the cost. Then he gets happy and says it's okay, that he knows our hero is a man of his word. Keel pulls our hero, saying they should go see Leon because he heard he has to start from zero due to hiding his identity for so long. Little did the elf know of the great calamity that would befall him the next day. Keel then, just like Leon, had to join the organization and start from zero. Mord says that the identities of the Dark Wolves members were always meant to remain a secret, and that he can't help with their ranks. Our hero says that at least they weren't asked to retake the soldier test, while they question the fact that he's an intermediate warrior and also a team leader. He feels a bit bad for them and imagines it must be like a colonel or lieutenant colonel going back to being a second lieutenant, and decides he'll try to be nice to them. Someone approaches our hero and asks if there's anyone else besides them. Then the major arrives and says he feels like the squad still doesn't have enough people. Mord says that's just how it is, that there'll be a small elite squad. Taking advantage of Farwell's comment, our hero asks him if it isn't a good opportunity to let everyone know about his abilities. He then says he's from the lineage of Britas, one of the 5 stars closest to the moon, and that his authority is very good for research but not so good in combat. However, when he opens his divine blood, he can use his left eye, which remains covered by an eye patch. Ketel then says he thought he was blind in that eye, and he confirms that he is, but when he opens his divine blood, he can use it. When he does that, he takes control of mana residue with his left eye, and Keel quickly asks what mana residue is. He then explains that normally no one can use their mana 100%, and that eventually some mana gets left behind when used. He then explains that he can use that leftover mana with his left eye, recovering someone's mana or amplifying effects. Mord says they can test the real effects during training since they don't have a good reputation right now for not accepting more members. That means they'll have to prove themselves and raise their ranks within the organization. Leon and Keel, who had their ranks lowered, quickly got excited to level up again. Mord then explains that since they don't have enough members to form a complete squad, they can respond directly to superiors or join up with others. In other words, there's not much they can do at this first moment except train hard during this time. Meanwhile, in the White Demon's Kingdom on the border of the demonified region, a group of 3 warriors is surrounded by orcs. The bald member of the group says that warriors do not retreat and tries to motivate his companions, telling them to hold firm. His name was Aduit. He thinks that there are at least 500 of them against thousands of orcs. He also thinks they've called for emergency reinforcements, but it will still take time for them to arrive. Besides that, their opponents are ice trolls. He delivers a cross slash to the ice troll in front of him, nearly splitting its torso in half. Next, he starts observing the wound caused on the troll as it regenerates the cut it just received. The troll then glares at him menacingly. They face the monsters scared, yet still with swords in hand. The beast charges at them, already with this wound fully healed. The bald man thinks that all of them will end up defeated if things keep going this way. Suddenly, a huge boulder falls on top of one of the giant trolls nearby. The bald man is surprised to see the rock that fell on the monster in front of him. He then thinks about what he should do as an intense light shines above the heads of the other beasts. Then 2 of the trolls look up, just a bit too late, and see something coming down toward them. An explosion caused by the impact of whatever descended into the middle of the trolls sends them flying, while the bald man watches everything shocked. Then we see Mord stepping out from the column of snow and dust he caused by landing among the trolls. Leon says he hopes they didn't arrive too late, as the dust clears to reveal the entire group came down with him. The half-elf then says there are at least 1,000 ice trolls. That should be enough to earn them a promotion. Leon then smiles and says he wants to make a bet on who can defeat the most monsters. Keel agrees enthusiastically, and both prepare for battle. The bald man, still watching and listening to everything, is left speechless and awkward, just staring at the group. The mage says they receive an emergency help request. Making the tip of his staff glow, he begins to say that they are Mord's squad. Somewhere in the snow, we see a beautiful small cabin with footprints and stains marking someone's path up to it. The cabin door opens, and we see a hunter in leather clothes carrying a bear as he enters. Another man, already inside the cabin, welcomes him. He then drops the bear on the floor near the entrance. Right after, he closes the door and grabs a cloth to clean his mace while looking at the masked person and asking what he's doing there. The masked person then says that the general needs him. The man, actually revealing herself to be a woman, asks what he needs from her. The other man politely asks her to join the Guardian Legion and help someone. She then asks for a month to finish what she came to do there, while the masked man says that's fine. Then the man asks her name. After thinking for a moment, she says she will use her real name, and he says again that it's fine, Lady Ario. Over time, Mord's squad continues to gain reputation within the Guardian Legion, and people's opinions about them begin to change. Lowen was hired by Ilden to be the new combat instructor for Keel and Leon. Farwell received help from Mord to master the 5th circle and begin preparing for the 6th. Mord also trained for his next mission, fighting against Ilden throughout that entire time. After some time, Mord's squad received their 2nd mission, to prevent demonification together with Hether's squad. Already in the mission region, red-eyed wolves roam freely. The bastard son of Vernars, the intermediate warrior Hether, tells the frontline fighters to rotate quickly, while Mord's team provides support from the rear. Mord quietly watches the combat movement against the wolves from a distance. He then asks Keel beside him why he is using strategies that way. Observing the battle, he says that this amount should be easy enough to handle with brute force alone. Keelan thinks that Mord is only 15 years old and says that he's doing it that way so that the squad members can gain combat experience. Our hero questions the need for experience, and the elf says that not everyone is like him, that it's a process people go through to strengthen the squad's potential. Then he points to a tired group of soldiers and explains that sometimes they purposely take on easier missions to train new soldiers. Mord then thinks that he didn't have to go through any of that because of his physique and talent, and that he still has a lot to learn from them. Hether then tells the members of his squad that they're almost at the deepest part, and that the place isn't big enough to have a lord-level demon there. He then says not to let their guard down anyway, and just as he was about to continue speaking, an explosion occurs. A huge beast appears, saying that this is where the Vernar's warriors are then. Hether identifies the beast as a demonified black orc and says it shouldn't be too hard to defeat it if they fight the way they trained, but Farwell says something feels off. Looking into the beast's red eyes, Mord tries to identify the monster. The beast then thinks that they're all in the same place, the human who humiliated him and the group who humiliated the Count of the demonic kingdom, while Mord says he didn't recognize him. The demon, possessing the black orc, then screams, asking if he's trying to humiliate him again, but pulse of energy is already flying in the orc's direction. The blow hits directly, destroying a large part of the area behind the monster, and the impact causes a massive shockwave. Mord then asks if he's only now understanding what's happening, and asks if he's always this slow. The demon then, imbuing the orc with even more power, says that he'll make him regret everything he's doing and saying. Hether then shouts to his squad to get into formation quickly. Next, he says that the monster is a lower-level demon, and looking around, he sees undead monsters appearing from all sides around them. He then thinks that he'd heard demonifications have become unpredictable lately, but to think it would happen to them now. 50 undead, plus 4 death knights and 1 lord-level boss. He then starts to wonder if it's even possible to make it out of there alive. Leon tells his friends that now is the time to get to work. He adds that now no one can say they're not doing anything. Someone behind Hether then says that they will help too. Looking back, he sees a fist starting to glow with power, while its owner says they'll clear the path and leave the rest of them. Mord then points his glowing fist toward the monsters. One of the Death Knights, laughing, asks what he did since nothing happened. A few seconds later, only half of the monsters' bodies remain to tell the story of what Mord had done. Then Hether looks more closely and sees that, in truth, practically all the undead were annihilated with a single blow from our hero. A demonic eye appears in the air then, its huge pupil witnessing the scene that just happened. Mord says he found it suspicious that he could influence things even without having entered the demonification dungeon, while Hether is still in shock from the whole scene. That there's only one explanation for why he seems capable of doing things that should be impossible. Mord then says that he definitely must have a fragment of the world with him. The demon then wonders how he knew. Our hero then tells Keel to take care of things there, as he has something to settle with that demon, but the elf says things are basically already taken care of. Our hero then says that undead don't fall that easily as some begin to regenerate. With a burst of speed, Mord leaps toward the demonic eye. The demon, frightened, looks at our hero, who upon crossing through the eye, ends up in the same dimension as him. He then backs away and asks what he did to the demon, being a living armor known by the name Wurgun. Mord sees that it's an imitation of reality and wonders if that is really Wurgun's true form. Our hero also notices that he possesses 2 stable world fragments, and that's why he's able to use an alternate reality as a bridge. As far as he knows, there are only 2 ways to do this. Either work together with another world fragment holder, or have many more fragments than the other. Mord says the demon seems to have 2, but something feels strange. World fragments should be linked to the real world because of the divine pact. There's no way to take the fragments to another world, which is why the gods left the fragments behind when they ascended to the heavens. Our hero then says he has many questions he would like to ask the demon. Since he has more fragments than the demon, he can't tell how many the demon has. He can probably only sense that he has many more. The living armor then tells our hero that he is insolent if he thinks he can defeat him in a duel. Mord then looks at the demon and wonders what he's doing and senses someone coming in their direction. Then, looking up, he sees someone breaking through the barrier of the world created by the demon. The monster then stares in shock. Next, he is struck head-on by a giant club. Our hero, still stunned by the sudden entrance of someone into that world, stares at the person who came in and smashed the demon with a hammer. Then the person says that General Ilden sent her there and that from now on she'll be part of his squad. Mord then sees the girl, black hair, blue eyes, and a gigantic club, and connecting the dots, he concludes that she is Arya Ranfalos. He then thinks that she is one of the villains from the original work. Arya Ranfalos was a villain who appeared halfway through the original saga and left a strong impression on Aiden. In the original saga, which is full of very powerful characters, the villain cornered Aiden several times, even though there was an archmage. He doesn't know how the girl ended up there, but if Ilden asked her to be there, it must be because she's an ally. In any case, now he understands how she was able to interfere in the realm created by the demon. After all, she has 3 world fragments. Then the girl interrupts his thoughts to say there's something below them. The two then, floating in the void, look at the same point. The demon then appears, asking how they dare mock him, account, and says he'll make them pay for it. He then tells the girl they'll talk later, but first they have to get rid of this demon. She agrees. The monster then says they are too confident and stretches out his hand, preparing an attack against them. He then unleashes his attack, the Ray of Carnage. Quickly, Mord activates his divine blood at level 2 as the demon's blow comes his way. Dodging the ranged strike, our hero closes the distance while the demon taunts him, telling him to come at him. As their punches clash, he tells Mord he'll take him down right there. The demon then notices the girl coming from his flank and asks what she's trying to do. She then starts creating ice crystals around herself, drawing the monster's attention. Meanwhile, Mord asks the beast where the hell he's looking. He then charges at the demon, saying she's not his only opponent. The beast then thinks he's at a disadvantage, that its cord is from the humans. A beating is delivered to the monster as he pleads for them to stop. Mord then says he'll ask only one question. He asks how the beast, who only existed within the demon realm, managed to cross over with 2 world fragments. The demon then says there's no point in hiding it anymore and reveals that he used to be an armor with a special power. He could create more armor, splitting himself, and could share it with others through a contract. He gives the example of the orc Mord eliminated. He also says the weaker ones didn't even need contracts. They naturally submitted to his power and became his possessions. He used them to explore several dungeons, and eventually he found a world fragment at the bottom of the ruin he was exploring. Mord then thinks he must have gotten the other one the same way and tells the demon he'll end the fight right then. The beast begs him to wait, saying he still has things to say, that if Mord defeats him there, the fragments will shatter and he'll never find them again. Our hero thinks there's no reason to let thousands of people perish over just 2 fragments, so he tells the beast there's no need to think too much. He stares into the flames where the armor's head should be and says it will be defeated here and now. Hether, on the outside, wonders what the hell is going on and what that glow above them is. Liam then says that the girl who appeared jumped into it, so they can too, while Heedle says they don't know if they could get back out. The mage asks them to calm down while something is clearly happening with that thing. Suddenly, the girl with the club and Mord come out of the portal. Heedle asks if he's okay and what happened, while our hero says Wergun really was a count of the demon realm. He explains that they fought the beast and defeated it, while Keel and Leon say that's just like Mord, and Hether wonders what kind of conversation that even is. Then Mord calls Hether, snapping him out of his little world. Our hero then says he did well on that mission and congratulates him on a job well done. The man stood there frozen, not knowing what to do while receiving that praise, and finally he thanks him. A conversation happens where someone asks the girl if her name is really Arya Ranfalos, and she confirms it. She then continues saying that from that moment on, she's part of his team. Mord then says that's fine, thanks her, and says that without her, the fight would have been much more difficult. Our hero then asks her if she could explain it better, how she ended up in his squad, and she simply says she owed Ilden a favor. As she says she's to stay with the group until his dream comes true, Keel and the mage listen closely while she continues. Our boy thinks she's cold in the way she speaks, but doesn't see any bad intentions, especially since she let him keep the world fragments. In the original work, she would take down everyone who had a world fragment and take it from them, but that was after the fight over the fragments escalated. Mord then thinks he has to ask her a different question and says he wants to make sure of something. So he asks her if she has dragon blood. She says no and asks what made him think that. Our hero says she used their power in the fight and asks if he's wrong. The woman then says that doesn't mean she's one of them, that she has no dragon eyes, no dragon tail, and definitely no horns. He then thinks that she's really not a dragon. She's even superior. She's a descendant of a true dragon that fought against the ancient gods. Wrapping up the interview, he says they can rest now. Everyone watches the girl leave the room in silence. Leon asks Keel if he knows her, and he says he's heard of her, that she's a secret member, but he'd never seen her before. Liam doesn't understand what Keel means, but puts a hand on Mord's shoulder and asks if she's strong since they fought together. Mord calmly says that, at the very least, she's as strong as he is. Everyone around feels a chill in their bones at the girl's power, because after all, everyone there knows how strong Mord is. A red room with low lighting and several cells is shown. Inside one of the cells, Arya is lying down. She then opens her eye as she hears a man with a cruel face approaching and staring at her. The girl then wakes up, coming out of the nightmare with a scream. Aryu clearly suffers when remembering the things she dreams about. In the White Demon's realm, the group walks calmly through the courtyard, with Keel frustrated, saying that Farwell is already an intermediate warrior. He says he's already frustrated enough for still being a normal warrior after a year, and now they go and promote the mage. Mord then says there's nothing they can do about it, that Farwell is an advanced mage and was treated accordingly, while they haven't done enough missions to level up. He continues saying their image improved after the mission they did with Hether, and that he thinks it's time to test their skills. Liam then, seeing what was ahead, says that maybe that really is the best place for it after all. This mission will take them to the depths of one of the White Demon's dungeons to defeat all the monsters there. The monsters, all looking like Yetis or ice giants, sarcastically greet and welcome the humans. Then they charge at them, saying they will become their food. We see Mord using his triple destructive mirage skill and hitting a group of monsters head-on. The monsters ask them to wait as our hero's attack struck them. One of the monsters points at our hero and says he has divine blood. Mord, laughing, says it's too early for them to be in shock. He then says that every member of his squad is unique. Sometime later in the depths of the dungeon, they comment that there are Yetis and demons, that this dungeon is truly excellent training. Keel smiles, saying all the hard work was worth it. Then the group enters a room full of gold and treasures. While Arya fights the demons and Keel gets emotional over the gold bars, Mord says that the same god must have built other dungeons like this. He goes on to say that the existence of this god was forgotten because he lost the battle and control of the north. Farwell then says that God must have been very powerful. While Aryu calmly watches the group, Mord says it shouldn't be a problem for them. Sometime later, we see Leon panting and saying that one was a bit tougher. He continues, saying it was a little dangerous, but it was worth it because it definitely helped with training. Not to mention they got some useful items. Mord comes up behind Leon and calls him. He shows him a glove and tells Leon to wear it, while Leon asks what the glove is. Our hero says it's a relic that only those with divine blood can use. It exudes a chilling aura, and that if he studies the item, he can use it together with his aura or impulse. Liam gets emotional while Mord thinks it's good to strengthen Leon considering how fast he's evolving, and that he might find another glove in the future. Keel then says they don't need to worry about being weak anymore, but Leon thinks he's talking about him and they start arguing while Mord calls them. As our hero prepares a punch, Leon turns to Keel and challenges him to a duel later to see who's the strongest among them. Liam and Keel are terrified by the sound of the punch our hero lands on a nearby wall. Our boy starts smiling as the dust begins to settle, and he sees that he's finally found the 16th world fragment. Mord approaches the massive fragment and places his hand on it. Meanwhile, from a distance, Aryu watches in fascination and approaches to get a better look. The girl then finally calls our hero by his name. Then, with a serious expression, she says she needs to talk to him. Mord then takes her to a distant corner and asks her what reason she has for wanting to speak to him alone. The girl, slightly shy, asks if he heard anything about her from General Ilden. On the day the independent mission was offered to Mord, Ilden also spoke about Aryu. He said that Aryu had been asleep somewhere within the White Demon's realm. 3 men from the distant east found the girl. They called themselves half-dragons despite having immense resentment toward dragons. They performed countless experiments on Aryu, which ended up tormenting her. The 3 needed more people for their tests and started kidnapping humans from nearby villages, which drew the attention of Ilden, who ended up freeing Aryu. Even though she was free, she never got rid of her traumas, and in the original story, she ended up becoming a villain even after getting her revenge. The girl, looking at our hero, says that's fine then, she won't need to explain anything. She then asks if there's any way to remove that world fragment from that place, while Mord asks why she wants to do that. The girl says she has 3 world fragments, one for each monster that experimented on her, that in trying to hold back her hatred, she says she hates having those fragments. She says she hates having something in her body that belonged to them. Mord then thinks for a moment and says it's relatively simple, while she's surprised and asks how he does it. He then says she just needs to give the fragments to him. Mord says that if someone can be a vessel for world fragments, removing them from her body is relatively simple, and that if she wants, she just has to give him the fragments. To be a vessel for world fragments, one must have divine blood, possess the power of the ancient elves, or be a descendant of a dragon. She then, apprehensive, asks our hero if he's sure it's a simple process, and he says yes, that he doesn't lie and wouldn't lie to her. Next, the girl asks our hero why he is collecting the world fragments. Mord then gets serious and, looking at the girl, says he collects the fragments because he intends to save the world. She makes a face that shows she doesn't believe what she heard, and Mord thinks he's getting tired of getting that same reaction every time. Then she asks the critical question, if he'll take the fragments from her in case she doesn't want to give them to him. Mord calmly says there's no reason for him to do that. He then tells the girl that he respects her wishes while thinking that the goal isn't for him to use them, but to stop someone from monopolizing all the fragments, and that if he ends up obtaining all the world fragments himself, then he'll become the one monopolizing them. The girl then says fine, that she'll give him her fragments, while Mord thinks that was way too easy and asks her if she's sure about that. Aryu says it's fine, that they're trash to her, and if he wants them, he can have them all. Our hero thinks that in the original work, she would do anything to gather as many fragments as possible and didn't expect that she hated them so much. Then after giving him the fragments, she suddenly screams in fright, asking what is happening, while he wonders why she's so shocked. Then finally, he feels something begin to happen. Mord's vision starts to blur as he sees the girl running toward him. The last thing he sees as he feels something swallowing him are the girl's hands trying to reach him. Next, he blinks and finds himself in a completely different place, wondering what the hell is going on. Then he sees the world around him is in flames and a huge red dragon stands in front of him. While people run in desperation, the dragon lifts its head to the skies, which seem to be on fire. Looking up, Mord sees another dragon, white, flying over the area. The flying dragon opens its mouth and starts charging its power, ready to unleash its skill upon the ground below. As the white dragon releases its magical ice breath, the red fire dragon breathes flames upward. Then someone behind him calls him a fool and asks if he knows what he's done. Mord turns around and asks if the man brought him there, while the old man says he still doesn't understand what's happening. The fragment Arisu gave him contains the power of the Eastern man, which ended up pulling him into his mental realm. Then Mord realizes that the old man before him is one of the ones who tortured the girl, and he asks him why he brought him there. Our hero continues asking why he's showing him those scenes, and the old man says those scenes are truly horrible, and that dragons are evil by nature. He then says they did everything they could to stop that from happening, but Mord ruined everything. The old man then, nervous, says to return the fragments to the dragon descendant girl, because the moment she opens her eyes, destruction will begin. Mord then says he won't return them because he doesn't want to, and says the old man was defeated a long time ago. Why bother showing him all this? Meanwhile, our hero says this mental realm was created long ago by that man, and he can't tell whether he's lying or not. Then preparing for battle, he continues thinking that one thing is certain. The old man is trying to mess with his mind to make him hate dragons. The old man then, staring intently at Mord, calls him a fool once more. He conjures a circle beneath our boy's feet and says that if he doesn't plan to return the fragments willingly, the old man concludes that he has no choice but to take the fragments himself, while our hero feels something happening to his body. Soon after, both dragons that were fighting in the sky descend, one on each side of Mord, while he remains trapped in the magic circle. The red dragon begins charging its flame breath. Our hero looks at it, thinking that of course this had to happen now. The white dragon begins charging its ice breath on the other side at the same time. Both breaths collide in the middle, where our hero stands, causing a massive explosion. The old man laughs and says this is his mind's realm and he can do whatever he wants, then demands that Mord give him the world fragments. Our hero asks what the hell the old man is talking about, and clearly shocked, the old man looks toward the dust from the explosion caused by the dragon's breaths. In the middle of the destruction, Mord, activating his divine blood at the second level, flies toward the old man. As he charges forward, our hero thinks that this mental realm is definitely a curse embedded in the fragment, and that the girl has to endure this problem as well. Then he remembers the original story. After she was freed from that hell, all the girl could feel was freedom, a freedom like being abandoned in the middle of a desert. Not knowing who she was began to drive her mad when the army of treacherous dragons seduced her, claiming they would help her recover her memories. In return, Arya became the dragon's hunting dog, exterminating countless villages and people. Mord then tells the old man that now he understands, that it was his plans that caused all those disasters. Then he concludes the thought that he'll make sure this won't happen again, while the old man says he can't do that. In the blink of an eye, our hero closes the distance between them, telling the vengeful spirit to shut up. Then he lands a precise blow straight to the face of the evil spirit. The hit is so powerful that the mental realm begins to shatter. Next, our hero hears his name being called louder and louder. Then he feels himself returning from within his mind back to the outside world. The girl is in front of him asking if he's okay and what happened. Mord then remembers that in the original story, the girl only recovers part of her memories and ends up being used by the dragons without ever truly learning her identity. He then sets a new goal for himself, not to let that happen again, while thanking Aryu for the world fragments. In another place far away, we see someone welcoming everyone as we are shown a beautiful stained glass window. A hooded man then asks what happened to Eltane as he doesn't seem very happy. Another hooded man says it's because he couldn't predict that situation, and that they don't have a good reason to be gathered there today. Then a third hooded man says they've already talked enough about personal matters. He continues by saying that since the executives of the Silver Blood are present, they have many things to discuss and should begin the meeting. As the meeting begins, one of the men asks if the negotiations with the treacherous dragon army succeeded and assumes they didn't, since they're hard to please. Eltane then replies, more or less, explaining they concluded that neither side intends to cross the seas for the next 3 years. The other man then says it's good that their expansion has been delayed since they already have enough to deal with the Gold Branch guys. He then adds that he had a very strange dream. One of the men says that, considering the other's powerful prophetic abilities, that could be dangerous, and asks what kind of dream it was. The man who dreams says it was kind of blurry, and he saw the three of them in the dream. However, there was a fourth person. This fourth person was trying to do something, and the three of them were trying to stop him. It seemed like a very serious issue, but he can't remember anything else. Another man then says it's hard to predict what could be happening now, and asks to be informed if he dreams of something like that again. Then they move on to another topic and question if it's really necessary to talk about that bastard Vernars, who is responsible for the mess in the White Silver 24 hours. One of the hooded men then says that Ilden, the blind monster, must really value that boy. The hooded man then fixes his eyes on the topic list while thinking about the name Mord Vernars. Elsewhere, far away, Mord and Ario are training in combat. The girl gets more terrifying by the day, and Farwell and Keel wonder if she can even control her strength, while Lowen says that's what he was wondering too. Liam then recalls the beating he took from her and says he doesn't know what he was thinking when he suggested training with her. The only person who can keep up with someone like her is Mord, and in the middle of combat, she stops the training and asks him why. She then asks him why our hero doesn't freeze and says that everyone she's fought so far is frozen. Mord then says the girl isn't using her abilities properly, and she asks him if he's calling her weak. He says no, that she's strong and that her very existence is strong. However, her ice abilities are tiny compared to her potential, while he thinks that her true identity is only revealed after Aiden is defeated. But our hero can make some assumptions and thinks, a dragon disillusioned with what she is, a being that came from another world alongside the creation of this one, a true dragon with ice powers, and Ario is a descendant of that dragon. Her ice powers are very weak considering where she came from, so Mord says that her being able to fully use those powers is what will guide her on the journey of finding herself. The girl then, with her giant club, asks him if that's really it, and he says there's no reason not to try. He continues by saying that to truly know what she is, they'll need to try many different things. She then, convinced, says that yes, he might be right about that, and that she'll do as he says. Our hero then says it's been a year since he started living Mord's life, and that many things have changed in the process. He thinks he's already collected a total of 24 world fragments, and that if he can combine them, the first phase of his plan will be complete. In the original work, at the moment, Aiden managed to form a whole piece of the world using the 24 fragments. Only then was he able to reach another level. Someone then outside the training arena calls out to Mord. Hether says the training arena is wrecked, and that Mord should be thankful it's not completely destroyed, while Mord sees another Vernars behind the man. The man then introduces the other Vernars as Yurik, a newly promoted advanced warrior who is leading his own squad for independent missions. Yurik then approaches Mord and says he's heard a lot about him and introduces himself again as an advanced warrior. Mord introduces himself as an intermediate warrior and asks the man what he's doing there, to which he replies that he needs to ask our hero for a favor. Yurik then asks our boy to support his squad. Our boy asks what kind of help he needs, while the man says they already have the necessary permits and that it's an important mission. He would really like his help. Mord thinks that in the last independent mission he collected several world fragments, and that he might get something out of this one too, so he accepts the invitation. Someone else behind them calls out to Captain Yurik. The captain, smiling, says he was going to introduce them anyway, but Mord already seems to know who the man is. The man who was calling the captain then arrives with red hair and recognizes Mord, asking if it's really him. The captain then, laughing loudly, says he didn't know the two used to train together. Meanwhile, the red-haired guy feels the joy drain from his body, thinking how happy he was about his first mission ever. Then he thinks he never imagined he would do his first mission with that bastard. He remembers clearly the day Mord beat him up so badly he had to be hospitalized, and he wonders what would happen if our hero decided to give him a beating again. Then our hero looks at him and asks how he's been. Next, he asks what happened to his boldness and what happened to his face. Our hero also asks how he ended up in that squad, and the redhead explains that after he got out of the hospital, he realized the world had changed. He also remembers that Instructor Daisley had been fired. Mord asks if he was really fired or just retired, and the redhead says he was actually fired because of the spirit of the god of combat. He then continues saying that the Archduke opened an investigation against him after that, and everything he did came to light, and the redhead had to go into hiding too. He ended up wandering for 8 months until he heard about the shortage of men in the north, and that any divine blood who applied would get a spot, and that's how he ended up there. Mord then says that independent mission squads are complicated and asks if the other guy is ready for that. The redhead says that if complicated means having a chance to do something great, then yes, he's totally ready. Our hero then wishes the guy good luck, while clearly the guy wasn't expecting that reaction and is surprised. Next, the captain, who's walking ahead, tells them to listen and turns around to say they can't fail this mission. Then he reveals that the enemy is the former arch-nemesis House of the Vernars, House Ordar, the son of the sun god Radis. He punished all who challenged his god, carving a path of defeated enemies toward the throne through countless battles. He was truly considered retribution incarnate. However, in the process there was someone who blocked Ordar numerous times, and it was none other than the son of the sky god Arita, the god of war of the Vernars. The battle between the god of war and the god of retribution showed no sign of ending and continues as a family feud even 500 years later. The captain continues the explanation, saying he heard that the Ordar clan wiped out the support troops of the kingdom's army, and now they've entered this demonification dungeon. He goes on to say that the dungeon is in the third stage of demonification, which means a dungeon breakout could happen soon. The captain then thinks the Ordar Imperial Army will wait for the monster escape to happen to flee, since they're especially good at hiding. Mord then says they won't have time to look for the orders because the dungeon escape will happen first, and the captain asks if he has a better idea. Smiling, our hero says he certainly has a better idea. Meanwhile, somewhere inside the dungeon, the three Ordars are talking among themselves, saying they went so far that additional forces were sent to get them. One of the men is named Tefa Orders, and he says those bastards from the kingdom of Vert must really be grinding their teeth. Another man apologizes and says he ended up stalling them all, that it wasn't even supposed to be such a difficult mission. Then a girl places her hand on his shoulder and tells the captain not to blame himself so much. Her name is Mil Orders, and she says it won't be long until the dungeon escape happens. She then says they should find a place to rest in the meantime. Dickel Orders, the captain, then turns to the girl and says she's right and thanks her. The captain then feels something strange and says someone has entered the dungeon. He then says 4 of them are Verners and that they came well prepared, thinking that it's not just one Verner, it's 4. The girl then asks the captain what they're going to do. The captain thinks that if you consider individual combat abilities, the Verners have the advantage, although that's not always the case, but they are outnumbered. He then says it's too dangerous to face that group and that they will retreat. The captain thinks he'll wait a bit longer and try to use the monsters as a shield when the dungeon breakout begins. As soon as he finishes that thought, they feel a massive tremor coming from the back wall of the room they're in. The wall then suddenly explodes with debris flying everywhere. Then our group of heroes emerges from the exposed hole in the wall, declaring that the Orders will pay for the sins they committed. Rewinding a bit, we see the plan Mord proposed to get there before the dungeon escape occurred. The idea was actually quite simple. They clean the dungeon, and that way the breakout won't happen, and the Orders will have nowhere to run. The captain thinks Mord's voice was so full of confidence that he approved the plan, though he still had a strange feeling about it. That strange feeling quickly disappeared when he saw how fast they were clearing the dungeon. Mord's unit led them quickly to the dungeon's center. The monsters were completely crushed as soon as they appeared, and while the captain's unit was considered veteran, there was no comparison with our hero's unit. He continues thinking that the rumors weren't exaggerated about this group. In fact, they might not even do them justice. The captain of the Orders then says he tried to avoid unnecessary fights, but now he has no choice. He then tells Tifa and Mil not to let him give it his all. He says they will crush those Verner bastards and escape that dungeon unharmed. The captain says those are bold words and says the one who will be crushed is him, and then introduces himself as Eirik Verners, and the other introduces himself as Dickel Orders. Mil then shouts, calling the tall guy, while Leon points to himself and asks if she means him, and she confirms, saying she's calling the tallest of them. She says she doesn't like how he looks all tall and brainless, and says she'll face him, introducing herself as Mil Orders. Our boy Leon introduces himself, slightly offended by the girl's comment. Kiva starts mocking Leon, saying he's always popular with the girls, while the warrior tells him to shut up. In the original work, it's tradition for the Verners and Orders to announce their names before a fight, so the winner will always remember the loser. Looking at the 3, Mord wonders who his opponent will be, seeing that only one is left. Both Mord Verners and Tifa Orders introduce themselves, while Aryu in the background looks sad for being left out of the fight. The other Orders present say the Verners are full of confidence and prepared to enter the fight too. Aryu, who had been watching, concentrates her ice power while eyeing the other Orders. Suddenly, an ice barrier forms in front of them, blocking their advance. Then, standing on top of the ice wall, Keel tells them they have no manners, interfering in a family dispute like this. He goes on to say that their opponents are the rest of Mord's group, Farwell, Heel, and Aryu. The fight between the family members begins with Dickel firing a kind of yellow lightning at his enemy. He then thinks he's tired of this kind of fight and that he has to finish off his opponent quickly to go help his friends. Then Tefa shouts Dickel's name, and he looks back to see him being choked by Mord. Gasping, he tells Dickel to run and save himself. Our hero, holding Tefa by the neck, says that even in a guaranteed defeat, he still puts his friends first. Dickel is shocked as he hears Mord say that Tefa Order's determination is impressive. Byrick jumps at Dickel, shouting and asking where the hell he was looking, that he didn't pay attention to his opponent. Then, just before landing on the enemy, he yells for Dickel to focus on him. Mord, who was nearby, watches the ground being shattered by the impact of Eirik's blow. Our hero then senses that something strange has happened and looks toward where the other two are fighting. Dickel then says he warned them not to do that, while our hero thinks that it's a second-level divine blood awakening, but something is different. The opponent then yells that he warned them not to let him get stronger. Eirik is leaning against the wall where he was thrown, with the wall behind him completely cracked and crushed. He then wonders what the hell is going on and that the commander can't fight anymore. Byrick then wonders if he should use that. He keeps thinking that if he does, he could definitely bring him down, and as he looks at Dickel, the floor and walls around the man start to crack as he walks. In just a second, the Order leaps at him with an open hand aimed at his face. Face to face with him, the Order says he'll take care of him first since he's the squad commander. Then he strikes the Vernar with force, kicking up a ridiculous amount of dust from the power of the blow. Where the dust clears, we see Dickel shocked because Yurik had blocked the blow despite its strength. However, it wasn't the commander who blocked the attack, but Mord, who says their commander can no longer fight. Then looking Dickel in the eyes, he says that from now on, he will be his opponent. The commander's body lies stretched out on the ground while someone shouts that he's still alive. Next, some men bring a stretcher and place the man on it, and another says to take him out of there as soon as possible, no matter how. The rest of the men shout that they'll join the fight and put an end to the Order of Scum, when they're interrupted by someone telling them to stop. The mage Farwell then explains that Dickel's unique power makes him stronger every time an enemy is defeated, and that if he keeps getting stronger, it could be a big problem. He then tells Leon that he especially can't defeat his opponent too quickly, and Leon says he understands. Mord then thinks that this is exactly what he'd expect from Farwell. He saw the change in Dickel and immediately understood what was happening. Commander Ordar then jumps while carrying a giant energy orb in his hands and prepares to attack our hero, saying he will avenge Tepa. This energy orb splits into several arrows when the commander uses the ability rain of flaming arrows on the enemies. Dodging the arrows, our hero closes the distance between him and Dickel. When he gets close enough, our hero uses his mountain-crushing strike. The blow lands squarely on Commander Ordar, who is thrown backward by the force applied. He then manages to steady himself on the ground after being hit and thinks that he cannot let Tefa's sacrifice be in vain. With hatred in his eyes, he believes that only he is capable of avenging his friend's death. Then Mill shouts his name from behind, fallen to the ground in her fight against Leon. She then apologizes and says those bastards are ridiculously strong and begs him to run and escape. Dickel yells, telling her to stop and wait, but he will find a way to deal with that situation. Farwell shouts and tells Leon to stop her from taking her own life as our warrior runs to close the distance between them. The girl then, smiling, tells Dickel to survive and apologizes for not being able to help him more. She then presses her blade against her own throat while Dickel watches from afar. Commander Ordar is in shock and begins to pant heavily. He then mentally apologizes to his friends, remembering seeing Mord defeating Tifa while his friend begged him to run. He then remembers Mill saying the enemies were ridiculously strong and that he should run. Then, with a scream of despair coming from his throat, he thinks they were only defeated because he was an incompetent leader. Mord puts his hands in front of his face at the explosion of power released by Dickel as he screamed in despair before him. He then says that running is something he cannot do. Keel and Arya look wide-eyed at Commander Ordar. Liam and Farwell also look at the enemy commander, thinking they couldn't stop the girl from taking her own life. Mord then thinks that the commander has reached the second level of Divine Blood Awakening and still possesses the weapon and artifacts given by the Ordars. He concludes his thought by affirming that he was definitely in the favor of the Ordars. As tears stream down his face, Dickel makes the promise that he will defeat all of them personally. Keel asks if they should join the fight alongside our hero, but he tells them to step back. The elf then asks if he intends to face him alone, and Mord confirms that he does. Then, face to face, the commander asks if his name is Mord Verners, and our hero confirms, saying the name Dickel Orders. The enemy commander says he doesn't know where those monsters came from, but that he will defeat all of them there that day, while our hero says that won't happen. The two then begin to fight at incredible speed, destroying the ground as they go. At the base of the Guardian Legion, Ilden senses two great forces clashing. On one side, Mord, and on the other, the descendant of Ordar, then says they have finally met. Someone then asks Ilden what that means. He then apologizes and says he was talking to himself and asks what brought the woman there after so long without contact. She says that Ilden doesn't seem happy to see her, and he defends himself by saying that every time she appears, it's because something bad has happened. The woman then says that it's true, and that it's always better that they don't meet. She then says that the Silverbloods seem to be observing someone in the north. Asking if he knows who it is, Ilden replies that it is two people, but he can't say exactly where they are, though he knows one of them. The woman then asks if he can tell her who that person is. He then says he will inform her once he asks both of them. Watching the fight, Leon says it's impressive and Keel agrees. The battle between the two is the personification of war. For a millisecond, Mord gains the advantage and lands a solid punch on Dickel's stomach. The commander thought that if it weren't for the artifact armor, his body would be completely shattered by now. Being dragged backward by the force of the blow, he decides that the fight cannot continue much longer. Grabbing his sword, he thinks that the sacrifice of Mill and Tefa will not be in vain. Grating his teeth and concentrating his power, Dickel prepares for his next attack. Suddenly, he calls out to Mord Vernars, and he says that he will definitely defeat our hero, while channeling all his strength into his sword as flames begin to appear along its entire length. Then, infusing all his power into his gigantic flaming sword, he finally uses the final flame sword ability. Mord, upon seeing the enemy's attack, praises Dickel's determination. He then says that he must respond in kind to such determination. Our hero then prepares a secret ability of the Verners, permitted only to those who are masters of the second level of Divine Blood Awakening. The name of the ability is Skybreaker. Dickel, seeing the abilities approaching, thinks of the end. The abilities then clash, causing a massive explosion, completely breaking the ground around the point of impact. When the dust settles, Mord is standing in front of Dickel, who, on his knees, calls our hero a bastard monster. He says that our boy had the power to end him at any moment and still chose to toy with him. Mord then says he just wanted to give him a chance to fight with all his strength. Dickel then says that is the generosity of the strong and apologizes in his mind to Mill and Tifa. He then tells Mord that his brother will avenge him, so he should be prepared and wait. Our hero remains silent for a second, and then says it's fine, that he'll be waiting. In the next moment, Dickel falls before him, completely defeated. Mord then feels something strange around him. He senses an absurdly gigantic energy around him, as if something or someone is watching him. Looking up, he sees what seems to be the very image of Orders. He feels an incredible rage looking in his direction and wonders if it is because he defeated his descendant. Then he hears a voice behind him saying that he fought well. Then Verners himself appears and tells Orders that they, the Ancients, should not interfere in the fights of the younger ones. Suddenly, Mord finds himself back in the hall with Dickel's body before him and still doesn't understand what just happened. He then says that to attract the attention of a god who isn't even one of his ancestors means that something is about to happen. Attracting the attention of Orders means that he crossed some kind of line. So he must prepare and become stronger because something is coming. Later in his room, Commander Eric thought he had the chance to achieve something great, but let his greed speak louder and ruin everything. With a serious look, he wonders whether or not he should have used that. Fayum then enters his room and calls him. He asks if the commander is alright and says that as soon as he's better, their unit is scheduled to receive a reward. The commander then asks if Mord was always this formidable even back when they lived at the Grand Duke's castle. He replies that not at this level, but he was always a monster even among the outsiders. Inheriting the Grand Duke's blood does that. The distance between powers is so absurdly vast that it can sometimes break your heart. Then, standing up, the commander calls Fayum's name. Right after, he says that he doesn't need to try to run so hard after it all. He says it took half a year for him to get out of his shell there, and that effort never betrays you, so he should trust that and have hope. Fayum has tears in his eyes upon hearing his commander's speech. Then he runs and hugs the commander, saying he will give his best and work hard. A beautiful day begins on the walls of the Guardian Legion's base as Ilden asks Mord how he feels with his senior warrior insignia. Our hero says it doesn't matter much, and the general says it makes things easier from here on, and that his whole squad was also promoted. Ilden then says the Empire sent the date for the delivery of the bodies. There is an unspoken rule between the Grand Duke of Vernars and the Great House of Orders. When they fight each other, the victorious side collects the bodies and returns them to the other. The general then says they requested that the one delivering the bodies be Mord, and asks what he will do, whether he will go or not. So the video ends here. If you don't want to miss the next part, activate the notification bell, and see you next time on Tob's channel.